army exiles, are you ready to sail the high seas? Time to plunder the land of Kalguur, along with our Lord Danig. I did it! I cosplayed just for you guys. I can't see anything. I'm doubly blind right now. I got one eye. Hold on. Yeah, we're ready. You guys hyped? I can't even. Yeah, it's one of those flip up eye patches. They're really handy. Yo, thanks for the subs, guys. How's it going, everybody? We are ready. Detach that from a pump up can. No, this is a real sword. This is a real sword. This is what melee currently feels like in Path of Exile. And after the patch, it's not going to feel like this anymore. 22 Trash, how's it going, man? Heck yeah. Yeah, welcome back, Yolandi. I was going to send you a message. What do we get? What do we have from Path of Exile here? Oh, yeah, I know. Gigantic patch notes. Gigantic patch notes. All right. Post-patch melee can use the right hand. I wonder if I can make the font even bigger so I can read it. I don't know. Oh, actually, can I do this? Here we go. This is... eye patch notes. There we go. Perfect. Actually, let's turn this back out. Turn it way down. How's it going, everybody? Was it 30,000 words for the patch notes today? They're starting in 25 minutes. Wow. Wow. I really miss my 3D vision. This is hard. Oh yeah, make sure you are exclamation point drops if you want to see a picture of how you can connect your read 15K with each eye. Yo, Dakheim. Yo, thanks for the subs, guys. Welcome, everybody. Yep, make sure your Twitch accounts, sorry, YouTube guys, I don't know if there are, we're also streaming on YouTube today. Although, hold on, it's unlisted. Hold on, we gotta make it live on YouTube. Oh, I messed up. I haven't streamed on YouTube in a long time. There we go. Yep, make sure you got your account connected for drops and all that. And yeah, you will get, it's pretty sick. You get a cool banner on your back for looking like a pirate. Yeah, make sure your Twitch is linked to your Path of Exile account. Yo, DRX, hell yeah, man. Welcome back. Yeah, good to everyone back. We are excited and ready. This better be a real good patch. That's all I'm saying. The best eye patch notes we've had of all time. Yeah, I do have a bingo board. Let me find it here real quick. I have not adjusted it actually from the previous one that we had, but right here, this is our bingo board. It's got some ups, it's got some downs, and yeah, hopefully. So we could actually, a lot of these bingo boards are already, or a lot of the stuff on the bingo board's already done. Like, let's see, what do we got already done here? Like, not that. Melee becomes good, maybe melee becomes good. We know old league mechanics return. We know we have that. We did, yeah, only actually, we don't have too much that is confirmed yet. A lot of hope on this one and this one from what they've teased. Yeah, there's a lot of pirate themed stuff. So I think we're on top of it. But this is what we're thinking right now. Melee becomes something. Yeah, I mean, we could just say like melee is changed, I guess. Would be a big part of it. Yeah, we got the YoTO. Had to sub, wouldn't get blasted with ads. Yeah. Also, I'll try to run ads the best times that I can for you guys during the live stream, so you guys see as few as possible. We'll try to do it like right before the QA and all that stuff. Just remind me. Yeah, we got Affliction is confirmed back. That was the teaser yesterday, which is absolutely insane. Or you can just say, yeah, you know, or you can sub. That's fine. Here, let's get this. There we go. Can't you run all the ads now? No, it doesn't work that way. I could run ads for half an hour right now, but then an hour later it would still run them. What's the other mechanic returning? I've heard rumblings that we know other league mechanics are returning. That's all I'll say. I've heard rumblings. Oh yeah, we should put chain hook right in the middle. Chain hook right here. Chain hook. There we go. We know that one. Rumblings. Yeah, I've just heard rumblings. How does Turbo work compared to subs? I mean, Turbo, yeah, if you have Twitch Turbo, you, I think it's basically percentage of watch time or whatever goes to the streamer and then whatever. Yeah, Archon, he's done that cosplay before. He's just redoing it. What's up, Van? How's it going, man? Did I see that Bex tweeted? I saw that Bex replied to Nick. That's all I saw, though. I mean, yo, poor Bex. As soon as she's gone, they do a fishing league or a pirate league. Didn't Ziggy say that today's interview was in person? Yes, he did say that he was flying to New Zealand for today. Yeah. You can see the blowhole on the sword. That's just, it uses the power of air. No, I mean, this is just what this is melee in 324. All right. It as soon as we read the patch notes, this turns into a real sword. This is just, you know, it's what it feels like right now. I could drop 2 totems and then it turns into a real sword. Boat League, Christopher, hell yeah, man. All the boat friction. Yeah, I liked the Reddit post that showed, yeah, I followed Spicy Sushi's boat crafting guide, and it showed a boat with like all the different sails, but it was set up like a Necropolis craft that had all the different, like, oh, we put the main sail over here, and then we cross-reference that with the, 2 double enforced masts, which give it 100% increased chance for physical. Of all the things to nerf Holy Relic is played enough that it might be something that they look at. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the thing that really got me was them nerfing both SRS and it's actually hard to think with one eyeball. Both SRS and what was the other crazy one? Oh yeah, Stormbrand. The Stormbrand nerf really came out of nowhere to me. Yeah, I mean, Lancing Steel spraying is the main thing. You can play Holy Relic with Cyclone, but it kind of feels bad. Yeah, the Valdos stuff is interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. I think that's, if anything, the Valdos buff is them kind of throwing a bone to the people that spent $500. Do I think Poison SRS survived? I wouldn't be surprised if Poison gets looked at. That's why right here, I actually have chaos.buff/poison nerf. I think Poison might be on their list right now. It's been so strong for so long for pretty low investment. Use a Quill Rain with Split Arrow splitting. The problem is that's really bad with single target, right? Great for clear, but it feels awful for single target. Yeah, I mean, if they nerf Chaos Dot as well, I think they're looking at a way to bring back Chaos Dot. Am I going to do a Bane Witch this league? I will do Chaos Dot if it is, not for League Start, but I'll do it for, I'll do something if it gets buffed for sure. Squiddy D, I like it. Any thoughts on Assassin rework? Yeah, I mean, that's, sorry, actually, I originally had Assassin here. In the video that I made a couple days ago, I listed Assassin as something that needs to be looked at, for sure. Melee becomes good. Have you not been paying attention? They've been teasing that Melee's getting a lot of looking at the whole time. Every single announcement has a dead totem, and almost every announcement, they're using a melee skill, and they're like showing a couple extra things. Polaris, hell yeah, Bo League. Welcome to the crew, matey. Bapanada. Wonder if I can do this. Yo, Kavodan, how's it going, man? Oh, man. Let's see, can I do this? Here we go. This is what, you might not like it, but this is what peak pirate performance looks like. Let's see. Genko. Thank you, man. Isn't there a good chance that Tides of Time gets nerfed? Why? I guess I would say. They're not Pirate Bay headphones. I mean, Tides of Time is really good, but it's a T17 unique. Or not T17, so it's a Uber unique. That is, I don't know. I think it's very, very good, but it doesn't fit all builds, and it's just competitive in that slot. I don't think Tides of Time needs to get nerfed at all. I think it is very good. I love the item, but yo, Delassus, you're copying the Chaos Dots a thing again? Yo, we're all hoping, man. We're all hoping. Yo, what's up, Ray? Tides of Time waits for no man. Yeah, I mean, it's a great belt. It's a real good belt. When does the stream drop? We have 14 minutes, guys. Am I going to make a guide for the Cats build for early league? No, I mean, in the build guide, the initial build guide, there is the relatively lowest budget that I would recommend. It's not a league starter. No mention of suppression. I mean, it's defense rework, right? That kind of covers that. You thought Wanders were more attractive than bows last league? Not in a million years. Not in a million years. Does Mathel have a sword too? Yeah, me and Mathel are we're the meat. The meat to defend our ships. Spirit born on a boat. Who's the potatoes? No comment. Whew. One eye is very uncomfortable, I'll say that. Most builds struggle to get 70% lucky spell suppression if you're not on the evade side. I mean, I could go into a whole rant about suppression right now, but the way that defense works, I mean, I could just drop into it. And suppression just feels like something that, I mean, a lot of left side builds still try to get it, and it's still really, really good. And yeah, even 50% spell suppression on a left side build still feels good regardless. And there's a good number. Yeah, hey Gazer, how's it going, man? Hell yeah. There's a good number of builds that are like lower left side or upper left side that still path all the way around to lucky. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Wilkesy? I look young? Well, thanks. It's all the lack of sun. Let's hope no poison nerf. Would like to try the Cats build. Yeah, I mean, if anything, if poison doesn't get nerfed and there's any power creep whatsoever in the game, I mean, that build, it's one of those things where it's like solid at moderate investment and great at high investment. And if there's any power creep in the game at all, then it becomes pretty darn good at moderate investment. Server disconnection? I don't know. I should open up the their stream. Hold on. Twitch.tv/Path of Exile. Here we go. Drops are on. Hey, Murphy. Thanks, man. No Seismic Trap pre-nerf? Why would they nerf Seismic Trap right now? Hey, Norwalk. Thanks for the full year, man. Hey, what's up, Pellet? And so, what's the proper way to wear a pirate hat? Yeah, definitely like this. Yeah, I mean, I think people universally agree that T17s were done poorly. Jauntily. Oh, servers have been down for the last 50 minutes? Oh, yeah. They always do that. Good day, Diamond. Good day. Is suppression OP or just left side doesn't have an equivalent? Left side absolutely has an equivalent. The equivalent is max res. And what is it? If you have 17, or we'll just say 18, we'll round up. If you have 18% max res outside of penetration, if you just compare apples to apples, max res is better than spell suppression in that situation, because if you ignore the fact that you can get both, max res is better if you have at least 18%, because it also works for damage over time, where suppression is only for hits. However, the fact that penetration exists, there's not a lot of it, but the fact that it exists makes you feel, if you're fighting Uber Shaper or something, that's where max res alone feels bad compared to max res. But the thing is, you can get both, and then that's why it feels extra mandatory. You miss SRS? I actually am thinking of, we'll see the patch notes, but I'm actually thinking that I might unarchive the SRS guide on Maxroll, maybe brush it up a little bit, because it actually is still okay. It's definitely not as good as 2 leagues ago, but it's still fine. I actually think we overreacted, or we were overly conservative with SRS after we saw the nerfs. It still works. And that was proven in Jung Roan's 4-stone race. The winner was Guardian SRS. That's what won. And I think that's pretty good proof in the pudding. Why am I not talking like a pirate? I did a little bit. Did you add extra squares in the bingo that can randomly appear? No, I don't have... I'm not doing any like formal bingo thing. If you guys want to... I can link this here. Let me link this to you guys for anyone that wants it. I think I just click save. There you go. Link it for YouTube there. And link it for you guys. Yo, what's up, Taco? How's it going, man? All right, 7 minutes. Wait a couple more minutes. Go to the bathroom. Get your water. What's up, Chris? Hell yeah, we love pizza. Hope we get PoE2 info today. We are not getting PoE2 info. They explicitly said no PoE2 info. Bow nerf is crazy. Hey, they nerfed Tornado Shot. They nerfed Tornado Shot. They nerfed SRS. They nerfed Stormbrand of Indecision. I would not put anything past them. Enjoy banning people, Iraqi. Oh, you found a pizza place in Florida. Oh, nice. Little taster of rum. I don't think I have any rum downstairs, which is really unfortunate. I should have bought a little thing of rum for this. But I could do... I don't know. What do we say? If Bane looks viable, I'll take a shot of vodka. How about that? I wish I had some ale. Yeah. I will take a shot of vodka if Bane looks like it's going to be good. How about that? Jung Ron a day ago called me a genius for the Frostblink build. Really? Do you have a clip of that? slow cooking, I guess, on that, huh? No scurvy, Jova. Tota coming back because of the totems. I don't think they would bring Tota back. Maybe 5 minutes. Yeah, everyone just wants the Recombinators. Yeah, what's up, Hummel? Thanks, man. I'm gonna wait to the very last second. I'm gonna wait till the last second. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'm gonna run ads, and then we'll be ready. Here, I'll make myself smaller here. Bane Gladiator. That's the new build. Hell yeah. Yo, Zed. Thanks, man. Welcome. Nox, thanks for the prime, man. Can I... If Bane's back, you'll assume I make a build guide for League Start. I'm gonna be working hard. I'm gonna make everything that I can. But yeah, I'm not gonna go too hard making League Start guides for builds. The current plan is to make a Holy Relic guide for Max Roll, and I'll make a I'll make a video just talking about my thoughts for League Start stuff. But I don't think I'm gonna make like an hour-long League Start guide for like any new build or anything. We'll just let that cook a little bit, and I'll make like non-League Start guides. Stukov. Yahar. Thanks, Stukov. Holy Relic nerf? I mean, if Holy Relic gets nerfed, then we'll do something else. We'll figure something out. All right, I'm going to run ads real quick here, and I'm going to run to the bathroom. So no ads during the announcement. BRB. What do I even type? Commercial 90 seconds. All right. BRB real quick. All right, get water and everything. I grab my coffee downstairs. Okay. Crank up the AC. Oh, look at that timing. Oh, look at that timing. All right. Arr. About it, and thanks, man. Not watching ads during the reveal. Thanks, man. All right. Quiet this.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur, which launches next week on July 26th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Corsair back attachment.
Turn it up. Okay.
In today's stream, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Settlers of Kalguur Challenge League.
How about this?
We'll cover the league mechanics, its new and revised crafting systems, a new trade market system for currency, some sweeping balance improvements including 2 Ascendancy class changes, endgame improvements, some further additions to the campaign, and some quality of life features. We'll then talk about our console native port releases and the features that come alongside them. Finally, we'll show you our new supporter packs, ending with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game director Mark your questions from Twitch chat.
Oh, the
After
buffing
the live
gladiator.
stream, we'll drop the full patch notes.
Gladiator Raider.
I'll hand over to Mark now to introduce the new league.
We've really innovated with the content in this league, and I'm really excited to see what everyone thinks. So let's just get right into it with the trailer for Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here. And yet, welcome to King's March! It's not much yet, but with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast has ever seen.
We build a town? What?
We'll need resources
We erect?
and savvy planning. Soon we'll attract settlers, craftsmen, fortune seekers,
What?
and of course, pirates. But if we prevail, our ships will be heavy with gold.
Official ships?
We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
Boats are real? Respec with gold. What? What? Massive melee rebalance. That's it. That's Sentinel. That's Sentinel. Oh my god. And we are back. Yeah, I think we have a full bingo. That's like...
In Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur, you will encounter some familiar faces from the Expedition League.
Can I play now?
Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are Kalguuran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland. They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize, but are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself. You will first encounter Johan, the King's Hand in Lionized Watch. He's there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the King of Kalguur, has been sent here to build a new city called King's March, which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalguur. Soon, he will bring you to the planned site for King's March, which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help, it won't stay like this for long. It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalguurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin construction. On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach. Or perhaps orichalcum, which you will have to liberate from the demons worshipping it. Petrified amber attracts mindless, blighted enemies, while bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become unstable. If you're lucky, you might find vericium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes. Once you defeat these monsters, the deposit will automatically be tagged for mining. But first, we need to get someone to do the hard labor. This is of course a trade expedition and nothing is free. Miners, along with other workers that the Kalguurans have hired, must be paid in cold hard gold, which you'll notice is now dropping throughout Rayclass.
And auto picking up.
You will have control about who gets hired into your enterprise. Once you have accumulated some gold, head to the town and talk to the recruiter, Rolf. He's been busy tracking down hardy folk across Rayclass who are looking for work. You'll notice each person has their specialties and a wage cost. It'll be up to you to hire and fire as you please. Over the course of the league, you'll be searching for your perfect employees for each job. Once you have them, you have to keep them paid, safe, and alive, which we'll get into later. Here we have a prospect who has a specialty in mining. We'll start with that so we can begin to retrieve some of those resources we were talking about earlier. Let's go find some more and put our miner to use.
6 LinkedIn.
Oh, we've found a vein of orichalcum ore. It's guarded by dangerous demons worshipping a strange shrine. The shrine buffs the demons, giving them power, but once you defeat them, you can seize that power for yourself. After that, we can tag the ore, and our mining specialist will get to work. Soon, we encounter a few more deposits, each with a different dangerous encounter. After you have tagged the mineral veins, your miners will get to work collecting resources in real time. They might take a while, but will continue whether you are logged in or not. The work can be sped up by hiring more or better miners, and by upgrading the mining station back in Kingsmarch to equip them with advanced pickaxes. Alright, some time has passed and our miners have been able to get the resources back to town. We've also managed to collect some more gold too. We can now upgrade the town and build new structures. There's plenty of options, we just need to decide where to start.
Interesting.
I think we'll start with the tavern, the beating heart of Kingsmarch. It can be upgraded instantly to improve the recruiter's prospects. And you can find various important NPCs relaxing here. Next, we'll upgrade our mining station. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency of your miners and allocate our newly hired workers to mining. You will eventually need a smelter, where you can send your ore to turn into more valuable bars. Then we have the disenchanter, where you can bring your magic, rare, or unique items to be added to a queue to be disenchanted over time. The items will be broken down into thaumaturgic dust,
and
a new resource used for crafting and shipping. We'll get more into that later. And of course, a town needs food. You could invest in farming, where you can select crops to grow and harvest. But don't worry, you won't be manually watering anything. The wonders of delegation. With all these resources piling up, there will be excess that we can spend. Let's talk about rewards in Settlers of Kalguur.
This is my league, baby!
Eventually, you can build a harbour and establish shipping routes between a number of different Kalguuran and Karui ports for trade. You'll be able to pile your acquired resources onto these ships and send them to a port of your choosing, where your traders will haggle for the best deals. Each port will return specific rewards based on what you send them. They accept all types of resources, but will have a preferred type that they'll currently pay more for. And you'll want to get onto this, because eventually you could be bringing in shipments like this. This.
Or this.
Or even this. Today, we're going to trade with Kalguur.
Huh.
You'll notice that as we send more resources, this risk meter creeps up. Much like the dangers on the shores of Rayclass, there are dangers out at sea. Monsters, pirates, environmental hazards. You'll want to try keep your shipment safe. You can do this by hiring workers that specialize in shipping. The more of them you add to the ship, the less risk there will be. Like this gentleman, who's famous for fending off even the most dangerous of pirates. Now let's get that shipment going, and we'll continue exploring Rayclast while we wait for its return. This is the first Path of Exile League that experiments with true, real-time mechanics. You can send out shipments, go and have lunch, and come back to your rewards. Many mechanics in the League work this way, so you'll always have some ongoing project or outcome to look forward to. When your shipment has returned, or met its demise, you'll get notified, and at your leisure you can return to the town to collect your rewards. Our shipment returned safely, so let's go see what we got. Ooh, they've sent us a unique item alongside our rewards, perhaps hoping to secure us as a loyal customer for the future.
Yeah, more ward.
Aside from shipping, the Kalguurans are big on their technology. They have hired Isla,
I had a
a
feeling.
familiar face from the Heist League. She is an engineer who the Kalguurans have employed for a very exciting purpose. You're not the only one who understands how profitable running maps can be. Once at Endgame, Isla can help you build a series of Kalguuran modified map devices. You can then put a queue of maps into them. If you've hired a few skilled Atlas runners, they will put themselves to work running those maps for you one after another. Look, more delegation.
What?
Once again, you'll be notified when the rewards are ready to be collected.
Atlas runners? What?
You can put lots of maps in the queue, so don't feel obliged to go back there all the time. Be
What
careful,
is
though.
the what?
The difficulty of the map impacts the risk of your workers perishing. Try to pick your best workers, or perhaps just ones you don't like.
Yeah, like
Consider the difficulty too.
Factorio auto
Sometimes
running
it's
maps.
better to just run it yourself. You'll see there are many benefits to having a whole-ass town at your fingertips.
Yeah, they put
Let's
bots
talk
in the
about
game.
crafting services. You should definitely consider building a runesmithing table.
Autobots roll out.
This is operated by Danig himself, using powerful Kalguuran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your two-hand maces.
The what?
There are over 100 different special crafting outcomes, ranging from ones very easily applied to very difficult.
The what?
The rune types can be acquired through trade with Kalguur, or defeating powerful bosses. The Kalguuran tech benefits don't end there. We're also bringing back a formerly overpowered crowd favorite, Recombination.
There you go.
Isla is trying to master this. She just needs you to help her with getting resources. The system isn't as strong as it used to be, but it still allows you to combine two items together, hoping to get the best modifiers of each onto a single item.
What did you get?
Between running a town, shipping, and exploring, you'll be collecting a lot of extra gold. It is now the primary resource for two huge new quality of life features that we are putting to test. Firstly, you can use gold to respec passive points. This is a feature from Path of Exile 2 that we've decided just makes sense to port back. The higher level you are, the more expensive it gets. And the next one is absolutely massive. A currency trade market. The Kalguurans have recruited Faustus, another NPC from the Heist League. He allows you to asynchronously buy and sell currency and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of, price fixes and people who never respond. All you need to do is select what currency you want, say what you have, and your ideal ratio. It works kinda like a real-life stock market. Faustus will make the trade happen for you, so long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same rate or less. You'll be able to go back to blasting monsters while trusty Faustus does the dirty work, notifying you when your currency is ready for collection. All you need to do is pay him a small amount of gold for his time.
Yeah, I can't say, won't say auction house.
Cards on the table, this is an experiment to see if this type of asynchronous trading has a place in future Path of Exile releases. We are very excited to see how it goes. Now, given that Faustus is an expert in black market trade and shady deals, he also provides another service, offering items for gold. The items will generate with random rarity, and on average the modifiers on them are better than normal. This can be a very nice way to get some targeted items during the campaign. For serious crafters, it can be a great starting point for making those elusive specific endgame items.
What is that
which perhaps
belt?
you could take to the runesmith afterwards.
What?
It's worth noting that you can invite Faustus to your hideout,
What?
where he will always be available for respecking, currency exchange, and black market items. As your town grows, it will attract more attention, good and bad. Settlers of Kalguur features 3 endgame bosses that will close in on your operations, wanting a piece of the pie. They might capture and ransom your workers, even your entire ships. You'll have to make some tough decisions. Will you take them on, or pay them off? One example of a boss is Sasan, the Bandit Lord. You won't stumble across this boss by accident. Instead, this unsavory character can come into your town at night and take your Atlas runners hostage, holding them for ransom. What happens next is up to you. Perhaps you'll refuse to negotiate with bandits, leading to a fight to defeat Sasan and rescue your workers. If you're not up for the heroics, you might simply pay the ransom in gold. Or perhaps these workers were especially disappointing, and you'll just leave them for dead in true Ray class fashion. They knew
See ya.
what they were signing up for, right? Of course, the heroics might be worth it for other reasons. These bosses can drop new unique items. In sum, Settlers of Kalguur is a very experimental league with new mechanics that will completely change how you play the core game. We've been sitting on a lot of these ideas for a while and can't wait to share them with you. But there's a lot more to this expansion. Let's talk about balance.
Okay.
Well, we've finally rebalanced the Gladiator. It's been a long time coming. Like before, there are passive skills that allow you to invest in bleeding
Take a screenshot.
and block. We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones. Like this, War of Attrition, which is very handy for long sustained boss fights.
Each second they've ever been in your presence.
Further alongside the Gladiator theme, this new passive allows you to combine different weapon types while dual wielding to get a variety of powerful bonuses. For example, holding a dagger will give you more critical strike chance, while holding a mace gives you more area of effect. Of course, you could just use Varanastra for all weapon type bonuses.
Of course he called
And
that out.
finally, we have a new notable which allows you to invest in the newly added Retaliation skills. These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you meet that condition, you can unleash devastation on your foes. Here we have Eviscerate, which requires you to have a shield. Or for those who like to dual wield, Sword Storm, which is great for obliterating bosses. Here we have the Divine Retribution skill. This one has the condition requiring you to block. You can then unleash a devastating spell, causing lightning bolts to strike the ground in an X shape around your target location, doing huge amounts of damage. And of course, in true Path of Exile fashion, there are many avenues to invest in these mechanics further on the passive tree and a new support gem. You are able to increase the leeway duration after meeting the condition, reduce the cooldowns, or just increase their damage. The world's your oyster. The Gladiator
hit
wasn't
there,
the
too.
only Ascendancy class we've changed. As we develop Path of Exile systems, we often find ourselves reusing mechanics, increasing their depth, and allowing more avenues to invest into them. As such, the Raider Ascendancy class found itself lacking, with many of its passives commonly available elsewhere. We want our Ascendancy classes to always feel like they're pushing the boundaries, allowing you to change your character in ways that are meaningful and ideally unique. As a result, we've straight up removed the Raider, rest in peace, and we've added a new class in its place, the Warden.
Holy
This class is largely
notes.
inspired by its predecessor from the Affliction League, with a few changes. The Warden now focuses on elemental attacks, changing the behavior of Shock,
50 shots.
enhancing Freeze, and replacing Ignite with Scorch. There's also a skill that allows you to go ballistic with your elemental damage, periodically. The class also grants Barkskin, which is a skill that can be used to mitigate physical damage from hits. After taking a number of hits, it increases your evasion, making it a great defensive choice. Finally, the last thing the Warden can specialize in is tinctures. These are an alternative to flasks from the Affliction League. We're bringing them back with adjusted mechanics. Tinctures can be placed in your belt, replacing flasks. You can inherently only have one tincture active at a time, and it requires a melee weapon to use. While activated, they grant a powerful buff. They can drop as magic items, or be modified with currency to grant extra bonuses. Here is a prismatic tincture. This one increases elemental damage by 100% while active. You'll notice it has two extra effects. One is that it applies mana burn every second. Mana burn is a debuff that builds up while tinctures are active that causes you to lose mana, losing more mana for each stack. Tinctures also have a cooldown, so once you have disabled one, no other tincture can be enabled for a time. These changes make tincture use a more active and interesting choice than it was in Affliction. Both mana burn and the cooldown can be modified through modifiers on the tinctures or on the passive skill tree.
Life tap angle.
Players will want to maximize their tincture uptime for sure. Here we have a couple other tinctures. The Poisonberry tincture is excellent for poison builds. The Rosethorn tincture is the choice for those wanting to deal critical strikes. You might be wondering, with the removal of the Raider, where has the Frenzy Charge investment gone? We've added a Frenzy Charge passive skill to the Deadeye, replacing the Rupture passive skill. On top of Ascendancy classes, we have revisited a number of core mechanics. This time taking pains to ensure easy access through the passive tree, skill gems, and simple items. We don't want all the powerful mechanics to be hidden behind layers of complexity. Let's just rapid fire through the key points. If you want more detail later, you can read the patch notes, which will be dropped after the live stream. Be sure to let us know what you think. There's a lot of changes, so be prepared for a bit of a shock to the system. I expect it will take several days for the dust to settle on this one. Firstly, we've made some drastic alterations to melee skills. Let me just rip this band-aid off. Melee totem skill gems have been removed. We're trying to adopt a philosophy with melee going forward that, unlike other builds, it will be far less oriented around set and forget gameplay. You will deal the damage yourself, and you should be rewarded for doing so. To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill. As the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels, we have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana costs on spells. Here are some examples of the damage and costs before and after. Heavy Strike has gone from dealing 313% attack damage at gem level 20 to a massive 552% attack damage. It's also worth noting it no longer knocks enemies back. And Sweep has gone from dealing 281% attack damage to now dealing 664% attack damage at gem level 20. These are just two examples.
What are these numbers?
But the majority of melee skills are now dealing approximately 75% more damage at level 20. Of course, with melee comes close proximity combat, so you need some good defensive options. New base types with higher defensive values will now drop throughout the endgame. As you reach yellow, red, and purple maps, you can expect to find higher tier base types in each. For example, Val Regalia and Hubris Circlet are no longer the best in slot items for Energy Shield. There are new base types that surpass them. Combined with some quality changes, which we'll talk about soon, You can now get better items than ever before in these slots. To compensate, we have reduced the amount of flat evasion and armor from the Grace and Determination auras, but overall, you're getting more defenses than before. On top of this, we have buffed life modifiers on magic and rare equipment. You can now get as high as 189 additional maximum life from a single modifier on body armors, and more on other slots too.
Jesus.
Kalm's Heart has also finally been restored to its former glory and once again grants plus 1000 to maximum life.
Old Comms is back. Holy.
I mentioned quality. Quality on weapons and armors is being changed to apply multiplicatively. In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. For melee, this will mean a damage increase for almost all builds using physical damage attacks, and it will mean more evasion, armor, energy shield, and ward for all builds.
Okay.
Endurance charges no longer grant elemental resistances, but instead grant additional elemental damage reduction, making it multiplicative with resistances. You can now get 4% per charge, alongside the existing 4% physical damage reduction.
Okay.
To compensate, we have made some changes to the Juggernaut, and various unique items like Eternal Damnation. You can get more maximum resistances from the tree, specifically around the Marauder class start. These of course can stack with the new elemental mitigation from endurance charges.
Oh my god.
On top of this, duels can now roll maximum elemental resistances as modifiers.
What?
Since we're making elemental mitigation more accessible, we've heavily reduced accessibility to physical damage taken as chaos or elemental damage. Those stats are still around, but you should not expect to be getting full conversion anymore. All block passives have been buffed, so you can now more easily achieve block cap from just the passive tree. The Keystone Versatile Combatant has been improved to have less of a penalty to maximum block. A number of Life Leech passives have been buffed to generally allow for more acquisition of maximum leech rate for life. Vow Pact has been reinstated to its former glory for instant Life Leech, but only for melee.
Only for melee. Okay.
We've reworked Flesh and Stone. Previously, this buff skill granted Maim and Blind, depending on the stance of our character. Now, while in Sand stance, the skill simply provides damage mitigation, becoming more effective the closer you are to enemies. While in Blood stance, enemies will take more physical damage the closer you are to them. This skill will now greatly favor melee or close range gameplay. Given we're doing a Kalguuran League, Ward has also received a bit of attention. There are new uniques that grant Ward, and the base restoration of Ward is now faster. To compensate, Olroth's Resolve has been nerfed, but Ward loop builds will still be possible. Anyway, that was most of the purely defensive changes. Now let's look at some of the offensive and utility-based ones.
Can they get smaller?
There are more and better ways to deal with mana as an attacker on the southern hemisphere of the passive tree. Wands, daggers, scepters, claws, and staves now have higher critical strike chance values than ever. Wands can go as high as 10% without modifiers. Sandstorm Visage has been made rarer to compensate, instead of reducing its power.
Wow.
For you wand attackers, wands now have higher attack speed than ever to compensate for their low damage. Wand exclusive skills such as Power Siphon, Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast now have faster attack times. Impale passives have been revised and in general buffed. The buffs granted by Warcries are now simpler but more significant, and more universal to builds. They also now apply to allies by default.
Really?
Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active. However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before.
And base duration
Additionally,
of
there
10
are
seconds.
new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest in them than ever before. Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable. Rage is now multiplicative attack damage, but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed. It has a new cap, and you can find many new passive clusters that allow you to invest into the mechanic. The goal is to make Rage more powerful as a baseline, and less gated behind the use of specific unique items and Ascendancy classes. Berserk has been nerfed, just so you're aware. We have changed how bleed works too. You can now find aggravated bleed on the passive tree. When applied, all bleeds on the enemy will deal damage as if the enemy is moving for the remainder of their duration. The skill Ensnaring Arrow no longer interacts with bleed, so no more will you have to apply bleeds and swap to a bow. You can now achieve the same result using aggravated bleed passives without the annoyance. Rupture from the Deadeye has been turned into a support gem. We've added the new Overexertion support gem, which highly favors slam builds. Now, it's time to look at a hot topic, Magic Find. In the Settlers of Kalguur expansion, we are going to be removing item quantity bonuses from all character items. This will not affect existing items in standard leagues. Magic Find is intended to be another axis on your gear you can scale once you have achieved the power you want. With item quantity being only available on unique items, this meant if you wanted to get the most out of it, you had to be playing a very specific build. We still want people to be able to invest into Magic Find, but now only through item rarity. This can be obtained on a number of rare item slots, and by a much larger number of builds. What about Ventor's Gamble, you might ask? Here it is now.
RMR
This is
on
one of the
Aventers?
biggest balance patches we've ever done.
Really?
I can't promise that existing builds will all be safe. Even we aren't able to predict all the outcomes here, nor have we even gone into every single change.
That's
just
insane,
the major
actually.
ones. I don't know, man. Balance is hard. But the sheer number of new, viable options is exciting, especially for Melee. And we're determined to drag the game in a better direction. Be sure to read the patch notes after this, it's going to be a ruckus. In 3.24, we overhauled the in-game experience by introducing a new tier of maps and reworking scarabs. We want to continue to improve these systems and introduce more exciting in-game content every league. 3.25 is no exception. Let's check out the myriad of changes coming in Settlers of Kalguur.
Yeah.
First up, we are changing many scarabs. We won't go into too much detail here to avoid getting lost in the weeds, but here's a few new ones. Be sure to check out the patch notes after this for more detail.
Stolen by the final
We've
boss.
also
What?
added an additional map device slot,
Thanks for the
which
subs,
will
guys.
be unlocked upon completing your first 10-way Maven encounter. This simply allows for more combinations of scarabs and maps, resulting in more difficulty and more rewards.
So
This
much
is on
gold.
top of the existing additional slot that can be unlocked by completing your first Tier 17 map. There are now 6 map device slots in total. You might have seen our teaser, where we revealed we'll be adding new special encounters to the endgame. One such encounter is the Nameless Seer, lurking in Tier 16 and 17 maps. This NPC will give you a selection of unique items, and you can pick one for free. In Tier 16 maps, he now has an additional feature, where you can scry a map. This allows you to swap the divination card drops of the current map with another map on your atlas. Just one caveat, you cannot have the same map be in multiple swaps at the same time.
Oh, wow.
If you want to undo your choice, you can use a scouring orb on either map on your atlas.
Wow.
We've also made some updates to a couple of leagues. Blight has been updated with some atlas passive skill changes,
One lane's only bosses?
and double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravaged maps. We've also introduced a new type of oil that can only drop from Blighted and Blight Ravaged maps. Ritual has also been updated. You can now find one new and many reworked base types, new unique items, corpses you can use to raise
Oh, they did bring them back! They did bring them back!
and
Oh my
occasionally
god.
a fragment, granting access to the King in the Mist's boss fight from the Affliction League.
Yeah,
He will drop a number of unique items that were familiar from the League, but not that which was taken, as it is now that which was taken away. However, he now drops a different modular jewel that you might recognize from the Necropolis League. In Tier 16 and Tier 17 maps, you can now encounter the Wildwood, also from the Affliction League.
Brandis is back.
In case you missed it, the Wildwood is a mysterious forest fraught with danger. In the darkness, you will find magical wisps yearning for freedom. Upon releasing them, they will empower the monsters in your map, promising more danger but more rewards. You may also find random sentinels on the ground near the start of your maps. From the Sentinel League.
What is this?
They work in a similar way to before. They aren't items, but you can click on them and then they can be activated in that area at any time of your choosing. Upon activation, they will buff monsters around you, increasing their difficulty and rewards. And here's one for those who like to live dangerously. You may occasionally find a reflective mist from the Kalandra League.
Oh my.
It has two outcomes. It could drop a jewelry item with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values, or it can give a reflecting mist item, which can be used on an existing piece of jewelry to perform the same action at a time of your choosing.
Tradable
Good luck.
reflection?
There's many other small changes to League content. We're removing the first 15 most boring waves of the simulacrum and rebalancing its rewards to improve the chances of finding unique jewels. We're also adding some of the beasts from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts to the core pool. This includes the Black Morrigan. In other news, we've added a set of new chisel types, which can be applied to your maps to get different bonuses. While the Cartographer's Chisel still increases item quantity, there are new ones that now increase rarity, pack size, increased chance for currency items, divination cards, and scarabs. It's also worth mentioning that chisels now apply 20% quality per chisel to white maps, 10% to yellow maps, and 5% to red maps and higher. Unique maps still require the full 20 chisels. Also, only one type of chisel can be applied to a map at a time. During 3.24, we made a change to Tier 17 maps that allowed them to be rerolled with Chaos Orbs.
Vol orbs
We are
and
now
chisels
expanding the currency types that can be used on them to also include currencies like chisels and Val orbs. Ultimately, the only restriction Tier 17 maps now have is that explicit modifiers cannot be removed from them.
Fracture on death?
We have also revised the difficulty of these maps, as they didn't quite hit the mark. The monsters in them now have substantially less life, and deal less damage, meaning Tier 17 maps now better fit into the progression between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content. Lastly, we've adjusted the drop rate of Valdo's puzzle boxes. Previously, we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Bloods, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it, like Mage Blood. Overall, we have taken care not to reduce the number of Mage Bloods total in the economy. We figured it was better to have more tickets for fun rather than barely seeing any boxes in a league. We've been hard at work improving the Path of Exile experience on consoles. With native ports for the Xbox Series consoles already being released, and PS5 on the near horizon, the game now takes full advantage of the console hardware. Loading times have been reduced even further, pop-in has been reduced, and textures won't start unloading in heavy scenes. Furthermore, overall visual fidelity has been improved for all new generation consoles. Path of Exile now uses the highest available resolution textures and water effects. We've installed a new upscaling algorithm that improves the crispness of dynamic resolution, with an additional anti-aliasing pass on top of that. With these upgrades, we also support variable refresh rate TVs and monitors on PlayStation 5 and on all Xbox consoles. In the options, players can now choose which aspect of visual fidelity they want to focus on: resolution,
Just for Eris,
image quality, or target frame rate. In 3.24, we added some new encounters and secrets to the campaign. In Settlers of Kalguur, we're adding even more. We're not going to spoil them all here, but keep an eye out for anything unfamiliar on your adventures. Who knows what you'll find? I mean, I know, but still. There's an underground bunker underneath the refinery, guarded by powerful robots. I wonder what's been hidden away here. How do I unlock this mysterious door? What riches must lay inside? Blighted growths have appeared in the gardens and sewers of San.
Early
A vault
annoyances.
containing riches can be found
Real
in the
nice.
reliquary.
Early
As
annoyance
you
is
might
crazy
have seen
good,
in
actually.
our teasers, there's a slew of quality of life features we've been working on. Here's a quick summary. You'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by and they'll activate automatically. When using keyboard and mouse, you'll be able to pick up items from further away. We're adding static life bars to some bosses. Not all bosses will have them just yet, but we'll be adding more over time. You can now see which divination cards drop in each map by hovering over them on your atlas. When you die, you can now resurrect without having to reactivate all your reservation effects, like auras and heralds. You can start harvest encounters with just a single action. The amount of quality provided by currency items like whetstones is now based on the item level, rather than item rarity. Those currencies now apply a 20% quality to very low level items, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
I don't even know what to
the
say.
Paladin and
This is
Penance
just so
pack.
much.
Each tier
Just trying to
contains the
absorb it.
pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
We're gonna
These
be
packs
here for
are
a
only
while
available
tonight,
for the
guys.
duration of the Settlers of Kalguur League,
Yeah, no
and
no
will leave the
transfigured
store
gems is
forever when it ends.
wild.
As
Maybe-
always,
maybe there is.
the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
This is so much.
The Paladin series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Roa racing?
Adorn your weapon or shield with the Paladin weapon effect.
That's a wild weapon effect.
Make a show of leveling up with the Harpy Flyover level up effect. Equipping the Divine Paladin armor set will periodically cause slain enemies to be consecrated and laid to rest. This set also comes with a matching back attachment. Both the helmet and back attachment have options to display the radiant glow or not. You pick.
I like that set a lot.
The Divine Judgment finisher effect locks onto unique enemies before obliterating them with a laser from the heavens.
It's very Warhammer. Yeah.
May your critical hits resonate across Rayclast with the Cleric's Bell back
Oh, they brought the
attachment.
bell from PoE2.
Invite your friends to spend a day at the races in the Vasteri Racecourse hideout. Add rowers to the track to race them against each other. Or you can just spectate from the sidelines.
Who sits there and makes that?
The Penance Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Penance back attachment equipped, a repentant soul is chained to your back and lashed with lightning. Ouch. Place none other than the Trial Master in your hideout and have him comment on your chaos
A classic, but far fairer now than in ancient times.
and Val crafting attempts.
Your luck is over, fool.
He even keeps a record of how many Chaos and Val orbs you've used in your hideout during the league or across all leagues.
I've used a lot of chaos. I used a lot of
Blood
chaos
stains
orbs.
your armor the more life you lose when wearing the Acolyte's Penance armor set.
That penitent set is
The
wild,
Zealot's
actually.
Madness portal effect fragments as you near it. The Cauldron map device boils maps, fragments, and scarabs placed into it, keeping a tally of how many have been thrown into the pot in the current league or across all leagues. The Exiled Squire pets follow in your footsteps, hyping you up for battles,
No sweat for you, boss.
providing pessimistic commentary,
The cycle repeats.
or voicing their disdain for you to bring you down a peg.
About time you kicked the bucket.
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur. Meanwhile, the Solar and Eldritch packs leave the store forever at the launch of Settlers of Kalguur League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Hey, yeah, if you don't have any friends
Now,
in real
we
life,
have
you can
one
buy
more
one.
thing to announce before getting into the Q&A.
Oh god, what?
We are soon going to be running a small closed beta test for Path of Exile 2. We have been taking signups for the Path of Exile 2 beta tests over at pathofexile2.com.
Soon?
We will only be selecting a very limited number of people for this first test, but if you want to make sure that you are considered, then head over to the website and register your email address now. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur's full patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Settlers of Kalguur's release.
Yeah, website
Keep
doesn't even
an eye
load.
on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new
Instantly
mystery
crashed.
box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass.
PoE 2
Thanks
so
for
good,
joining
guys.
us today and checking
It's so
out our
good.
latest developments. We're looking forward to building our towns alongside you, trying new builds, slaying monsters, and exploring new in-game strategies
You got
next
in?
week.
I'm gonna try
We'll
again.
begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
An error occurred. An error occurred. Yeah, this is all I see. Oh my god. What? Yeah, PoE2.com is down. What? The heck? I don't know. I don't want to call it. But it looks like it might be the biggest overall patch since I've started playing. Oh, already?
Good morning, Exiles. We are
it's way
live
quiet.
from the Grinding Gear Games studios here in New Zealand.
Super
All
quiet.
3 of us in person today for the first time ever for a very exciting and massive Q&A after some real whiplash from some huge announcements there.
I
Just
can
kept
I can
going.
turn it up.
You guys just kind of got in a room together and set up the whiteboard and put everything on there, huh?
End of the day, really,
turn.
it's we have this much time, we have this many people who can do what we do, and we just keep going till the end. Like, it doesn't stop here. Like, we've still got one more week, right? Like, there are still changes that can be made, so we're going to keep making them. So, but yeah, it's huge. It is absolutely massive.
Yeah, Jonathan was saying to me the other day, I don't think it's that big. And I was like, mate, that was crazy. It just kept going.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I kind of look at this and I'm like, okay, when I compare it to the amount of stuff that's being created for PoE 2, it seems small, but yeah, when you actually think about it, it's like, yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, making a whole new game there. But we are only talking about Path of Exile 1
sure, for
today,
sure.
and you gave it plenty of space to shine. And we've got returning leagues. We've got a whole new league with a lot going on. Very experimental content as well. And with all of that, you did tease us once again with the concept and
BRB real quick.
potential of a boat league, and yet you sailed away and left us stranded on the dock once more. What gives?
It's very much not intentional. I suspect, and honestly, I honestly reckon if someone actually got a boat league, they wouldn't end up actually liking it. But we can only really prove that by testing it, and so maybe one day we'll get there. But until then, you're just going to there'll be boats, but you won't be on the boats. Maybe one day. We'll see.
All right. We'll have to keep dangling that just out of reach for us. So, does this feel like to you guys? And I've seen this theory floated around a lot of a bit of a send-off league for Path of Exile 1, in a sense that we've got the Path of Exile 2 beta kind of just around the corner now.
I guess I don't really see it that way because, we intend to keep on making PoE 1 leagues. We're going to, it really is just, the standard league cycle, the it is hard as a studio making two things at the same time, for sure. But that's something we just have to sort of get used to. And yeah, we certainly wouldn't want people to think, oh yeah, this is like the last PoE 1 league or something like that, right? It's definitely not the case. Like we're going to be continuing to make PoE 1 leagues, and that like you should expect to see things of this size in the future as well.
So, Settlers of Kalguur, it adds gold, and I think we should touch on that and the whole currency exchange thing first. So, it's obviously using gold for its features, its progression with the workers and upgrading buildings and things like that. But you're also experimenting with some core game features like respecs and a trading fee for the new currency exchange. Huge announcement there. So those that have been following Path of Exile 2 will be familiar with the concept of gold and why that's a thing that you might add to the game now after it's not had gold for so long. But could you explain what is the idea behind gold?
So really, I mean, gold is something that PoE 1 obviously never had. I think it's something that, in retrospect, I think that didn't help the game. The important thing with gold is that it's not used as a trading currency. Like, gold needs to be something that is only, it's bound to the individual character, and that means what it effectively is a measure of how much actual play that you've done, right, since you can't trade it between players. And that means that it's actually ends up being a perfect currency to be able to do something like gate the player-to-player trade with an automated system like that, because in order to be able to you can't just sit there flipping all day. You actually have to be able to go and play the game as well, and that sort of prevents the kind of crazy inflation that you can get with other automated, auction house type systems that you see in other action RPGs, or at least that's the theory. But the thing is that we have to test this stuff, and this is the reason why we're really keen to do it as a league mechanic to start with, to sort of see, is it going to work? Is the economy going to go weird? What's going to happen? That way we can kind of dip our toe in, see what happens. Test this, because the thing with this trade stuff is you really cannot test it, like in the office, right? Like it is simply, we don't have thousands and thousands of people that you would need to be able to actually see how that goes. So on some level, we kind of need our community to see what happens with the economy to be able to test something like that. And that's just, one of the few areas where that's like that. What we're hoping is that everything just goes fine. It's just way better. We can then immediately put it in, the core game as soon as we've done with that, ideally without too many tweaks. And then that'll be good. But we really have to see by putting it in a league first.
The thing I really like about this gold idea is that it allows you to effectively be converting this idea of friction in the user experience of like physically trading into actual gameplay, right? The stuff we like doing, for sure. That really helps. And as I said, like this system, it'll be also really nice to be able to see how it works before we ship PoE 2 as well. It's really nice to to be able to do that. And we may be able to go further than this. The intention is to go further, and so this is effectively our first the first part. We'll see how it goes. I don't know if you know.
There is also one thing about this, and just because it maybe wasn't clear, is that despite being in the league, gold is just dropping as items from killing everything in the game. You kill monsters, you play the game, you're getting gold. You don't actually need to engage with the league to use the gambling, use the respecking, or use the currency exchange. So despite being in the league, and the gold is only dropping in the league due to us being more experimental with it and seeing how it goes, like if you don't like the league's mechanics, it's not like those are gated behind that as well. I just wanted to clarify that, just in case anyone was thinking, I don't want to.
You can just invite Faustus into your hideout and then just use him for that, and and that can be the only thing you do if you want.
So all that currency exchange, the item gambling and stuff is all like fully accessible, even if you basically don't do any of the other stuff.
For sure.
Yeah. Which means, of course, if it is successful, it can port into the core game very, very easily. You just turn gold drops on, put Faustus in. Done. I mean, there's a little bit more than that, but that's generally the summary of it. And it doesn't have to come with the whole kind of city building element and all of that comes alongside it.
Yeah. So do you see it being something that's likely to stick around then, and that's kind of the intention?
That is certainly our intention. It's just that we want to be able to still have an out if things go horribly wrong, or if we feel like we need to change some stuff. So it is certainly our intention to keep it in if we can.
It's a nice little safety net at being part of the league for you then. Safety ripcord.
Probabilities are high, and I suspect also no one's going to let us remove it, right? So let's be realistic here.
It would have to go horrifically wrong for everyone to be like, okay, you were right, don't do this. I can't imagine. So there's also this gambling thing with Faustus where you can buy these un-ID'd items and actually look pretty powerful from what I saw. Like the items it was producing were like those really well rolled rares. What's the idea behind the gold-based gambles? Why is that a part of it?
Ultimately, it's a sink. You don't want gold to just be accumulated forever. But the awesome thing is that it's a way to target specific base types. And that's ultimately the luxury. So obviously when you're going through the campaign and you're looking for specific targeted gear upgrades, very, very useful for that. And it, as you get higher and higher level, I guess as you upgrade your tavern, I guess technically sort of, but also as you just get higher level, it upgrades the modifier tier rating, which was a term some people might not know, but it was used in Necropolis League, which effectively cuts off the bottom X tiers that can generate. So the items by endgame will be generating with a minimum tier higher than something, and thus
Settlers webpage.
They are pretty powerful items.
It's worth mentioning that like there's quite a lot of changes in this.
Give me the patch notes.
The idea of how can we make rares more
Do I think
viable?
the castle channel will be okay?
Uniques. Like quite a lot of the balance things are actually around this idea, and that
considering
extends
melee
to
league
things
start?
like adding more base types higher up and so on to make it so that there's
My league start is locked in
with uniques more. The higher tier life mods, all of this sort of stuff, and the gambling and the ability to get rares this way as well is like once again another part of this. So we really want to try and make it so that and the reason why that's important is because if like Mark said in the video with the item quants problem as well, that was one of the other things that sort of meant that you had to be tied to specific uniques.
What league start do you recommend?
And so we just wanted to remove more of the barriers.
The one that waits for the
allow
patch
people
notes.
to just be able to use rares, and then that opens up.
Should not
for
talk
more
about league
different
starters
build
right now.
types, like if less
literally
uniques become
20
mandatory.
minutes from the patch notes.
So that's as I said, it's just another one of those things that kind of affects that.
So with that being an attractive expenditure of golds,
I'm
how much do
I'm
you
league
want
starting
players
Reign of
to
Arrows
be able
Pathfinder.
to trade currency freely between each other with this very fast and asynchronous currency exchange system? Like, obviously, gold is your ability to control how much of that's happening in terms of volume. How liquid do you
Termite,
want
thanks, man.
any currency or drop to
Thanks
be?
for all the subs, guys.
So for currency
Tokyo, how's it going,
in
man?
particular, we're fine with like a very high amount of liquidity.
Yeah.
Later on, we've talked about how in PvE2 we're going to be doing asynchronous trade for items as well. For that, we need to have a bit less liquidity, and the reason why is because currency can sync itself.
Very interesting class.
Like there's its own currency sync. So effectively, that means that we don't have to like worry too much about fast trade there. Like the relative value should establish, and everything should be okay, and it shouldn't matter too much about that being highly liquid. That said, there is still a gold price to do it because we don't want people literally just sitting there just doing only that forever. But that this is something that we don't want to.
Yeah,
it
Anderson,
certainly should feel like if you're just playing
tab.
regularly, that you can get all the currency you want from the trade market and you don't feel restricted by the gold price. Like it's not intended to be something that a normal player would run into, assuming that they're just doing normal things with currency.
Of course, it is still meant to have high friction early game.
Because you don't want
to demean the leveling experience and the new player experience where they think the right answer is to go and just trade all of the stuff away. You want it to be that you're more finding items there and getting things organically, and only later in the game does it become.
So the gold prices late in the game are like not a roadblock at all. The gold prices early in the game are a roadblock. So that's kind of preventing that early game kind of issue.
Yeah, because you want an ALC when you're leveling your first character.
You do
to feel like an ALC.
Yeah, exactly.
Not to be like,
you
oh,
don't
this
want
should
them
be
to
chaos.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. But that honestly sounds like a relief that you're not worried about that sort of thing too much, because that that kind of incentive to hoard currency and not spend it all while leveling is always a bit of a bummer.
Right.
This feels like a bit of a momentous occasion, the the currency exchange. This because you've had this whole system of like the currency that syncs itself and stuff for so long, and now finally blending that with gold.
My first league was
this
Brandis.
system. Huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also just a mental block as well, right? Because it's like, how can you add gold to PoE? It's like, it's just one of those. It's one of those things. So
this was one of the key components that was part of like designing the league. It was largely like how we started from that point. Because again, when you ask most people in the office, most players in the office and outside the office, what is the like number one problem with Path of Exile? And what experience gives them the most negative reaction? For sure, it's often trade. And especially, and I can't remember if it was last league or the league before, and I was trying to buy. What was I trying to buy on the currency? It was like one of the catalysts. I was like, okay, I just need a catalyst up my rings and ammo.
Oh man!
And you get 100 people on the trade website. I just went spam. I got 100 people. And guess how many replied? 0. 0 people replied to me. And
It's
I
real.
know you're meant to scroll down because all the top people are just bad actors. And then it's like, okay, I actually got to a point where I was like, okay, genuinely no one replied. And then like so I was just like on Discord, I was like, yo, I need some help buying these things. Can everyone just start messaging everyone trying to get these catalysts for me, please? And so yes, it is actually was hopefully to be no longer soon the most frustrating experience
When the game
you
director
have as a player at
can't
Endgame.
even get a
Something
catalyst.
else.
And
Yeah.
So
He
when we're
he
designing
feels
the
our
league, we're like,
pain.
okay,
He knows
if
our
this is the number
pain.
one problem, how are we not taking some sort of stride to solve it?
That's what we need.
And so that's kind of where, well, it almost acted as the basis of how can we build something around that, because then it's gold, and then it's like, what can you do with gold? And then we just extrapolated from there into all kinds of things. So yeah,
Mark is
I
Steve
like that a
Wozniak.
lot of what we're developing now is coming from a how can we solve actual problems first, as opposed to just, but as opposed to entirely like how can we add cool content. It's like how can we do both of these things at the same time. And I feel like a lot of what's going on in this patch is with that philosophy, as opposed to just here's cool stuff. It's solving problems and adding cool stuff at the same time.
I love this trend of you just doing the thing we do and being like, this is awful, just like you said.
Actually awful. Like I tried to in that live stream, I tried to voice my disgust at when I talked about price fixes and people who don't reply. But like, if you had got my actual emotional reaction, I would have probably been screaming a little bit and raging like a little bit more.
Yeah, most infuriating thing, and it was one of the things that ground me down last league that stopped me from enjoying as much as I could. So it's huge, and it really pairs in with like the Scarab changes and stuff recently as well. So we'll talk more about that later. But the currency exchange includes fragments, scarabs, anything that's homogenized.
Exactly, that's the word.
Right.
So yeah, so obviously it can't work with things like maps and so on because they don't, they're not all identical. It's just anything that where they're exactly the same. No one item can be distinguished from another.
It has to be able to stack, is ultimately the goal, yeah. So yes, use the existing trade system for the things that can't. So that's like beasts can't be, maps can't be, incubators can't be because they have a level, things like that.
They could normalize yellow beasts though, right?
They cannot guaranteed stack on a single
Yellow
thing. And
beasts
it's not
could be
like you
normal.
don't want to
I don't
have
know,
a
I feel like
tab
you
of
could stack
incubators
beasts.
where it's got every incubator level 1, every incubator level 2, every incubator level 3, in this giant mega eternal list. So things like that you'll be trading using the existing way, and all
incubators.
stackables you'll trade hopefully using the new way.
All right, but
Div cards?
The league starts next
yes,
Friday.
div cards are in there. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
8 days.
Anything that is stackable, that
Last rate gladiator.
That's all.
yeah.
Maybe.
Anything that's stackable and has no other variable. Yep.
Maybe.
And you were telling me that like it will list like the 13 most common trade pairs for each item, and
so this is the thing, because with this trade system you can technically trade any item for any other item, because that's how PoE works. So we have to have some kind of way to basically tell players, okay, so here's the actual thing that like people are trading this with. So effectively, unless you're the first person ever to trade something, then it's going to say like, here's the most popular several things that people trade for the saw, trade for the sin. It also shows you like the market price, obviously, for what's been going on, as well as okay, so we're getting into stock market terms here, but the first five price levels in the order book. So that's to say you can see like what the how many things are available at a few different price levels, and that will allow you to to do your trade. So I suppose some people will be learning more about the stock market.
It's going to normalize
pretty
prices
soon.
a lot.
I guess we'll have.
We need like stop losses,
some
and
people are gonna love that.
people have to learn about buy orders better.
But one thing
be
just to
interesting.
make sure people understand is like this is still player to player trade. Like you don't know who you're trading with, and like it will be instant if there's like liquidity in the market. But it is coming from someone else's actual
Could be
stash.
opportunities for
It's a
arbitrage.
physical trade. Still.
Yeah. So just
I mean, there
back to
already
this little
is,
thing,
right?
just some people when they see the video, they're okay, it's just like you're trading with the system somehow. Or there's
Yeah,
some kind of,
does it
like,
work when
market,
you're online? That's a very good question.
Like a thing with the system
Or
like
offline.
determines a price. Something. No, it's not that. You're actually buying off someone else. So any trade you do where you've got like I'm buying this, I'm selling this. Someone else has entered a trade on the other end of I'm selling this, I'm buying that.
And the prices are all set by players. It's not you guys setting that stuff.
Exactly.
There's a few other things I'll just mention as well that are adjacent, or
It's
that
too
got
long,
implemented
Ray.
as a
I'm not
result.
gonna be able to
So
read
like,
that, man.
when you're adding them, it will pull from your stashes. It won't. You don't
So
have to
good.
move everything to your
was way
inventory
too long.
first and then do it. So you can Because if people might be wondering, okay, if I want to sell or trade away 5,000 chaos or some number of chaos that won't fit in their inventory, as long as it is in their stash, you can do it. You can do up to 65,000 of a given currency in a single exchange, if you have that much. What else? There are shortcut binds for moving all of them to your inventory, so you don't have to control click spam 1,000 times.
Really?
It is, I believe, control right click will move all of them to your inventory. And also as a bonus, we have implemented that to and from the stash, with all stackables as well. Oh! So you can control right click on a thing in your inventory to move all of that type into your stash, and vice versa.
My 35-year-old hands are falling apart. Thank you.
Yeah, same.
You can uninstall auto hotkey. Wait, excuse me. I mean,
very good.
Yay!
So if this is successful, do you see it being something you expand to being able to do other things that aren't homogenous, so maps and gear and things like that?
Well, that's certainly the plan for PoE 2, and it would be nice to be able to do that in PoE 1 as well. We just have to work out how it can work exactly. So, I believe that we will get there, and that's certainly our intention. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's the intention. This part, I think though is solving quite a large amount of the problem, because I think this is the currency is what you're doing all the time. You need that to be easy. So we figured that we needed to get this part out there first.
Yeah, historic for the first time ever. That's been we want to do this unless something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Amazing. Perfect. All right, well, we'll leave the currency exchange there. Thanks for the extra insight on that. Did you have to resist the temptation to go full candle graphs and all that stuff?
I'm sure at some point. I'm sure at some point this will start to happen. We'll have community websites of all the technical
plugins,
indicators and all that sort of stuff.
Mad Money YouTube channel. Yeah.
It is worth noting also on the currency exchange, I will be posting a video on Monday just for anyone who's unclear, or Monday or Tuesday, New Zealand, for anyone who's unclear on how it works. It's a little bit of a currency market for dummies kind of thing. It's just goes over the basics, and
they actually going to teach how to use it.
It's room for either feedback on UX if they see anything that wants to change, or of course just better understanding of how to use it. It is very easy for someone to get very scared looking at it and go, I don't quite know what to do. But it is pretty straightforward. You just, it can be easy to fare yourself out of buying or selling stuff, because you may be I don't know what the best ratio is, and it provides all that stuff for you. It's pretty straightforward, but still, so hence putting out a video to try and help people out, in terms of understanding when they're going into it.
How's it going, man? Thanks for the raid, dude.
We'll see how it goes.
Mate, I'm definitely signing up for your trading tips newsletter.
Hope you're psyched. You ended the stream already, man.
My trading tips currently is spam everyone and get really angry, so hopefully it's no longer that afterwards.
That's all of our strategy currently.
This league is so insane. It's your dad's birthday.
So returning to Settlers of Kalguur.
Welcome, everybody.
How did this very cozy concept for the Settlers come about, of this town building thing?
Man, I would tell my dad to wait till tomorrow.
Was Pal World League.
I would be a bad son.
That was the first pitch I got.
I remember your initial response, I think, was, hold on, that could mean many things. Does that mean we have guns? And I was well, maybe.
Pokemon things.
So it kind of
we still might want to call for
a little bit from the initial pitch. I know.
Spider, we still might want to call for rarity, right?
The first pitch was definitely too complicated.
How much do we care about that? I guess
it had way more stages of different products and all sorts
of
stuff going on.
More buffs and more
it was pretty crazy, and so it kind of got put into a more sort of PoE applicable way. But that was the initial one at least. But I don't know if you've got a
it was coming from, again, the philosophy of wanting to solve problems. So I wrote down all the problems, and I was like, how can we solve all these problems? And it was well, if you had an NPC for each, and then it's an NPC, well, that would mean a town for each, and then you want to make some game mechanic out of it, so you have some level of automation and stuff like that. And yes, there was a very, very, very long list at the start.
We'll do the big
and
board.
We ended up just refining it down to here are the actual important things that we can do and want to do. But yeah, and then obviously how the rest of it came about, the coziness and using Kalguur and all of that stuff, ultimately just comes from the fact that
Jonathan's our founder.
Well, one thing that takes a long time in development, a very, very long time, is art. Right? It takes a long time. You got your concept, you got research, you got, all the way through to the actual modeling and everything. It is a long process. So all of a sudden, when you can be well, we've got all this art from this other game here.
Andy?
Yeah. So Cal, we actually thought it would be pretty cool, basically, because in Act 4 and PoE 2, we've got this whole thing of like the Kalguur making a settlement on Rayclast. We thought it would be just cool to sort of tell that story of how that happened here.
Yeah, I
we've
wouldn't
got some
grab
of
the
stuff
farm
that, like,
builder,
it would be quite nice to do that. That's kind of ended up how that being. But the theme that we got there came after the initial concept of we want to make some kind of settlement town thing, and we're like, okay, what can we do with that? And then we realized, hey, like we've already got this sort of storyline we've got going on here in PoE 2. Might as well, connect it up and kind of have like an interesting thing there.
It definitely feels like increasing the scope of the world a little bit, because this is a distant civilization 1,500 kilometers away. I saw on the map, and those are people who have not been involved in the storyline of PoE 1. So this is a new expansion there, world-wise.
I mean, they always sort of technically existed. Like there was lore written for that when we did the previous expansion with them, Expedition. But like in PoE 2 we kind of expanded on that because we had that location and everything, and so we that just meant that we've got the stuff, and I think it adds a little bit to the flavor to have to do that sort of stuff.
But yeah, it is very, very rare for us to go to talk about or go outside of Rayclast ever.
Yeah, there's presumably a whole world out there, but we've not really heard too much about it, right?
Well, it's not just like here's a planet of water with this like tiny little island, right? Like
the Star Wars planets,
So
all just one thing.
What we're saying is Boat League is possible. It's not like it's just land everywhere.
Confirmed.
Damn, that was a good. I could have used that as an excuse for no Boat League, was to have it. Aside from this little bit of water, there's just land. The rest of it,
yeah, you've already dropped the ball on that one. There's a few boats already.
Damn it, there's lots of water.
It's officially Boat League.
All right.
Yeah.
So this idea of this is very much like a meta progression league, right? Like, and that's not a new concept. The idea of like a league having its own sort of progression outside of your personal character progression. But this is definitely the main flavor here. It feels. Is this something you specifically wanted to give players, like a greater context for their things that they're doing? So they're doing their Atlas, but they're getting golden resources and progressing this whole other thing.
I mean, for sure, but I will mention that, like, I guess it wasn't dwelled on a lot in the video, but like the resource gathering thing, like those encounters are encounters that you're going to be encountering through the world, and
for the league.
they
11
have
out of
their
10.
own mechanics and stuff, which obviously Mark can talk more about.
It is a very complex
so, like, that is
league mechanic, though.
Like content there as well.
We
it's
do
just
got to
that,
be careful about
that. It's kind
that.
of not as easy to show.
Very
like,
complex.
We kind of needed to show about
Might
all
be
the
too much for
town
people.
stuff. But those encounters will hopefully be very enjoyable as well. And that's kind of like, I suppose you could call that the meat and potatoes in some sense of the league, because that's what you'll be doing. Every area you're going to find these things and have to do those encounters. So.
Yeah. So what's that content like in maps then?
Yeah. So you got one in every area. Well, aside from something like Tidal Island and some of that stuff, you got one in every area minimum. So it's 1 to 2. And there are 5 different outcomes, kind of 6, but we'll go over the 5. And so you can find different minerals. So the first is Crimson Iron. Crimson Iron is like iron that's overrun with like corruption. So you have these 3, 2 to 5, as it goes up as you go through the game, of these kind of growth spawners, and they're spawning demons or monsters. And then as you kill each growth, the other growths heal, like surge, spawn more monsters, and they accelerate. So they get slightly harder over time. So it's just a full monster encounter. Upon completing it, you get the ore. You've got Orichalcum, which is like guarded by these also demons, or demons were worshipping it. And you notice it had like a shrine icon. So after you kill all the demons, you get the shrine buff, which is, without immediately it sounding underwhelming, the old... you had the old like shock, well, you got the Shock Nova and Firestorm shrines, except like done actual damage. So like all of a sudden you've got meteors and lightning storms raining down around you, and they are actually designed to kind of destroy monsters. So you get just this spike of power where you can kind of just run through and let them just obliterate everything. The third is Petrified Amber, which is looks like a little kind of like a tree thing, and clicking it, and all of a sudden heaps of blight-esque monsters kind of come out of the ground and try and attack it. And it's almost like the old Aurion missions from way back, where you just have to protect this tree from the blighted monsters.
Aurion's
it's not very
back?
difficult. Like, none of these are pitched to be very, very difficult, but they are going up in difficulty in the order that I am explaining them. The fourth is Bismuth, which I suspect will be people's favorite. The way this works is it's guarded by magic and rare monsters. I think 3 packs. I think 1 is rare. Well, maybe early game not rare, but late game it's like 1 is rare, 2 are magic. and they have an extra elemental modifier on them. Like the rarer magic mods, they just got an extra one that's elemental aligned. And when you obviously kill them, there's some free 3 packs of monsters. No one's going to complain about that. You click the bismuth, it releases the elements into the rest of the area, which will apply elemental modifiers to all magic and rare packs in the area. League monsters have a lower chance of getting them, so it's not too out of control. And that does come with the difficulty, but it also comes with the increased item quantity and rarity that
a bit Wildwood.
the mods come with.
We don't know if
yeah,
they're
a little
chased
bit,
yet.
yeah. Obviously, it doesn't spawn frequently enough, so I don't expect people to do the whole, run around the whole area killing nothing before clicking it.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, technically,
you'd be
right?
wasting all of your time. However, of course, I can imagine it is the Magic Finder's dream, even though Magic Finding is nerfed, but whatever, that's a different thing. It is the current, whatever is to be Magic Finder's dream.
Magic Find's buff because it's better now because you don't have to wear
Well, sure. Well, yeah, sure. Whatever state it's in, or however you feel about it, it is the dream for that person because obviously you can
the
find
gold. I think with the gold.
I believe you can find 2 of them in an area and all of a sudden
You're
you're
right.
doubling up on that. I will obviously double check that, but that was definitely the intention. And then, you're getting like these kind of elemental tornadoes spawn throughout the level. Obviously, they don't spawn when all the monsters are dead, so you're not just like losing and getting killed by a random tornado. And then the 5th encounter is Verisium, which is the thing that the Kalguurans love so much. And that very much is... it's like the encounter from Crucible, where it's just like... interact with this rock and it like builds up the amount of Verisium and like spawns all the monsters around it, and then you fight them and kill them, and you get the Verisium at the end, and the monsters, you can see them kind of merging and upgrading over time, and so it's a little bit of a pick your own difficulty. Obviously, it doesn't have the whole, I talk about Crucible, it doesn't have the whole weapon tree ruckus going on and having to put an item in there and all that. It's just, here's your encounter. And then, of course, there is one boss as well, so occasionally you find a kind of hollow in the ground.
One boss.
Yep.
Okay.
It's in-game, very much in-game. Quite difficult, and he is guarding a lot of Verisium, and also, again, can drop a unique, and I'm pretty sure all those bosses drop a pretty substantial amount of gold as well.
So you've kind of got like 5 micro league mechanics kind of just there also, like on top of all that stuff. But as I said, it wasn't really covered like that extensively in the video. So I guess that was something that people, like that's your kind of like main combat stuff that you're kind of doing, that's in area.
And you've got the bosses like attacking your town and boats
there's a couple
and
other things
too.
like that. So yeah, there's kind of other things. So there's actually a lot going on with that, that more so than what was kind of explained.
You just got here, Aaron. You're just in time.
Patch notes in a minute. To say that
Hopefully.
it seems like a classic fight monster in circle.
For sure.
Fight monster in circle.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, it's 2, 3, 5. So yeah, 4 encounters fight monsters in circle, and 1 is fight monsters in whole area.
Perfect.
Yeah,
that's
classics.
everybody's favorite. So even if you're not that into the meta progression side of things, it's still a fight monster in circle that you get your hands.
Yes.
Oil extractor is true.
It all comes back to
It
that.
is, and again, you can. There's no real harm in like just doing that for as long as you want, accumulating as much gold as you want, and then if you want to engage with the town later or something, that's always something you can do. End of the day, the gold is going to be your primary restriction, so being able to just farm for ages and get a whole bunch of gold isn't going to and while not necessarily engaging with the town, is not going to set you back that far.
Yes, this is very much a take it at your own leisure.
100%, 100%, yes.
That touches on the next question, and the one that when I watched it, I was like, this is the thing people might be most concerned about, is the somewhat controversial area of game design, timers, right?
Sure.
We worried that this would give people ick because they just have that around timers.
I can see what you mean, and like that was honestly when I was talking to Mark about like what's the thing that's going to be the controversial thing about the league. That was certainly up there. One thing that we're wanting to make sure that's really clear though is that you can stack a lot of work like on like in your town that can be done in a queue without you having to come back. So it's not like you have to come back every freaking hour to like check on anything, right? Like you can queue days of work, and like if you're doing like your map runners, for example, like you've got your big queue there that you can do, and then like you can just come back and then they've done all the maps, you get all the loot from all of them.
So you can just log in when you normally log in.
It also doesn't mean it's so long. Like there's these sweet spots in time that we've really aimed for, right? Anything too short, highly annoying. And then anything too long feels like a mobile game. Right? So we have this kind of sweet spots for a lot of them where it's like for example, you have your queue of maps, but I think I will note, like, I'm going to say some times, but it is like highly variable, and you have the agency based on how much gold you have, the skilled workers you have. You can get these things pretty damn quick. You can, but you can also have them take a bit longer, and it's not necessarily the right or wrong answer to go either way. So if you want faster turnaround on your rewards, you do have some agency on that. It'll just cost more gold to do so. And if you want to have like a slower turnaround, like, and focus your gold somewhere else, that is entirely up to you if you want to do that. So it's got a lot of agency. However, like, we have been experimenting with numbers like a lot. It has been discussed constantly. And for example, with the shipping, you had the port of Kalguur. That's the one that has the longest distance, or the 1,500 kilometers. That does take the longest. And I currently believe it's like, you know, towards even 10 hours. But there are ones that are going to take less than 1 hour. And now there are advantages, like a longer shipment will yield better rewards and have higher risk and different rewards. Each port has different unique rewards, and a closer one, but it's not like such a differential that you're always going to do. Well, it's hard for me to predict exactly what players will think that is the best answer, but it shouldn't be the case that you're always doing the thing that takes you feel like you have to do the thing that takes like 10 hours. So there's lots of quick things, lots of long things, and it's kind of up to you how you want to engage with that. And I think that's honestly what mostly differentiates a lot of this, aside with the fact it's also gated by gold, which requires you to actually play the game. It's not like it's just some AFK town. You know, at the end of the day, you have to be playing in order to actually achieve this, killing monsters, looting loot. So there's heaps of stuff there, but we have aimed for that exact sweet spot such that if you are playing... you know, it's not highly annoying, and also not like I never get my rewards. Like it's going to be pretty bad if you're like, I'm level let's say you're in Act 1 and you unlock your shipping, and you send your shipping, and you're like, okay, I'm not going to get that back till I'm level 80.
The ritual problem.
Like, that's just terrible, right? So yes, there are very quick turnarounds as well. For things like that, and then there are longer turnarounds when you're willing to spend that time to do so. And noting there are 3 ships, you could send one to a far port and then one to a close port, so you can get some ships turning around with high frequency and another turning around with a longer frequency. And the same with the mapping. It's entirely based on the difficulty of the maps, and again how skilled your runners are. So if you want to have higher turnarounds as well, you can put in either easier maps, lower tier maps, or you can put in more difficult maps. Now, I did note in the live stream, the timer on the mining was before we had done any iteration, so I'm pretty sure it had some real absurd amount of time to mine that ore. That was just a straight mistake. It does not take that long. It is much, much, much quicker.
It's also worth mentioning with the stuff is that, yeah, like as I was saying with the queues, like, okay, you can just put as many, like when you find resources and there's that sort of mining queue, it's not like you have to like manually reassign your things every time. Like they just move on to the next task.
Yeah.
So effectively what that means is that, yeah, you're not having to come back every, like, you know, and refresh them. You just play, and then the only stuff you have to come back, anything where you'd have to come back and reset them, like for example with the mapping, the queue is long enough that you can just like jam a bunch of stuff in there. And then like what I don't want is you to feel like you have to like wake up in the middle of the night and like freaking, you know, put more stuff in there and then come back. That's what I want to avoid. Like it should be that you're still coming back at the normal time that you would play, like that is our design intent. And so if that's not, you know, like we need to make sure that we're balancing it correctly so that that's the case, you know, that you don't feel pressured to like log in at some time you wouldn't normally do it.
Yeah, this sort of thing can be fun because it's like you get to come back to rewards and progress, and everybody loves progress and progression, right? We're addicts for that stuff. That's why we play this genre. But I was definitely
Replica
concerned about that
Headhunter?
idea that would have to, you know, I feel like if I didn't get on in half an hour after I was planning on logging off, I wouldn't be able to
straight up return.
Right.
But you don't have. It just does that.
Yeah, it just does it.
Well, yeah, we're not making a mobile game here. I know that's the
and you can't pay to skip
association.
any of these timers.
Of course not. And I'm not going to also at one point. I know. Look, these things are always going to be divisive. They're not necessarily going to be globally loved. And part of it is just you're going to have to try it to understand. The concept of a timer is scary to start with, but I'm also on the other hand not going to, you know, sit here about complaining about the cold currency thing and then also implement something that, you know, on the other hand I'm going to have equal levels of frustration with myself as a player. Surprisingly, but you know,
you want to play this after all, don't you?
100. Of course I want to play it. I'm never going to make a game I don't want to play.
No downside.
So yeah, my hope is, but of course that assumes we get it right. The good thing is we're very, very fast to react to this stuff. So if the timers are tilted one way or another, we have so many levers we can adjust to rebalance. It is, of course, we get our internal feedback, we get our alpha feedback on the times, but that's still a very small subset compared to everyone.
This is
so
everything.
I could expect, if things aren't right, if they're off, if something's taking too long or too short, or there's not enough agency, we're very, very quick to be flexible to that stuff and react to it if we have to. But yeah, it's interesting and it's new for damn sure. But I'd say I'm more on definitely on the side of excited over worried.
Good.
But there's always a little bit of worry
maybe.
there. Comes with the job and
With tinctures too.
I like that you guys are still trying new things, whether they work out or not.
100%. A large part of what we always try and do is push the boundary, right? Like just doing the safe thing over and over and over again can make things feel quite stale. So we definitely want to take risks and see where they go and see how they evolve. And because
Warden looks
ultimately,
really cool.
I believe that makes the best game possible for sure.
Keep trying it. One more
Scourge
quick
Menace
nuance about that is
might be back with the tinctures
progress
on a
times
Warden.
and things. That's all even online versus offline.
That's the first thing I thought of.
Like you
when
don't
they
have
said
to
tinctures and they showed the Warden.
stay online to speed things up. Good stuff.
The only things that can happen that disrupt it, and which is obviously like if your map, if your ship gets commandeered, it can get commandeered offline or online.
Played on a Pathfinder, Forbidden
so it
Flame
can
and
stop
Flesh.
it. It isn't something that happens like ultra frequently, and you can avoid it. You can get it to the point where a commandeering will not occur, and the same with your Atlas runners being
Cook
kidnapped. That can occur online or offline, but again, it is avoidable. It doesn't have to happen. Like
I'd be looking at
you
Reeve.
can get good enough people and run
Reeve is already
slightly
good.
easier content, and all of a sudden there's no risk of your
almost
Atlas
good.
runners failing or anything like that.
Yeah. Speaking of risk, so how does this scale with like map tiers and map effect and stuff like that? So as you move up through maps, do you get more resources, more gold?
Oh my god, I gotta
Does it
pee
scale with,
again.
like map quantity.
I gotta be ready for the patch notes.
Yep, gold. So gold scales with everything that drops would scale with. In party, I get my gold, you get your gold. We cannot share gold. Obviously, there's no point in having it. If you can't trade it, then all of a sudden, items do not sell for gold, so it's not like you can trade items to bypass that. But everything, item map quantity scales gold. Yep, all the same. It's auto pickup, obviously. With obviously the new enhanced item pickup radius, and the amount of ore also should scale with quantity. Yes, obviously, much like sulfite, I guess, from Delve. That's probably one of the closest comparisons in terms of like giving you a resource.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it seemed like mostly gold was used to upgrade the buildings and things like that in your town, and that sort of progress is mostly through that. So the resources are all for this shipping to get this risk reward system to get currency and gear and stuff like that. And the multiple pages of currency thing, that looked a bit crazy. Is that for real? Like how much work is getting 3 pages of chaos orbs and divines and stuff?
Well, that's that agency I'm talking about as well, where a long trip should yield a lot of loot. Now, we have made some changes since then where what we're doing is instead of, because we were scaling rewards on quite a quantitative axis, and we've moved a lot of that into more qualitative, so that like instead of getting so much more currency linearly, you're getting better currency instead of more, just so it's less of that.
Alts roll up into chaos and whatnot.
Yeah, if you save up, like you can just be like, I'm just going to play, get all the gold and acquire as many resources as I can and send a shipment that's like maxed out in value, and then put the best possible ship workers on there because you don't want to lose that shipment, I'll tell you that, and send it to the farthest thing. Like you'll get back a ton of loot, but of course you have to. You're now getting 1 week of loot all in one go. You know what I mean? Like, you will get an absolute ton, which some people will find ultra satisfying.
Yeah.
But yes, we are trying to not. Obviously, it shouldn't be that you're just getting 50 pages of items, but you'll get some amount, and ideally the quality of the items get better as you send more, as opposed to just the quantity. Yeah.
I saw a question in chat as well. The wages, how does that work with when's that getting paid? Like, do you get overdrafted account fees? Like, what are we dealing with here?
So you have to take your gold. So you've got your personal gold, and then there's a treasury, and you want to put the gold in the treasury, and the wages only take from the treasury. And the reason for that is so that you're not like just randomly losing your gold. That you're like,
my
okay, I'm going to
culture
get to
is we eat
60,000
bread.
so I can buy these items. All of a sudden it's just
this is
like
gamer
draining
culture.
it, and you like can't
If
figure
there's
out.
food
So
downstairs, we just put it in our
your
mouth.
wages are paid from the treasury. You can do this via Johan or via the village map. There's just you have
Every
to
culture
drag
has some sort of
certain
bread.
amount it goes there.
Like, almost
and
every
yeah, they're
culture.
just continuously drained from that. So it's not like it doesn't really come in chunks. It's like continuously
gremlin
going.
culture.
And do they unionize if you don't put enough money in there, or
Not in Rayclast, no.
no worker protection in
Because
Rayclast?
all of a sudden you might find you're collaborating with those pirates and with those bandits and arranging you're arranging them to come in and kidnap people more often, and you had that abandon option we saw because those workers were
nice.
No, they don't. It's all very much a we're all achieving the same goal, I guess, on the same team, but they just want their money. That's fine.
Yes, the children yearn for the mines. So I cracked up when I saw the map running teams auto simulating map thing.
Yeah.
So do they actually simulate running the map? Do they actually run the map for you and get the things out of it you would get out of it?
We've tried very hard to make it feel like the case. However, of course, you don't simulate actually every single monster dying. It's too much expensive, right?
Extrapolated
but
simulation.
you effectively take here's what you'd have, and then you have, I mean, here's the question: do you trust the workers to pick up the right items? Because what if it's you get back your items and you're like, damn it, I know you left a mage blood on the ground. I just know you did. But yeah, anyway, you're not going to think about that, obviously. I mean, you can if you want, but yes, you do get it back. So if you send them to, I can't remember which maps. We've shuffled all the div cards around, so I'm not sure which maps drop what.
Now
but
we
whatever,
can too.
Whatever one drops mage blood, if you put that base type in, the mage blood card, you will get that card out. That is the way to get that. Of course, generally people like running that themselves. So,
and you're telling me that if it's a Hydra map, they'll bring a Hydra fragment back for you.
Yep, if you put in a Hydra map and they clear it successfully. It's worth noting they have a percentage amount of clear. And you can get that as high as you possibly can, but
Elder
sometimes
maps,
they get through 50%.
I don't have to run Elder Guardians anymore.
It's too hard.
Yeah,
You'll get 50%
are
of
they
the
burning
items.
6 portals halfway through a Hydra map?
Yeah. Some of if you're not sending elite people, they're kind of bad.
There's different quality.
Yeah, have them run Valdo's puzzle boxes.
I mean, if you're sending your miners into the mapping, they don't know what to do. They're just like, I've tried mining the monsters and I failed
on the first pack.
Yeah, but yeah, they'll bring that back. You chuck in a map with 5 delirium orbs, they'll probably all die. But if they don't, they'll bring you back some splinters and some delirium rewards.
So what's the most sketch juiced up map that they can run here if you get the best of the best?
I mean, the same as the player, right? A fully A-prop corrupted T17 with whatever else is bloody on it. I mean, or 16. Right. I mean, they'll probably they might get. Sometimes you actually. It's not mistake proof. You can put it in, and it can be they have a 1% chance of 1% of the map will be
Good
cleared.
luck, guys.
And you put it in, and you see the timer count down 2 seconds, and then they fail, and you're like, oh, they just died.
Portals gone in 2 seconds.
They just died to the first monster.
Damn, that's almost as bad as me.
So yeah, you don't want to do that. But I mean, you technically can. You can just send them to die. Now they don't. In that case, they don't actually permanently die. That can happen. And you actually can lose the worker.
Oh, wow.
There is a sync on that, so you are constantly trying to find more, but it doesn't happen that often. Excellent. And again, it is mostly avoidable by playing a little bit more safe instead of just sending them to their demise all the time.
This whole thing blows my mind. I just love the idea that we can just have a bunch of plebs now to farm our fragments for it, so we can focus on bossing, like kings, while they do the peasant work in fields. Crazy. How did you resist the temptation to not go super hard on this and let us gear them and make parties and change their loot filters?
Well,
and builds?
early on there was all sorts of stuff like that we were talking about. It was we were going full mercenary system with all sorts of stuff for a while, but it was too much and it was too complicated. So we decided not to in the end. But the whole auto running maps thing was certainly something we were very keen on very early in the league.
It's like heist level.
This massive expansion. Yeah. This is actually the downscoped version.
I'm getting that sense.
We certainly had mercenaries as in the first concept, and it was you can send your mercenaries either on the ships or to the maps, and you can gear them up, and you can give them skills, and they have specializations. It's it
was just too much though. It was too much management, too much not good.
So
different, so much going on.
Different league's problem now.
But yeah, that does kind of sound like another league that I want, though. I'm not gonna lie. I like this auto exile thing.
Right.
Exile Team Manager, kind of like a sports manager game. Yeah. Awesome. Maybe for the future.
Maybe.
All right.
Patch notes?
So
Patch
yeah,
notes?
that features list, like that
Patch
video
notes?
just kept going.
Patch notes? Patch notes?
Like you guys also showed
Patch notes?
rune smithing, which is
Patch
like a new take on bench crafting, but has enchantments. These rune words, are they all known recipes, or is there some like discovery process there?
So you start with a few available. So there are different runes, different names. So there's like a sun rune, life rune, power rune. There's all these different names, and you start, I believe. You start with all the ones that require only sun runes, and then once you get a life rune, you can take it to Danig, and he's like, "Oh, now I can learn all of the things that require life rune."
I might make
and
a
then
cup
so
of tea
on.
real quick here.
So I mean, the Kalguurans are the ones who know how to do it. You're just bringing them the resources for it. So you eventually work your way up to the very most powerful ones, and you get things like what you saw there. There was the Fire Mjolnir, which you can put on one-hand or two-hand axe. What we've done is with a lot of the basic outcomes, you can apply that to any weapon, but with a lot of the very specialized ones, you can only apply it to one type of class. So the idea there isn't that like every build is just now doing the Doomfletch Prism on any weapon, the one that we saw on the live stream. It's like, no, that specifically goes on two-handed maces. And then I think the Fire Mjolnir one that was there goes on, I think it's one-handed axes. And each thing goes on specifically one weapon, and what it allows you to do is so we've taken like an interesting bow unique mechanic, and now you can put it on like some dagger or something like that.
New builds, cool. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they get pretty powerful as far as like, I think there's one that is like 100. You can 100% reduce duration of like soul gain prevention for socketed gems on daggers, and like there's freaking every 20 seconds or something you get haunted by a different torment spirit, and I think there's like a rotating shrine buff one, so it's like every X seconds you're getting a new shrine buff on you, and not a lesser shrine, by the way, and sometimes including divine shrine as well. So you can just be like, I'm just going to sit here until I'm immortal, and then I'll do the boss.
17 mapping strategy.
But those all require the highest tier rune, which we expect to be very, very expensive.
So are these something that you can trade, the runes, between players?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. Yes, they all come, primarily all come from shipping, which you can do pretty early in the game, but I suspect late game. And then they are considered a like additional bonus from shipping, where it's like, if you trade to the Kalguurans, they'll send you that back, and the more you send them, the more runes they'll send you, because they're like, thanks for doing business with us.
Yeah, do you know what they're sending you back when you send them a shipment, or is it kind of just like...
No, we've intentionally been quite vague with that, just so people can figure it out. Now, there's some determinism, and then some that's just influenced. So, like, I can say, for example, generally crops are giving you back currency, and there's some general influence, but we want people to figure that out and experiment and make up their mind as to what they think is the best combinations to send
certain
to different
locations,
ports.
certain resources are going to give certain rewards back that players can learn.
And there are bonuses on the port, so like you I think in the numbers there it's set 100, so at any given time it's like they'll pay double for wheat, or I'll pay, and then once you fill that order,
cool.
So after you've sent 10,000 wheat, they might be like, all right, now we're going to pay triple for the next 500 Verisium you send us, and stuff like that. So you are changing your shipments to different ports based on those bonuses. And then, like, for example, the item for disenchanting, just a random slight pivot here, but the item you get from disenchanting, the Thaumaturgic Dust, that is a multiplier on your shipment value. So whatever you send, you then send dust. So if you send some amount of dust, it'll just double your shipment value. And so that one, so it's almost like a meta reward mechanic in that regard.
And that's from grinding up your gear in the gear grinder thing. That's also another feature that was in there.
Mm-hmm. And yep, you get a lot more dust for destroy. So just to add some value to some 1 Chaos T0 uniques, disenchant them, because they will give you the most. They will give you the most.
So
dust.
rarity is the key there. So
generally it's like better items give you more. So 6 mods, higher 10 modifiers, and then rarity higher.
You guys like adding sneaky new item sinks, don't you? Yeah. Trying to get those 1C items to 2C.
Well, I mean, it turns garbage items into good items is the idea, or into more
dust.
tickets at good items. Well, but the point being, the dust is the ticket at better items, you know? Yeah.
Gotcha. Awesome. So another thing, recombination returns from Sentinel. It was mentioned that it's not going to be as strong as it was. It was obviously one of the strongest crafting mechanics we had outside of maybe Necropolis and that. In what ways is it weaker now?
there's two things that have mostly changed about it. One is, and not that I can even specifically remember exactly how it all worked, but there was all this like chance to mutate stuff that was going on with it. That's all gone. It combines the items and that's what it does.
The items together. So is there like the unique extra mechanic like modifiers that can randomly appear? Is that gone?
No, those are gone.
All right.
And so it is just merged two items together. The other thing that I like about doing it this way, as opposed to having it gated behind a currency item, is that you can actually engage with it earlier in the game. Now, I know that's going to be pretty unorthodox for most existing players, but it's still something you can choose to now engage with because the gold cost is based on the item level of the item input, and so you can have it be very, very cheap early and more expensive later. And so it just opens it up to more players instead of just being this thing that you're only ever going to use on the best of the best of the best.
Fun, yeah, that's good. I like that scalability that you can use it early.
Cool. Or even like early maps, it's not going to feel super punishing, and like you can do things like that if you want to.
Thanks so far.
Well, it's a good mechanic for that, but something that wasn't really accessible.
Yes, correct. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, and I know Sentinel was added. They don't drop recombinators now because it's done through this mean. So despite Sentinel being
just
there,
a thing that you can randomly find in extra
I hit my
maps
monitor.
to get more loot.
Just more juicing.
Gameplay. Yeah, and you've done a bit of that too. So in addition to the new campaign stuff, making the campaign more interesting just with this random little encounters, you've got more stuff just appearing in maps as well. So Wildwood,
there's a lot that has to happen.
Sentinel
Actually, POB's not.
Yep. Why not?
Not that crazy, I don't think.
More juice.
Love it.
It's fun. I like the idea of just the random encounters. Like, they're not on the
They've already
Atlas tree
done
right
tincture
now.
stuff, right?
That doesn't mean they never will be. But I like the fact that there's a handful of things that are just randomly spawning, and so you're doing your rotation, and that throws a little bit of a spanner in the works, and only in a positive element, right?
It just
It's not
ingests
like it takes
especially
anything
for
away.
things like that are
the
effectively
JSON
just
kind of
this
updates.
will give you more loot and currency and stuff. So like Wildwood and Sentinel, they're just about like giving you a big boost to your magic find.
No, we're
So you
waiting
might
for
not
patch
necessarily
notes.
want
We're
those to be
going
something that
crazy waiting
players
for
can
patch
have
notes right
active all
now.
the time, but rather as like a cool bonus that randomly appears to make your map spicy.
That is the other benefit, because it is random and not something that you can just have guaranteed.
It's not
they
what
can
you're playing.
they can be stronger.
Yeah.
They can be more
Oh, yeah,
impactful
true.
as a result. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise, they have to match the exact power of every other league or thing you can invest onto the Atlas tree.
Cool. So there was the mention of those like 3 bosses that can disrupt your shipping and all that
They
sort
might
of
go to
stuff.
6 o'clock.
When they take
We might have
something
20 more
hostage,
minutes.
Is just talking about like this gameplay. What is that gameplay like? Are you going into like random fights, or is it always a boss fight that you're going into when you're...
It's always a boss fight.
Yep.
Your Atlas runners will always be taken by the Bandit Lord. Your ship will always be commandeered by the Admiral, whatever his name is, I forgot. Internal name by Pirate Boss. They get named and I don't remember them all the time. And then the one you find in the world is always the same one as well. And then the you pretty much just go, it'll notify you, and then you go back to the town, to King's March, and the NPC will just be like, here's a portal, go there, kill this person, or don't. If you don't want to. Like if you feel like you're going to fail, you shouldn't go and do it, right? And you can bring your party members, but you can only enter it once. Like once you die, you cannot re-enter. So one shot only.
Okay, let's take a little bit of a turn now, looking backwards at Necropolis and reflecting on some of the changes that happened in it. First, the overall endgame overhaul, such as the removal of sextants and the massive scarab rework. How do you just feel about that overall, both of you first? How that went to the endgame overhaul?
I do think overall good, but it's very easy for that to get, looked at from a perspective of a few things that are bad and then looking at it badly. Like there are certainly some things that were imperfect, and we are making some measures to change that. But I do think overall the shakeup was pretty healthy. And when I talk about the bad things, I'm talking like the T17 maps being too hard, right? Yep. And that kind of it overshadows a lot of what's good about it because there's these few things that aren't right. And then I'm also talking like, okay, we removed Wandering Path, great, and then we added Back to Basics, which is also gone now, by the way, just to clarify, which wasn't mentioned there. Like Back to Basics was even more unhealthy than Wandering Path, or equally unhealthy, depending. But both of them not good, not achieving the philosophy we want. So we didn't, because of that, and because Back to Basics became the meta, it ended up like not even evolving that much. And so I'm hoping with this now set of changes, but all of that ultimately comes about with, because what's going to happen is when you are releasing content on this scale, and I am certainly a risk taker. I like to push the boundaries and all that. You are going to have these things happen. It is borderline impossible for us to test everything, and that's where you see a lot of the reactionary patches that we did early in the league to try and fix and improve everything.
That definitely was something that was really hard, just you know, for the team as well, and like it's also very hard just decision making about, is this something that should be fixed or is it not? Like it was pretty rough at the start there, and I think that is something we're trying to improve this time around by looking more at the extremes and like really zeroing in. So there's definitely a mandate to QA now of like, okay, we need to really work out like what is the actual maximum possible thing for this, and like, you know, like what is the difficulty of what that results in? Like, is it okay? Like, is the difficulty versus reward correct for what you know, the players can do here? This kind of thing, and it's something obviously that we should have been like thinking more about before, and like it's something, you know, that we're really making sure this time we'll try and do better. But it's tough because like even thinking about what the most extreme case is can be really hard. Like so many things took us by surprise in terms of like particular combinations of things. Like there's so many just ways to combine stuff, and like from so much content from the past as well, that like it's like, yeah, it's hard to find. Like the fact that there were people finding new ways to abuse stuff even weeks after the you know, it came out just sort of shows you that like, yeah, there's just it was kind of nuts.
Yeah, you guys asked me an interesting question yesterday when I first came in. It was like, how does 150 uniques from a single boss sound to you? I'm like, what the? That sounds crazy. What are you talking about?
So I guess we'll talk about some of the things that were happening that people weren't aware of. So there's there was a Reddit thread, and so I can't remember how far into the league, that was pretty much like, what the heck has happened to the prices of T0 uniques? Yeah. And you had like Defiance of Destiny at like 4C. It was like actual craziness. And yeah, upon looking at this, and oh no, none of this was anyone abusing or exploiting anything.
Not a bug or anything, yeah.
In fact, I think, did we tell you the value of how many unique items were dropping in some of these?
I
told him.
I was going to ask you to guess, but we were getting over 100,000 unique items in some instances, and I'm not even talking in a map. In a single map. And I'm not talking a 6-man group. I'm talking solo players who are able to achieve this, and this is where a lot of those things, so for example, the Shaper Touched rarity, there were just so many layers of multipliers that if used correctly altogether.
100,000.
But you ended up with less than 100 people on the entire realm acquiring over 99% of all T0 uniques. And so we have gone and looked at all that and been like, okay, with this, that is highly compromising the economy and the integrity of the economy, and and we fixed some of this last league, but we are doing more of it this time to make sure that your average and above average player isn't like having the economy ruined as their experience, but we're just really, really controlling that like high top end. And I'm talking like most people would never have known this was happening. They would have just been like, where are all these uniques coming from?
It's not a bug. It's just the math of
it's just
rarity
exactly.
and quantity.
There's technically legal stuff, and like there's always a question with stuff like that, because generally speaking, we have the policy of no mid-act nerfs, and yet there were certain cases, and that was really tough the last league, just because like we did do some changes to certain mechanics, which we wouldn't normally do because it was just so ridiculous. Like there was stuff going on there that just was not okay.
I saw a screenshot of like one of the monsters that would be part of this, and it was like, you know, it had a list of modifiers that was the entire screen, right?
Right. Yeah, we were talking yesterday about whether or not we need a way to collapse the display of the number of essences underneath something's life bar, and it's like, where are we at? Which, by the way, it's still there, so it's like, you know, a thing that you can still do. But yeah, it's and I'm not talking like we're getting rid of all the uniques. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, is 150 all right? And you're like, that sounds excessive. And I'm like, well, it's like, you know, several hundred times less than what it was. But it's still top off screen, bottom off screen of unique items just everywhere. And that's just like a single monster. You get the whole rares in the area. So we want it to be extreme. Like, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be that the entire economy is ruined by you know, 100 people who aren't, or a few people even, who aren't even abusing anything or exploiting anything or doing anything illegitimate. Like, and the problem is, that's where we got into that state where it was like, all right, do we have to nerf X, A, B, C, and D as we kind of discovering and figuring out these strategies? And it's like, let alone the fact that this stuff absolutely rams the performance of the instances, right? Like, I don't know if people saw it when those meat sacks were dying and you'd get like 6-second lag spikes while it's generating the unique items. And so, yeah, anyway, a lot of it is, it's much more controlled now. We've actually assessed exactly where all that was coming from. We've taken a lot of caution to not nerf the average above average even further than that.
A normal player should not see any change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I loved how gloves off it's feeling with your ridiculous changes to the end game here. Like, it feels like you've really opened up over this past couple of leagues to
100%.
change stuff pretty wildly.
Again, I go back to that. Go back to that philosophy of like, if we can do stuff to make things better, we do it. And it's just the unfortunate reality is that, and I'm ultimately the one pushing most people to do this for PoE1, and the unfortunate reality is it comes with risks, and as a result, failures, of which are 100% on me, like without question. And that's why, again, like straight after the patches, it's like full hands on deck trying to make sure everything is as good as possible. And then we get into a little bit of that difficulty of thinking some people want the game to stay as it is, regardless of the state, and a lot of people want it to keep changing. And we get into this kind of like, which side of this fence do we fall on? And we have to really evaluate each change and do it. But look, ideally, the changes wouldn't be necessary. But when you're changing this much, doing patches this massive, this quickly, some of it is inevitable. I would hate to, I personally, and you could convince me, you could, or not convince me, you could tell me I'm wrong about this, you might be able to convince me. I would prefer that we do everything possible with the time allocated, as opposed to like, play it safe, do something, a small patch and give it there, and yeah, sure, it's safe, less will go wrong, but at the end of the day, there's way less to do, way less fun, way less changes, less to learn and evolve with, and it just feels like, I suspect at the end of the day it'll be way more boring, even though it might be more safe. So again, it's possible that I'm gone too far one direction, and we have pulled back a little bit here on some of that safety. But like, I never want to get to the point where we're releasing something flat and stale just because it's safe. I want to always be making sure that we're doing everything to make things as fun and exciting and the best as possible for everyone, including myself when I play the game.
Well, these updates have felt way more energetic. It's I think it's refreshing, I think, for a lot of us who've been playing for 10 years at this point.
Right.
It's pretty cool stuff. So on the tier 17 maps, they were intended to be like a gateway to Uber bosses, but they ended up being harder and more restrictive than that actual content, and we had Uber boss viable builds, really struggling with that actual content. So how are you kind of changing things with that, or are you happy with it, where that's at?
I mean, the ultimate numerical change to T17 monsters is that they have it's approximately 55% less life, so they have less than half the life they had before and 30% less damage, which seems extreme. And I will just note that was like actually not intended.
Yeah, I had an interesting story about that.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that two different designers did the life change to T17 without realizing the other person had already done it.
That's so funny.
So that was kind of like an unintended side effect. But it's like when you come down to, oh, so why the hell are these monsters so damn tough? And then we're like, oh crap, there's someone. There were two people who made this change independent of each other.
We have counted that on the bosses to some degree, so they are not just like an absolute joke now. But yeah, just the monsters themselves, which it did compound with back to basics and the mod scaling, like the thing. Once you have like 400% increased area of effect on the monsters, it's kind of like, okay, this is like getting a little, on the bosses I should say, it's like this is getting a little bit out of hand. Like, how can I dodge this mechanic that is larger than the arena? You could argue they're signing themselves up for it, but then it's like you want that for the rest of the map, which then means the bosses are pretty much like impossible. Strong word to use because everything's always possible with enough, build ruckus going on. But anyway, it wasn't right. Like, these things weren't right. So hopefully with back to basics removed and the changes to T17s, implicitly it should be more approachable to more players. Less you have to play like a subset of 10, 12 builds in order to achieve them. Like, it should be way more open. Obviously with all the melee builds as well, that should be a hell of a lot more viable this time. So I would expect a lot more players to be enjoying those, as opposed to because again, we're solving the item quantity thing where it's like we want to open up more builds and make you feel less like you have to play certain things. So then T17s being that hard resulted in the exact same thing. These are not intentional things. If we when you get to Uber Pinnacle, it's all right for the number of builds to reduce drastically because it's like you want to be a boss killer at that point, or that's fine. But when we're just talking about like the top tier of maps, it's not okay to have it be so constrained there. So just mistakes were made, honestly, and they hopefully are now fixed.
Yeah. So the main design of the modifiers on these maps is these build bricking modifiers, ones that are just basically not doable for certain builds or thereabouts. Why is this the method that you went with for these modifiers?
I personally just think it is important that you actually are investing in rolling your map and finding the maps that you can do, or choosing how you can overcome the modifiers. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion. I very much understand that a lot of people are just like, I can go, and that's all I want to do. But I think especially with the upper tier like that and the extra layer of rewards that they're giving, I think you should have to invest more currency into it and more thought into it, or be like, oh, this is a real good map. It's got like some specific reward modifiers you want, but there's this one bad thing I'm going to have to deal with, and then you actually do commit to dealing with it. It again, hopefully adds more ebbs and flows to the process, as opposed to it, again, just being like out, go and run, and that can be quite, where some people like that, and that's okay. You can still obviously do that with 16s. I do like these things having an impact on your build, just not to... Either one, it should be avoidable or not to the extent it was before. And again, investing into them, rolling them, like it's certainly not something I'd want to stray away from. I actually consider it a success when you have to re-roll your maps. Again, probably a controversial take, but I think it is a much better thing getting an actual... Like, it feels more like an actual game mechanic as opposed to like, well, at the point it's just Alk and go, and Alks are worth so little. Why you just drop them rare, and like, why are you even engaging with the currency on maps system?
Why have mods if the mods don't matter?
Do you take like some consideration to how many chaos, for example, you expect someone to put into a map to produce mods that are on average viable for their build that they're doing?
We do, yes. So I mean, not in the context of a build here, but like, for example, we were like, okay, if we want to make T17s able to be easier, like, should we reduce it back to 4 to 6 modifiers?
Yep.
But then you just, the argument, the reason why we never did that just this league is because, well, now it's even more chaos you have to invest to get 6 modifiers, because the right answer is probably to run 6 modifiers because it gives the best rewards. And so it's like, well, that's just going to massively increase the amount of chaos orbiting someone has to do on those maps. So let's not do it that way. Let's find a different way to do it. So we're definitely considering how many you're having to. From a like hyper build specific, it's like, if I'm playing this exact specific build, how many chaos on average do I need to avoid it? No, not like hyper specific, but in terms of like broad mechanics, we do generally try and consider that.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be taking like a range of builds and saying, oh, on average, it's going to take about 10, 20 rerolls to produce a map you want to.
They dropped the notes a little early.
But, my hope is that some people at least look at it and go, okay, if I just change this one thing, then I can still run it.
You son of a...
so it's not always just like... I know this is probably the preferred strategy. In fact, I'll do it myself probably most of the time. You just avoid anything that's going to cause any friction to your character.
Is that a timeout?
Like, there are probably a good chunk of players who are just like, I will deal with this bit of friction by either slowing down a little bit or changing something or subbing something out, or it's good for those players to be able to do that, because then technically they're having to invest less currency. Whether or not it's worth the payoff, it's up to them really to decide that. But
you want the mods to matter, and I get that. And these certainly do matter. But how do you feel about it versus modifiers that do things like, say,
did that.
This modifier adds these certain sorts of packs of monsters to the map that are very difficult, but also increasing the reward and making the map more interesting by making it more different, as opposed to something like, your energy shield is turned off.
The problem you have with things that are implicitly adding direct rewards,
pathing as the new tree,
beyond certain other things, is obviously the issue of the fact that you now feel like you have to roll for them.
Released?
And you saw this with the Shaper.
Is a maze.
And with the Shaper Touch modifier earlier this league, before it was changed, all of a sudden everyone, and now all of a sudden you're spending more currency on the maps than you were avoiding the builds, because now you're not only having to get a specific rewarding
I don't trust anybody now.
You're having to dodge the build things as well. And so it was even more. And as we've removed some mods this league, like I know the barrels was one of them where people were going for the barrels, and it's a couple of, we've removed a few of those, like, you know, sink currency into this. I would actually expect the amount of chaos you're sinking into these is less this league because we've removed those.
There it is.
But we have kept some, but like we've also then made them rarer, so you're like less likely. But then if you, which I know you could say is counterintuitive to investing currency, because now you have to invest more if you have to get them. But there is a point beyond where you're now no longer expecting to get it, and thus you are just like okay getting it as a surprise, as opposed to when it's kind of within reach, you will just sink currency until it's there. But I actually do like the fact that, like, I honestly, I liked the days back when you would roll for a lot of the maze and then you'd exalt the maps and stuff like that. That stuff was I found that quite enjoyable.
But yeah, it was kind of like the game is a bit different than how it used to be. But
for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're not obviously going in that path anymore. But there's still a little bit of it there. The mods still matter. Reward mods can be bad, but it's good to also have them. There's like a little bit of friction there, which is hard to get perfectly right. And then in the same sense, yeah, I mean, some of them are probably... There are some other small balance changes around T17s, like those bloody Revenant packs are like out of control. You all of a sudden the corpses exploding that you can't even see. Like we did all of this like telegraphing improvements to detonate dead, and then like missed revenants.
Good stuff. Yeah.
So all of a sudden now you're just dead to this invisible corpse explosion, and like
classic.
There's a few other fine-tuned balance around some of the T17 stuff to make it feel less terrible, and I think it's pretty good. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I'm hoping that it's going to feel a lot better.
Should tier 17s be one of the most profitable things to farm?
I think yes. I mean, what is the argument for no?
I've just seen
like,
discussion.
I don't mean from you. I just mean in general.
Yeah, like some people are, concerned about whether that's the thing that should be happening or not.
Well, should T16s before that? And you could argue, well, okay, T17s you have to trade for, and that's the real difference.
Yep.
Is that if you want to run them permanently, you have to trade for them. But generally, the economy sorts itself out there to some degree. It's just that it adds that extra layer of annoyance.
Yeah.
But then also, if T17s were self-sustaining, then it was kind of like what differentiates them from 16s at that point. It's just back to what you were doing with 16s, except they're now purple with harder modifiers, and you could argue that's better or worse, except I really like the idea of that, when you are just generally playing and not engaging with, the trade to that level, you're doing 16s with the occasional popping into 17s here and there. I do think that is generally better, but I can see why it can be annoying for someone who's like, I have to trade for these because I don't want to run anything but them. But that kind of can always be argued to be the case for almost everything.
I mean, in some ways, T17s are like
this is insane.
Are the map scarcity that like the map system used to have long ago at lower levels. It's like you've got this one tier that kind of has that sort of like you're not expected to necessarily, like if you're just playing without trade, to be able to just run it again and again for T17 specifically, and that's kind of also comes down to that same thing with the mods. It's like the reason you're caring about re-rolling and so on for T17s is because of the fact that you don't necessarily have, they're not just growing on trees. That kind of that's why you've got a bit of
always
philosophy
2
with the
seconds.
mods that they have on as well.
I know this stuff is like pretty it's going to be pretty polarizing between people as to what's right there, but like it is very important to us that the ebbs and flows remain, and you don't just end up with this flat boring grind at the very top end like that. Like it should be evoking difficulty, and it shouldn't just feel completely just it again, it gets further away from a game and more towards just a kind of AFKable and I don't mean actually AFKable, but something where you're not really investing much emotion into and thought into, and it doesn't feel like you're playing at that point. It just feels like you're just going along with it. So I think it's very important to have the different spikes and things come and go, and to have friction and all of those things. And I think without any of that, you'd find stuff would get very boring very quickly.
Just very quickly, how do you feel about the betrayal changes, like the change to the Veiled Chaos and the simplification of it as well? It feels like now it's mostly people just kind of spamming Katarina with maybe some consideration to getting some like div card stacks or something like that, but you're not really doing as much of the engaging with the board now, I think.
Betrayal is in a very bad state, for sure.
Good.
I am not happy with it. It was on the list of 325's thing. I know, despite the fact we have so much, there was more. We didn't get round to doing it.
Okay, Betrayal
it's
still
currently
sucks.
slated for 326. I'm very much hoping we can do it then. The main thing I want to divorce is so I actually just want there to be there is one safe house, and that and so all 4 connect to one thing. Sorry, how do I explain this? It's like effectively Katarina isn't tied to the safe house. Like you can do your safe house, and that will give you a ticket to Katarina. And so you just have one safe house that has the whole board on it, and you earn intelligence for it, and the people still have their reward association, and then doing that gives you a itemized version of Katarina you can run separately. But the main thing is you're not linking the board to Katarina's, because there's always been this friction of do I min-max my Katarina outputs, or do I do my interesting board layout? And you're just at the point where it's like, screw all that. I just want as much mastermind intelligence as possible. Yep. So I'm not going to interact with anything on the board really, except for whatever might min-max that. And so, yeah, I want to divorce those two things so that you don't have that conflict, because we have never been able to get that balance, and I don't even know if that's possible. You're always either going to want to never run Katarina because it destroys your board state, or you'll always run Katarina because the Veiled Orb. And so I want to, divorce those two things such that one doesn't destroy the other. Because it hasn't been right the whole time. So, and I think that will just be a much, much better if we do that. And then Katarina is just there as a thing you can do. You do the boss fight and you can trade for it. You can buy the tickets to it if you want. Or, and then you can do all the board interaction, separately. You'll still have I want to min-max my safe house running to get tickets to Katarina, but what we can do is have a correlation of the chance of getting it, or the number of the tickets you get to Katarina correlate to the state of the board somehow. But at least I don't ever want it to be like I'm not going to fight Katarina because I don't want to reset the board. I don't think those two frictions should ever occur. It hasn't been right, honestly, since we released it, to be honest.
All right,
so.
Let's let him cook, hey? Let's let him cook. So we should talk just a little bit about Necropolis itself. I know you were pretty excited for the mechanic. I was too, because I love a good, thick crafting league. And it certainly ended up very powerful, but ultimately the crafting mechanic not that popular, I think, due to the friction of engaging with it, the corpses, managing all of that. But how do you feel about Necropolis in hindsight now?
Yeah, definitely that part is, well, we kind of knew going in that it was more on the complicated side, for sure. Some things just kind of, it's not necessarily a problem for something to be a little bit more complicated like that, but it probably went a little bit too far. That being said, it was pretty damn powerful, especially after our changes we made very early into the league. In terms of getting like full T1 modded items, probably went a little bit too far, to be honest. But yeah, that being said, understood it was a bit too computer sciencey, I like to call it, in terms of like lots of figuring out, what to do, and kind of uncertainty to the point where it overwhelmed a lot of people. And that's where you see, even recombinating and runesmithing coming back way more simple, straightforward. Some things are just very clean cut. Some things are a little bit more complicated, and different users appeal to both. Would I have changed it now knowing that? I mean, I would have had the balance initially go out correct at the start, but I would say there's still a place for things like for it.
The update was certainly very solid for it, making it a lot better.
Simplified a bunch of stuff down with it as well. I'd probably have gone a bit further with the simplification if I'd had to redo it with some of it. Some of those like meta mods and some of the more crazy things are a little bit,
For me though, it wasn't about so much how much complicated it was, and it was more about the just getting so many corpses, trading for so many corpses, right?
Sure. Yes, fewer, more impactful ones would have been a lot better. Yeah, you ended up getting a lot. That's partly due to the Atlas Tree passives, which was a mistake. Straight up, goodbye, they're gone.
Yeah.
If it was to redo,
experiment, done.
100% experiment. They're no longer there. Everyone saw that as an Atlas Tree tax.
Yeah.
Yep, it was. You could have argued making them way weaker would have mitigated that. Whatever.
Why?
The original intention of it was like, okay, we want these keystones because it allows people to change behavior. And I think if we are to see that again, we would have that. We'd have introduce ways for people to change the behavior, but not invest into the increases and more corpses and all of that, because it felt mandatory and it often will when you have the league in every single area. And so, yeah, that was a pretty big contributor towards this problem.
It felt like the opposite of what we were talking about with Gold, where Gold allows you to turn like user experience friction into gameplay friction. It was the opposite, where it was all user experience friction, because it was about trading with a ton of non-responding people for corpses.
Well, sure.
40 times per craft.
Offering
we also
skills don't
obviously made a
require
lot of changes to that early as well in the league, but still it was like,
15% chaos.
I know. I remember Ziz messaged me at one point and it's just like, oh my god, the amount of quad tabs I need to hold all these corpses, and I'm just like feeling real sad about it. It's not like that was the intention by any means. So yeah, I didn't quite hit the mark for sure.
Just lessons learned.
Lessons learned for sure. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
These are with the new prismatic oil.
Had a bit more mixed positive.
Some of these are already in the game.
It was definitely a very cool added layer of
some of these are new
customization, but it was not optional, and that was definitely the concern we had going into it. And it also added just that extra layer of work that you have to do before you can start playing, which PoE has a fair bit of. And
for sure. And again, we with the league being like something you do have to generally engage with before doing areas. It's again that kind of X factor that makes a league different and makes it feel different. But at the end of the day, probably was a little bit too much annoyance to have to do this thing every single area. But it's certainly we try these things out here and there. Some people probably thoroughly enjoyed engaging with that stuff, of course. And I mean, end of the day, leagues are never going to really be for everyone. They're always going to have some amount of people who aren't really into it. But look, we tried something new. We always do like to try something new when it comes to these leagues, and a lot of people did enjoy various elements of it. Some of it doesn't hit. That's all right. Like, we don't do it again, right? Like, that's part of it. And this is a lesson learned every single league, right? There are always elements of leagues that don't work. There are elements we learn from. There are elements we don't repeat. And then we take often what we can do is take the stuff that is good, that is fun, and find a way to integrate it into the game later. And now the core game experience is overall better as a result of us, learning from all the stuff.
Yeah. Keep the experiments going. Keep going wild with it. We're going to go rapid fire now so people can get their 30,000 patch notes, their record-setting patch notes very soon.
Blood-soaked.
So we had finally the much-awaited massive melee changes. What was the big thing that led to you guys pulling the trigger on this issue?
Ultimately,
melee stuff.
Ultimately, the community. People wanted it.
What was the key change that you kind of needed, maybe to get figured out?
The one that I remember us walking through was there was kind of we made a document of okay, what are the things that a melee build currently mandatorily needs to know to do in order to be viable, and effectively we had all these multipliers, and if you didn't know to do them, then you just sucked.
Just bad. Yeah.
And so effectively we needed to do something about that to make it so that just hit things is a more viable path. I think this is really looking at that, and so that hence why you have the removal of melee totems and so on. Honestly, even I was kind of shocked that Mark was let's just straight up remove them. I know we talked for a little bit about maybe there's some way to make it so that you don't, the builds that use them aren't the same as melee builds or something, but in the end it was just you know what, we'll go clean slate.
Getting back 3 to 4 sockets is actually
let's just get rid of any of these barriers. And I think that was probably the right choice.
Mandatory.
I just want you to hit things
points
with your weapon, or monsters or the ground with your weapon, and things die, and you're not having don't get me wrong. I want there to be secondary axes of skills that are often skill involved. You do have to use them. I don't just want it to be that you have 1 6 link and every single other gem slot is empty. It should be that there are these other axes, but I also want you to be able to choose whether or not which ones you use, which ones you invest into the tree.
Yeah, we have the banners.
Whereas
now,
a lot of what was happening before is something is often either too powerful that you feel like you have to use it, and all of a sudden now every single build is using this exact same thing, and every single build feels so similar. Whereas really the way that should ideally work is something is much weaker initially, and you have to invest into the passive tree and stuff like that to make it good enough. But it means that different characters will have different secondary specializations, and you'll find a lot of these, something like tinctures, something like retaliation skills, they're going to be quite polarizing. People are going to love them or hate them. And that's okay. That's good. And it means that you get these differences in builds where you are actually speccing into and using these secondary things. But the one other main thing is I really want it to be less unique item-driven mandatory things, right? I don't want uniques to suck, don't get me wrong. I just want it to be that it's like, in order to do X, Y, and Z, I must be using this, and now I'm considered viable by the game's standards, you know,
like build checklist thing that we...
Yeah, it's gone a little bit too far. And so we're bringing a lot of these mechanics to the forefront on the passive tree, because that is one way place. And of course, by having more... Like, considering when you got this league, you're going to have runesmithing. You've got the
explode on the
quality
tree.
Changes applies to unique. You've got the new modifiers on rare items. You've got like, we haven't buffed the life on every unique. We've buffed it on counts. That's it, right? So all uniques proportionally just got worse to rare items, quite intentionally, so that, you know, rare item, and it's not, you know, it's not just hiding behind all these things you got to learn and wiki and do all of that. So it should be that you can get further without having to have extreme specialized knowledge.
Dropping a banner's not hard if you only have one button
especially
to press.
with melee this time round.
Like,
and on top of that, like, bringing a lot of these hidden mechanics that were like hard to figure out way more to the foreground, so they're just more obvious and you can figure them out. And also just, yes, hit things and they die, and not feel so like, okay, I'm hitting things and they're not dying, but now I do this thing and this thing and combine this and this and this and this and this, and now things get hit and die. That is still there, and that will allow you to go even further and even more efficiently, and thus get more items and more power, of course, right? We're not dumbing things down. The intention is just to make it that, like, if you aren't doing all of these things, you're not just absolute garbage, you know?
Well, playing devil's advocate a little bit,
this right here is crazy.
New banners, is that kind of just melee totems again?
I mean, not in this... Okay, they're not as powerful implicitly. They are... It depends on what you want to call it. You can look at the totems from a perspective of, yes, the busy work side of things, of I'm having to do this thing every so often, sure. But it's also not like, if you don't use them, it's not like you're bad, right? You can get damage from so many places. Only one of the banners is giving damage. It's giving a lot less damage. In order to make banners really good, you have to spec into a lot of them onto the tree. They are still kind of good. I do expect a lot of melee characters still to be using them. And I do like the idea that there is... you know, skill involved as to thinking, when should I use them?
They're not an always up thing like the totems were, which is the biggest issue with them.
Unless you invest into them, in which case, so one of the passives that was shown is that banner effects linger for X seconds. They automatically pick up when you exit the radius, so you can place them down and then just sprint, and then you get the effects for seconds, and then you can place it again.
Yeah, it should be again.
And sure, yeah, it might end up being like on rotation. It's being used for some builds, and on others they're being way more tactical with it, waiting, like doing it during a breach and during this, but on regular monster to monster clearing they're not. Kind of want it to be... I feel like you have a lot more agency with banners, and yeah. The other thing, of course, being getting rid of, even like Berserk. We're getting rid of a lot of the extreme high power mandatory things. That if you were a player who didn't know about it, all of a sudden you're not, you know, considered viable. And the one other thing we've done there, I know we said rapid fire, but don't worry, it's part of the question.
People can wait.
We've made sure to we've got spreadsheets out the wazoo of like experience per hour testing. We've got, like, you know, time testing. We've got like our one of the people probably see him takes ages, always on the ladder, freaking winning things here and there. He has been sitting there running, literally doing races, technically with every single class, for the last 3 months, probably straight. Every single waking minute, he is playing a different character, writing down times to kill Brutus, time to kill this, time to get to this, time to do this, XP per hours everywhere, what variables make the most difference. And we've taken all of that data and gone and been like, all right, these are the outliers on the bottom, these are the outliers on the top. Let's like find out where the things should sit. And generally, it's now meant to be, if you are a character with a melee character, and let's say you've got 70th percentile gear, and there's a caster next to you that has 70th percentile gear, if you can maintain, a melee character is generally meant to be stronger and more efficient at that point, of course, but it is easier to take damage and harder to maintain damage uptime as a result. So if you can overcome those two axes, a melee character with equivalent gear should be better than any other character.
In a better player's hands.
Worse for
and then a better player can obviously seize that even better and take that even further.
That's fascinating. Wow. So we've got like new item bases going into much higher level maps and stuff like that as well. What kind of led to that change there? Just making rares matter again?
Making rares matter again is one thing, but also it's, again, adding that very obvious way to keep getting upgrades throughout endgame. Honestly, given how long endgame takes and how much of an integral part of it is, like the amount of base types introduced there, like sure we had steel rings and two-tone boots, but they didn't really make a huge difference. So we're just adding more here. It is more clear. Like if you are struggling in yellow maps, you have something you can try and get now to make that easier for yourself. If you're struggling in red maps, you have these obvious things that are like, this will be an upgrade for me. Let me actually try and do it.
Patch notes in another 40
obviously
minutes.
just on the defensive axis for now, so you can maybe focus a little bit more of your passives into damage, along with all the new defensive tools. But yes, primarily it is like, a more obvious, here's a way that you can upgrade your character. And of course, for high-end players, it's a new thing to strive for, to push their character further than ever before. I wouldn't say this specific direct goal is like get rid of unique items. That is just a happy side effect of, rare items mattering more once again.
All right. We'll wrap up pretty much there. We've got lots of new leagues coming back this time. Is there any other ones you're looking forward to? I know people have been asking about the Trial of the Ancients as well, whether that sort of stuff's coming back.
Trial of the Ancestors, probably not. Maybe for I don't know. You never know with these things. If you had asked me Sentinel, I would have said no.
Yeah.
And now it is. So you never know with these things, honestly. I'd say there's no current plans, but
okay,
who knows? Things change every week around here.
Guys, this was a massive Q&A. I'm exhausted. It's awesome. Let's go take a break and let people read some patch notes. And there'll be an FAQ news post wrapping up some of the questions from this, but also ones that we didn't get a chance to get around to. So you guys will be able to answer some of them there and read some of those later. But thanks so much, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck to everyone reading those patch notes.
Yeah, good luck.
It'll take a while.
Oh, God.
We considered doing audiobook versions of them in the past, but I'm not going to be sitting there. I would have to be reading it.
Pick your favorite streamer. Remind them to drink lots of water and enjoy, folks. But that's it for now. I'm Ziggy. Thanks for watching, folks. See you later.
Oh, we got it. We got it. Oh, you see how fast I am? Did you see how fast I am? Oh, we got it. All right. Whoo, baby. That was the beginning of a very, very long stream today. All right, everyone, make sure I'll give everyone 60 seconds to grab some water. Whoop, that's the wrong scene. So I'll move that over there. Give everyone 60 seconds to grab some water, and all of that. Make sure everyone's ready. What's up, Env? How's it going? And then we're gonna go through these. Actually, I'm gonna type very specific things right away. All right, Bane now does what is that? 12% more damage, something like that. Bane of Condemnation, same thing. Okay. So Bane, some more damage. It's like not enough. All right, Essence Drain. Now another 300. So all right, 20% more damage. The effectiveness, who cares about that? That doesn't affect Essence Drain. All right, none of that matters. Let's look at Wither. See if Wither's been affected. Nope. Really? Really? No way. No way. All right, Lancing. The following steel is no longer the physical tag. Okay. Lancing Steel Spraying no longer has physical damage. Now it's 260 effectiveness. Now it's a mana cost. No. No, Bane barely got touched. It's not enough. Bane basically needs like double the... If they don't change anything else in a vacuum, Bane basically needs this damage doubled to really be compelling. I assume it's going to be the same thing for like Blight and all that. They just buffed the damage by 20% for all of the skills. It's not enough. It's very much not enough. 20% more damage is not enough. It needs to be borderline doubled. Oh, Desecrate and Unearth are nerfed though, huh? Desecrate, the maximum level of a corpse is now level 20. Oh, no, unchanged. Scaling up to 80. Okay, yeah. At level 20 is scaling up to 80. Previously level 100. Oh. That might be... Yo, thanks, Onath. Yo, thanks for the subs, everybody. Let me turn this on now. Thanks, guys. Okay. I don't know. I'd have to look at the numbers. This might be enough. This might be enough. I mean, that's a pretty big change. That might be enough. We'd have to look at the numbers in the wiki. I'll let people that know more speak to this. Adorned? I mean, it's definitely a nerf, though. It is a nerf. Adorned stops at 100% now, and it has a floor of 0. Holy. That's a gigantic. I didn't think they would bring it down to 100. I thought maybe 130, 120 at the most. Oh my god. Did I have Adorned on here? I did. I was right. All right. Adorn nerf. Oh god. Chaos did get buffed, but so little. DD got nerfed. We'll say that. You guys said Archmage no nerf? Fix the bug. We're Stormbind. Power Siphon the Archmage. Nothing. All right. Archmage not nerfed. Yo, thanks, Medea. I will say DD got nerfed. Yeah. Archmage did not get nerfed. We can say new chase items, but they said Betrayal didn't get changed. I definitely borrow power with those runes. 100% borrow power. No transfigured gems. What about Holy Relic? Holy crap. All right, we only have Holy. So Holy Relic untouched. Taste of Hate. Instead, now it has 20 to 30% of fire and lightning from hits taken as cold. Wow. Taste of Hate. No. Later. Wow. All right, that's gone. Yeah, the Adorn nerf was big. I mean, we guessed a lot here, but this did not end up with. Yeah, I think we checked everything here. We could look at Expedition. Scarabs. I don't think anything changed here. Oh, look at this. Oh, yeah. Okay, Overwhelm is still there. Yeah, no change. Okay. What about Lightning Coil? Yeah, he said these are all changed, right? It's not here. Cloak of Flame. Neither. Physical, let's see, taken as. The 10% physical from hits taken as Chaos Mastery is replaced with 20% it just reduced from crits. Wow. Player spawn corpses are no longer affected by modifiers on maps. Wow. Detonate Dead definitely nerfed. Unstoppable Hero has swapped positions with Fortitude. No longer gives attack speed, armor, and evasion. Or cannot be stunned. Instead, now it says, nearby allies count as having fortification equal to yours. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So, Unstoppable Hero, right here. Swapped positions with Fortitude. Okay, I mean, what this means is you are no longer you're just gonna take Fortitude, right? You just get Fortitude, and then it makes it more interesting, I guess, to take other nodes. No one's gonna care about Unstoppable Hero anymore, unless you're doing an aura-based ally champion thing. You still get First to Strike, Last to Fall, Fortitude, and then whatever else you want. He's still really good. He's still really good. I think that's actually really nice because it opens up another passive, right? It actually just gives you another node. I wouldn't call that a nerf specifically at all. Did Bama survive? I don't know yet. Blink Arrow, yeah. Divine Blessing has been removed? March of the Legion is now the sole source of this support. What? Yo, thanks, Cuff Dog. What? That changes a lot. What? No, they didn't buff chaos dot enough as far as we've seen. Physical damage mitigation on a witch? Yeah, they said Fizz taken as is gone. They said that in the announcement. It's even gone from implicits and everything. That's wild. So Fizz taken as is just gone. Can no longer roll, so might still be on some uniques. Yeah. The flat armor on determination is down by 1,000. Which is fine. Yeah, they said on average you're going to have more anyway from your gear. So that doesn't matter. So all the people going full conspiracy theory about, thanks permaband. There's no cat, sorry man. 2 years GP, thanks man. Determination. They said you're just gonna get more. All the people going full conspiracy theory and saying there's no way you could reserve that little. I was like, yeah, you can. Yeah, I am very curious. New Eldritch implicit modifiers have been added that grant physical damage taken as. Really? Really? Lethal Pride is gone with physical taken as. Yeah, definitely killing some builds here. Many of them no longer roll. They added a new set of Purity Watcher's Eyes. Interesting. They added them for Eldritch implicits. Gravicius's mod is now banner effect. The Gravicius mod, they really don't want people with that. Corel is now Warcry buff effect. Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? Witches don't have to farm that anymore. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, Lightning Coil. Yo, Titleist, thanks, man. Fizz taking as chaos, what? Yeah, it's currently used. Fizz taking as chaos is pretty common right now if you're doing whatever that Timeless Jewel is. All right, let's go through these normally. Yeah, Divine Flesh, exactly, Divine Flesh. No, I wouldn't say untouched. They nerfed the Mastery. The Mastery's gone. All right, added a new gem, Crushing Fist. I don't know how these retaliate things work. So they looked cool, but I don't know if they're going to feel good while you're playing. Maybe they're good. Maybe they're good. But, waiting for enemies to hit you, it's kind of weird. But hey, maybe they're good. We'll see. So these are all the retaliation things. They seemed interesting. No, the Bane buffs are not enough. I don't think they're enough. Right? 20% more damage is not enough to go. If it takes you 20 divines to hit, 5 million DPS, and then you just have 20% more damage, right? You just go to 6 million DPS. Going from 5 to 6 million DPS is not enough to make a build good. Maybe I'm missing something, but maybe there's more nerfs. Or maybe there's more buffs to it. All right, so we're going to ignore those. Added 60 new armor base types. Yeah, I saw this. Damaging retaliation skills every 6 enemies. What was the chaos build I did last league? That was poison. That was not chaos taught. Following uniques have been added. Okay, so these are the ones that you... At least Hand of Freesia. I guess maybe all of these are the Necropolis ones. 15 other new uniques. 5 div cards. 72 foiled items. 72 more void reliquaries. Interesting. You can still get those? 179 more Valdos. Jeez. We got the new chisels, which are very interesting. These are... It looks like a more controllable way to give the player access to Magic Find. That's basically what they look like, is controlled Magic Find that doesn't go out of control with gear anymore. We got the Prismatic Oil. 3 new Grandmasters to the Holo Grandmasters. Cool. Icons to have health bars to display whether or not they are armored. Yo, what's up, Oyana? Bane got buffed, but not enough. Yeah, man. Thanks, dude. The new the Warden looks interesting. We're taking the opportunity to examine the armor of different monster types to make sure they're appropriate. I don't know. What does armored mean? I don't know. Creating a solo self-found character no longer requires... Really? I didn't know that was a requirement. Interesting. Added a slot for stacked decks in the currency stash tab. Cute. Could have done that a long time ago. Okay. Melee totem skills have been removed. Yep. To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every melee skill. As the majority of damage growth comes from gem levels, we also have made them cost more mana as they level. The following gems have been removed: Ancestral Protector, War Chief, Vol Ancestral War Chief, and Earthbreaker. Players who have purchased the Iron Maiden or Void Ancestral War Chief microtransactions will have these removed, and the points spent will be returned to your account. Existing versions of Shaco and Dragon Fangs will now provide another gem. Dawnstrider no longer gives 100% increased effective buff. It now has socketed slam gems are supported by level 25 Earthbreaker and gives Ancestral Bond. Okay, so you still get melee totems. Interesting. And 5% of damage taken from your nearest totems. Okay, that's kind of nice. The large wheel's been removed. Panopticon's gone. Ironwood now gives 40% increased totem life. Some clusters are changed. Totems get 16 auras. That's kind of nice, actually. Yeah, other totem builds kind of cool. All right, banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. Oh. 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 Okay. I mean, if they cost 0 mana in just a single socket, I'm okay if they only work when they're down. I don't, yeah. I know they're like the new totems. I am aware. I mean, this makes it interesting, you know, depending on the wording for all of these. Interesting for potentially other builds as well. The new clusters have been added. Now grants banner buffs linger on you. Yeah, with the lingering, right? Additional 3 seconds on the linger. And I looked at it. The base duration on these banners is 10 seconds now, I think. So, you know, was that 13 seconds of your banner? It's fine. And the banners can't die. Like that's a really good point. One of the worst things about totems was the fact that they constantly died when you're fighting a boss. If you have a banner that lasts 13 plus seconds, you can probably make it even longer. That can't die. That's fine. Yeah, and it's instant. You don't worry about totem placement speed or anything. Yeah, it's fine. Defiant Stand has been added. Defiant Stand now causes you to gain 3 endurance charges and frenzy charges when you place a banner. Yeah, we saw this on Terror, 20% chance to explode during banner effect. This one is really interesting. Like, if banners are not annoying, 20% explode. Like, I think someone in chat said it a while when we were doing the Q&A, the very short Q&A. They said any encounter like Expedition, Blight, Abyss, there's a lot of encounters actually, Ultimatum, where you just stand still. Ritual, we can keep going. Lots of encounters where you just stand still and monsters keep spawning. Particularly if banners have pretty good AoE, that's fine. Just having a free just a gem socket for a 20% chance to explode, that's pretty insane. Even, yeah, the new league mechanic too, right? Perfidy, yeah, maybe something with Perfidy. Yo, thanks, Butch. Thanks for subbing, man. All right, new banner passive memories. Also maim enemies. Just getting maim extra there is really nice. Gain valor when you Warcry. Remove a random ailment. Recover 3% of life when you place a banner. And 8% increased damage. Like, this might be pretty strong masteries, actually. Rage has been more fundamental and discoverable. 1% more attack damage per rage gained to a maximum of 30. All right, you know what? Here we go. Let's start taking some notes. Melee totems removed. All right, melee. Just gonna say melee. Totems removed. Banners, basically new totems, but more interesting, easier to use. Rage reworked. 1% more damage per rage gain to a maximum of 30. No longer gives you attack speed or movement speed. You lose 10 rage every 1 second. Okay. Every hitting spell now scales damage effect with gem level. It's even better for spells. Every hitting spell. So, yeah, I mean, no chaos dot for us. Rage is, all right, so you get rage more quickly. Rage has been reworked a little bit. Rage effect applies to the damage inherently granted by rage. Okay, so it's just local to the rage bonus. So we got to be careful when we talk about rage effect, how it's scaling just that more damage multiplier, not your base damage. So the way you want to think about it is this 1% more. If you have 10% rage effect, it's 1.1% more. And it's not your total damage goes up by 10%. Okay. Chainbreaker and Calm Spirit have been updated to state the rage regeneration does not delay the inherent loss of rage. Bear's Girdle, Oh, Calm's Primacy is just straight up 5 rage on hit. I don't know how good the base item is, but... what's up, classy lady? Rigold Savagery. All right, so you can just... Yeah, most of this is just, hey, you can get rage more easily. What do they say about Berserk? How do they spell Berserk here? No, Berserk no longer provides damage with attacks, anything. Berserk no longer does what it used to do. Now is just 40% rage effect, up to 59. So it goes to 1.59% more damage. Aw, no longer increases the size of your character. What about, where's my beefdens at? Come on, man, where's all my beefdens? Have we talked about Bane? Doesn't look good for Bane, no. I looked at Bane, it's like 20% more damage. I don't think it's enough. All right, rage rework. Tincture is added to the core game. How about Fire Trap? We'll see. I should have typed these in too. Frostblink. That doesn't matter. All right, Fire Trap. Untouched. So here's the question. Yeah, untouched. The question is, for that build, is... Yeah, I mean, what are the defenses? What are the physical damage mitigation options for a witch right now? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. All right. Yeah, Divine Blessing being gone is pretty insane, right? Losing an entire... I guess, yeah, the physical... No, well, we lose Taste of Hate. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll read through them. All right, tinctures have been added to the core game. You can place a tincture in a belt slot. They have this mana burn thing, so you can't leave them on forever. You have to turn them off as you lose mana. And if you run out of mana, it turns off automatically. So you can't just like leave it on and not use mana with like life tap or something. But yeah, and then we saw that there's a keystone, the Bloodstone Blade. It will burn your life instead of mana, which, okay. When you have Vol Pact and stuff, you could probably sustain it for a long time. So tincture. Burst of Energy tincture. New masteries. The first 6 stacks of mana burn have no effect. 30% increased evasion rating. 1% flash charges gained per mana burn on you. Flasks adjacent to applied tincture have 10% increased effect. Wow. Tinctures deactivate when you have 12 or more mana burn, just making it automatic. That's a skill issue point, right? When I'm lazy, we have these retaliation skills. Without practicing these, I can't comment on them. They're a new category of skill that is just, we already have things that retaliate, right? We already have like counterattack skills. And it seems like they're doing this with retaliation on Gladiator now. Without actually using them, it's very hard to comment on what they feel like. It seems interesting, but as always, relying on an enemy to hit you first is often a difficult. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe they work with maybe some of them work with self-hitting with Forbidden Right, stuff like that. We've seen that with some of the counterattack stuff, so I don't know. Yeah, these are totally replacing counterattacks, yeah. So it'll be interesting. Yeah, right here. They've been removed. We'll see how these work out. Yeah, there's secondary attacks, but you also, if you're not a gladiator, I think you have to manually press them, right? Once you meet that condition, you can unleash devastation. I guess that's the question, right? In order to use them, do they trigger or do you press the button? I assume press the button, which is annoying. But maybe it's good enough that it's worth. I don't know. All right. Added a 6th slot to the map device. The 5th slot is now from Maven. The 6th one is still from the other encounter, right? So you can do it in whatever order you want. Maps tier 16 and above and above now have a chance to encounter the Wildwood, although they don't contain the NPCs. Instead, you have a chance to find Nameless Seer in tier 16 and 17 maps anyway. He can scry maps, which means you can move where div cards drop, so you can basically customize and craft your ideal map that you want to do, which is really interesting. You say, for myself personally, I really like running the old Strand, and I can set up Strand so it drops doctor, apothecary, nurse, and something fun. I think that's really interesting. So you can just craft your own perfect map and just run that one all day, which is really, really nice. You can type the name of the div card in the highlight filter. It does work. Okay, so you can just type it in and see where it drops. Added a new fragment, an audience with the king. So now you can fight King of the Mist from the Wildwood Ascendancy or expansion, and then he can drop the Prandus Pact. But it's still using that which was taken icon, which was interesting. The Name Taker, the Flawed Refuge, and the Trickster Smile unique items are no longer in the core drop pool and are now from the Ismeri Wildwood. Okay. Yep, they also brought back Kalandra Reflection. Very cool. Sentinels are now in tier 16, tier 17 maps, but they just are random encounters. Maybe they're on the Atlas tree. I guess we'll see that. But yeah, I mean, everyone likes Sentinels. You can't put all the good cards on one map. Oh, can you just move one? Or does it moves all of the cards from a map onto another map? Is that what it does? It's not just one card, it's all of the cards? You think it's a full swap? I guess it swaps 2 maps div cards. Okay. All right, interesting. And only one can be active? Okay, all right, I take that back then. Okay, so it's just one full swap, if that's what it says. Did I snipe the socketed Vol skills? I have 100%. I saw people talking about it, yeah. Yeah, Vol skills. So with all of those enchants, Mark said that they're going to be very rare. Like, I'm assuming potentially tens of divines per. Like, we saw the crafts were like 5 of those runes per, and I'm guessing somewhere between 5 and 20 divines per rune. So I think those are going to be very expensive crafts. That's my guess. It's 5 to 20 divines per rune, because those crafts are so good. Like, hey, they're insane build enabling things, right? Dancing Dervish. Anything that's like below, besides a couple things I've checked, like I'm going down, right? I'm not like, I haven't read the whole patch notes yet. Monsters killed from all leagues and additional content can now drop maps. Oh, okay. Now all maps, now they all can. Introduce the Scarab of Bisection. Oh, Scarab, Chisels, and Horizon Orbs now follow the same drop rules as maps as they're consumed proportionally to endgame maps. They do not drop more with additional party members present, nor do they scale with item quant on the player. Not that you can get it outside of standard anyway. So all item quant is gone too, just all of it. Wow, they are just straight up proportional to the number of maps dropping. Wow, Scarab and Chisel farming. Proportional to maps, huh? Just straight up. That's wild. Yeah. Our plans, so for reference, I was planning, like we practiced already. We have a whole spreadsheet and everything. We've been practicing group play. There's a good chance. Yeah, there's a good chance that it's not worth doing. Like it might still, with a perfectly organized group, like trading a lot of stuff is still valuable. But in terms of the amount of work that it is, it might not be worth it. It's a lot of work. And you have to go super hard to do it. Yeah, group play might be just not worth. Which is super interesting. Notable passive skills. You can no longer anoint beef? What? You can't anoint beef? What the hell? All right. Rip beef. All right. Anyway, Scarab of Bisection allows you to select nullify prefixes or suffix crafting options on the map device. Horn Scarab Awakening no longer provides these. So if you nullify, I don't know if anyone ever picked those. I guess in weird T17 situations. But if you nullify, I would assume you also don't get the quantum pack size. So it's like, how much better is that than just using some more chaos and with a regex? I don't know. Beyond Scarab and of Invasion now cause rare monsters to create additional Beyond portals. Previously just unique. Okay. More Beyond monsters. Scarab of Oils. Now it's Blightheart. Blight encounters have one blighted chest. And more monsters. Okay. Delirium Scarab of Mania. Delirium of Area increases 50% faster. No longer 150% div cards. Instead, 8 to 12 packs of Dogeries devoted, which drops stacked decks. Really? Really? Creation is now plenty. No longer 10% more cards. Now causes 5 packs of monsters. Wow, they're really scaling back the div card farming in general. Like a lot of the stuff is what group play would do to... Yeah, let me see if they said anything in the Discord. GG. Oh, they said GG. Yeah. It might actually be dead. Yeah, I'm it is what it is. Holy cow. I mean, that puts me back on League Starter experimentation. Divination Scarab of Completion is now Pilfering. And now provides div cards which drop are stolen by the map boss. He duplicates all div cards when defeated. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Why dead? They removed all player quant. And they reworked a lot of scarabs that people were using anyway. Are we trying to stay spoiler free here? Spoilers from what? I mean, I'm just reading through an order. That's really good. Doubling a div card is nice. But you lose I don't think it's better. I guess all of them being doubled. No, doubled's not better, right? 20% chance to drop as a full stack. Anything that's stacked more than 5, it's identical for apothecaries, right? But anything that's stacked greater than 5, it's a nerf. I believe. Why can't you allocate beef anymore? Because they said that you can't. Div Scarab of Teaching is now Div Scarab of... Oh, okay, Apparitions. Area has 2 Apparition Shrines instead of Unusual. I don't even know what an Apparition Shrine is. It now causes an area to contain additional Evolving Shrine. Instead... What's an Evolving Shrine? I don't know. Oh, is XP farming dead? That would be kind of sad. I liked being able to easily hit level 100. You had to work for it, but I didn't mind. I didn't mind it being kind of easy. It now provides 10% increased maps found for each map modifier. Okay, so 6 slotted T17s have 60% increased. So this is a buff to T17s. Okay. Or was it 80%, right? On a T17. 60% on a rare T16. Duplication is now Multitude. I'm going to have to learn these new names. Now causes an area to contain 8 to 12 maps of difficult and rewarding monsters instead of duplicating maps. Yeah, I mean, definitely scaling things back. That's definitely going to be worse. Harbinger has been renamed to Obelisks. No longer rare currency shards. Now gives empowered obelisks. Okay. All rare monster and unique monsters transformed by a reward modifier. Instead, and no longer has player modifiers to item rarity and quant don't apply to area. Oh, that's a buff. Okay. No longer 60 barrels. Instead, a monster will be Pantheon touched. Is that good? One monster will be Pantheon touched? I don't. Okay. Reliquary is now Titanic. Unique monsters have 2% increased, blah, 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 per pack size. Unique monsters get quant. No, Bane doesn't look good to me. Unless I'm missing something, Bane. It's just 20% more damage. It needs like double damage. Titanic Scarab of Treasures. Unique monsters have 2 additional rewards and some toughness. Reliquary of Vision, Titanic Scarab of Legend. Unique monsters. Interesting. All the unique monster stuff is very interesting. Yeah, Holy Relic still looks fine. Essence Drain, what about... Like, they all just got buffed by 20% damage. Probably, like, slightly playable, but they're still going to be very uncomfortable in like, high-end content. Scarab of Wisp now causes monsters to be empowered by 2,000 Wildwood Wisps. Previously, okay, that needed a buff. That was pretty bad. Sulfite Scarab of Fumes got giga, literally got chopped off at the knees. Chopped off at the neck, I should say. Tormented Spirits is now... Oh, okay. Interesting. You can no longer get these scarabs. Okay, they removed a bunch of them. Oh, they removed the Expedition one? Expedition ones were good. The limit for how many scarab can be used alongside a single map. Yeah, because you get an additional one. So now you can chisel and vol T17s. Okay. Union of Souls is gone. All right, nice. They buffed the rarity to quantity ratio. Okay. Volatile barrels are gone. Instead, now you get rare monsters to fracture on death. Okay, so I mean, I guess just fracture drops, right? Which are, until they buff the loot filters, man. You really need identified fracture drops. I think that's necessary for me to care about that. Double anointed amulets can now drop in plate. This is cool. This is pretty cool. Monsters and Ultimatum drop loot. Okay, the hordes drop more items. That's good. Those were kind of bad. You can now see Einhar's Beast. We saw that. the memory beasts show up regularly. Giannis now has domination scarabs, but not in Ruthless. Get absolutely screwed. You now have a chance to find a Gloom Shrine or Charge Shrines. Oh, you can just always find a Gloom Shrine. Oh, the fancy ones are now base. Cool. Divine Shrines got nerfed. That's fine. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if they removed Divine Shrines from the game entirely. Because, like, honestly, the worst thing about them is when the monsters have it. Yeah, puzzle boxes are more common. We get these maps. We remove these maps. Strand is still in the game. I'm fine. Map tiers are shuffled. Okay, yep, Delirium. We get 15 waves now. Better. Ritual. Corpses that you can use to raise as specters can now be found in Ritual. So you get the corpses from Affliction League, which is pretty cool. Specters being on the menu. Specters being back? Specters being back? I might be thinking of Specters. I do like me some Specters. Yeah, Mesa back in. Pretty cool. I like me some Specters. Yeah, Divine Shrines just lag you out. It never left? I mean, Specters have been weird. They're weird. Like, right now in the game, Specters are real weird, right? But, I mean, if you have the... Is it the meat... Did the meat sack buff your other Specters? Like, there were Specters that buffed your other Specters, or just buffed everything, right? Like, the Admiral, the Sea Admiral was incredible. The Grace from the Bird was incredible, or the Wrath from the Bird, whatever it was. No, he had the Grace. Incredible defensive auras, and that can actually buff your other minions, too. It's really, really good. The Marionette Specters with the resurrecting Specters, those are really cool, too. Let's make the spider one. Yeah, I thought the spider one was really cool. Yeah, with the new Wraithlord. When's the melee cooking? I'll have to start thinking about it. I have to pick a melee skill that sounds exciting. All right. The lowest tier ritual bases cannot be found in maps, only the highest tier. Okay, so now you just get... You make sure you get a Blizzard Crown. That's good. Archdemon Crown. Archdemon Crown's pretty insane now. Right? Like, this is really good for... If you don't need to use Enlighten or Empower or something. Frostblink in it? No, not in a million years. Why? Why would you ever do that? Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. Think Fire Trap? No, why would you do that? Wait, think about what you're saying. Think first. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense at all. For minions? Yeah. That definitely makes sense for minions. Banners, auras that don't need support gems. Like before you use Enlighten. For sure. Brimstone Treads is now stun and block recovery. Oh, I mean, that's probably better. I mean, it still sucks, but probably better. Debilitation is now thwarting. Is now, you take 10% of damage from blocked hits. You get 6% block. Are you ever going to use that, though? Are you ever going to use that over just good Eldritch Implicits? I don't know. Yeah, Frostblink's still fine. Don't tell Reddit. There's a bunch of people cried in a Reddit thread about it yesterday. Sinistral Gloves have been renamed to Trap Setter Gloves. They no longer provide reduced attack damage from main hand. Instead, they now provide cooldown recovery rate for throwing traps. Wait, hold on. Let me read these. Hold on. Let me read this. 30% CDR. Those are CDR traps. And skill effect duration. Oh, I don't care. Penitent Mask. This one's interesting. 4% max chaos res. This is pretty interesting for a Divine Flesh setup. For sure. Back to Basics is gone. About the auction house, what happens when you accidentally put up a Divine for 20C instead of 200? You probably immediately lose your money. Yeah. You gotta be a lot more careful. Do I work out? I'm glad you noticed. Yeah, I've been during Necropolis League. I thought about making it kind of a satirical, funny video about like what to do during a bad league, and just like it's a full video of me just working out. Is Divine Flesh gone? I don't know. We'll get there. Unending Nightmare now has Delirium as double distance. How much do I have to read here? Okay, not that much. I wish they, I don't know, separated these with like more color or something. Like I just get like brain fatigue reading these sometimes. Oh, Pact with Energy. I love Pact with Energy. Now causes you to gain sulfite intoxication. Each stack grants 30. It only lasts 60 seconds. Oh no. It only lasts 60 seconds. Rip. Well, run. Yeah, I only last 60 seconds, so that's all I need. Yeah, I mean, just go fast, I guess. Tormented spirits are more likely to be less common. Sure, pillage and plunder. Now uses league rarity instead of multiplicative rarity. So it's just increased now. Okay. Seance. And yeah, they removed the quant from Seance. Damn. In what world are people actually taking that? I don't know. Maybe. Beyond Demon. Incursions have 5% pack size instead of quant. Yeah, everything that was quant. Yeah, is just like pack size. Or whatever, yeah. Yeah, these kind of just don't matter anymore, those nodes. Unique monsters, 100% more tribute. Okay, cool. That's a buff. Bane buffed. Yeah, I don't think it's enough. I really don't think it's enough. Is there any Spectre that would have been good with Bane? I mean, that's the big thing I'm going to be asking now with previous builds is, can I fit a Spectre in? Because that was the big thing during Affliction, was even Tornado Shot builds were adding in Spectres for a lot more damage. Like they were getting free Giga Hatred auras with the Hydras, as well as run, and then you could run the bird for the Wrath and the Grace and all that. So now that it entirely depends on how good they are if they get rebalanced. But yeah, that is potentially compelling. Yay, Val! Thanks for the raid. Welcome everybody. Are you guys pogging out of your minds? Is your brain broken from all this stuff? We're just going line by line, man. Welcome everybody. Yeah, this stuff's crazy, man. 325, let's go. The spores, I don't know enough. The distilled fungus, they're just removing quant and whatever. Yeah, blight people, go ahead and read this. I don't know enough about blight. Blight might be interesting. There might be a world where we look at farming blight. Yeah, look at my slider position. My slider is right here, by the way. On my whole browser, my slider is right here. Yeah. This is the David Foster Wallace of patch notes. Seriously. The way that quantum rarity has been changed, generally have added to a number of mechanics such as essences of delirium. In general, philosophy is that if you're killing monsters, you get loot. And if they're harder, you get more loot. A major change we've made is that a lot of the bonuses to prevent things, we've added a lot of bonuses that also prevent things to multiplying out of control. There are cases that fewer than 100 players, people like Fubgun and Ben was doing this too, they yielded tens of thousands of uniques within single maps. Hundreds of thousands of unique drops in every single map as solo play. This wasn't any exploit, but it was a problem, and we have rebalanced it. David Foster Wallace, the guy who wrote Infinite Heist. Item quant on all characters has been removed. I'm gonna have to talk with my group here. I think there's a good chance we're not doing group play at this point. I think there's a really good chance. Bisco's is disabled. Aesthetic is removed. Sedima's Touch now has rarity. Yeah, they replaced quantity with rarity everywhere that they could. Oh, huge, Raphael. Thanks for the sub, man. Magic Find is intended to be another axis on your gear you can scale once you've achieved the power you want. So now Magic Find is only rarity. That is the very, very big change. Oh, yeah, let me do that. Yeah. Sorry, I've been very bad about shoutouts. Yeah, definitely, everyone, follow Vel. Definitely follow Vel. She's awesome. I love rating her off the stream and just getting a ton of laughs as she takes a hit from a bong and then watches someone drop their pants on TikTok. And she laughs at them. All right. Divination Distillate is now 50% rarity. Also 10% all res, which is a nerf. Existing items can be updated with a Divine Orb and a Side of Regret. Tormented Spirits now provide 25% increased rarity and quantity for monsters they touch. And 50% rarity for the average. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, Venter's got RMR, which is really, really interesting. Wind Ripper is now just rarity. Spine Fuse now has 18. Hold on, they're actually putting interesting stuff on some of these. Hold on. Hold the phone. Relax. Greed's Embrace now has 100% rarity. Better minus. Centauri's Answer is just a pile of garbage now. Thief's Torment now has rarity. Goldworm is rarity. No one's ever going to wear these in a million freaking years. 40% rarity on 20% move speed boots. No one's putting these on ever again. Ever. Venter's Gamble is actually cracked now. 15% RMR. Good rolled Venters are wild. Like these actually might be well-rolled Venters might be more in demand. But possibly not more expensive because it's not for, I don't know what the economy is going to look like now. Who knows? Spine Fuse now is 18% dot multi. Hold on. What is Spine Fuse? No lightning coil change. So Spine Fuse is the talisman implicit. Okay. Is this a buff to talismans? Not, just 18% dot multi. I mean, an insane talisman also can be found on Eyes of the Great Wolf. 18% dot multi on an implicit. If you get a really good talisman, yeah, +1/+1 with dot multi suffix and 18% dot multi implicit. It's not world changing, but what's up, Raphael? Yeah, man, we're hyped, man. Rarity can no longer roll. Discerning Taste, Timeless Jewel Notable now gives RMR instead of rarity. Wow. Interesting that they're adding so much RMR back into the game. Because they removed a lot of it, and now they're giving it back. That's interesting. Corpses spawned by Desecrate and Corpse Walk have a 15% chance to match your specters, rather than a 15% chance on top of being added to the main pool of corpses. These special corpses are now unusable for most purposes and can only be used by minion skills. Holy. I mean, we already saw that it was getting nerfed to max monster level of 20. Wow. Wow. Hold on. Let me color this entire Detonate Dead nerfed square in. Let me just color this in right here. Totally colored in. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I guess the argument there is you could use Unearth still, but we saw that Unearth also got nerfed. Special corpses have a visual effect to help differentiate. Only spawn if you have Raised Spectre. Itemized corpses now spawn special corpses. Player spawn corpses are no longer affected by modifiers on the map. Endurance charges no longer grant 4 all res per endurance charge. Now 4%. This is really, really good. This is so good. This is good. That's good. Ward is now instantly restored after 2 seconds instead of 4. That's pretty good. 4 seconds is a very long time, and there are ways to make it faster, right? There's modifiers for that. 2 seconds is not... I don't know. I definitely want to play with Ward. That's pretty cool. Ward loop buffed. They said they nerfed all roster resolve. So yeah, I mean, if Rage Vortex didn't get nerfed, Rage Vortex was already really strong. Dual wielding now gives you an inherent 20% block. Okay. A little bit more block. Skills that use the basic melee strike animation now have more consistent swing speed. Player minions are no longer targetable by enemies while the player is the grace buff period. Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. I'm actually really interested, particularly because they brought back the Spectre corpses. I'm interested in looking at minions, actually. You can no longer be stunned while performing a Vol skill before the contact point has been reached. Really? That's nice. And same thing with Vol Smite. This happened all the time. Same thing with Vol Breach. Isn't Energy Blade going to be overpowered? Are you the same person that typed that in YouTube chat? I don't know. I mean, Energy Blade might be very, very good. Yeah. Yeah. I read it in YouTube chat. But yeah, I mean, Energy Blade's interesting right now because at low investment, personally, I didn't find it feeling very good. Like, I tried Energy Blade Dual Strike of Ambidexterity Trickster, right? I tried a couple things with Energy Blade that people were really hyping about. At higher investment, obviously, it gets pretty nutty. But I found it, I really didn't like the lower investment setups with it. So, yeah. Let's see. Divine Blessing has been removed. The only source of it now is on March of the Legion. This is very, very interesting. Divine Blessing now, if you don't know, the vast majority, in my opinion, at least that I know of, the vast majority of builds that I have played, anything that can get Eldritch Battery, even if you're getting Eldritch Battery through a flask with Replica Sour of the Divine, they're specifically using that to get a quote-unquote free aura by using Divine Blessing. Removing that is, unless they get something on top of that, that is a gigantic nerf. Gigantic nerf to Eldritch Battery builds that are just get free auras right now. I guess you just run March of the Legion, but yeah. I mean, what are spell builds gonna look like now? We have to see what else we get. I mean, do they get anything? Like losing all the physical damage. From what I've seen so far, one of my I guess, God, I'm just not taking notes right here. There's too much. I stopped taking notes. From what I've seen is if they didn't change light, like they nerfed Taste of Hate and they nerfed the crafted physical damage taken as mods. So that feels like it pigeonholes casters, right side builds rather. Feels like it pigeonholes right side builds even more into Lightning Coil and Cloak of Flame. And they said they added it as Eldritch Implicit on Helmet as well. That's the current thing that I'm thinking is if you don't give them anything for physical damage mitigation, right? Like what else are they supposed to do, right? We get way more life. I mean, but so if we had 75% physical damage mitigation, going from 75% physical damage mitigation to 0, are you going to give me that much more life? You need a lot more life. So, granted, okay, fine, run Determination and Armor, but like that's not the point. If I'm playing a Witch, is like the actual intended power fantasy of playing, particularly if I'm going to play like an Occultist or something, would be, what's my physical damage mitigation, on top of my energy shield and whatever. Like you still go for it currently. Even if you doubled, right? Even if you doubled, that's still not the same defensive layer. And like the way the game works, like you kind of need it right now because monster damage is just so damage high. That even if you doubled it, right? So it's interesting. The following skills no longer have the physical tag: Blade Flurry, Cleave, Cyclone, Lancing Steel, Perforate. Split Arrow doesn't have a physical tag. I guess Split Arrow doesn't inherently bleed, but sure. But they gutted Overwhelm. I don't know. I didn't see that. Multi-Strike and Awaken Multi-Strike. I mean, Overwhelm sucks, but it's not that common. And you'd still want some sort of physical damage mitigation. They just removed the flat fizz. Okay. That's why they lost the tag. Multi-Strike now cannot support travel skills. Okay, they just reversed the wording. Okay. And they don't work for Retaliation. Some attack skills that use range or melee have been split between the base gem and the transfigured. Okay. Frenzy now requires a bow or wand, while Frenzy of Onslaught requires melee weapon or unarmed. Really? That's weird. That's weird. Just weird. Okay. I don't know. Elemental Hit now requires... What? I mean, bow builds use Spectrum, but what, you can't do regular Ellie hit bow anymore? You have to do Spectrum now? Okay. That's so weird. That's okay. Very, very strange. Puncture now requires a bow, while Puncture of Shanking, yes. Okay. So here's the thing. So they can bounce from melee differently. I get it. I guess I think that's okay. My complaint here is transfigured gems are a pain in the ass to farm, particularly if you're in SSF. This would be really annoying. I don't know. I don't want to feel forced to run 5 to 20 labs just to be able to use the gem, right? That's my complaint. Absolution now is the same. Okay, Ancestral Cry. No longer... Oh, wait, hold on. Elemental Arrows from Prismatic only deal the damage to the chosen element. I actually didn't know they didn't do that already. Elemental from Prismatic, Mirror Arrow. Other sources of non-skill conversion, such as Unholy Might, Elemental Arrows deal with other sources of non-skill conversion. Oh, okay. It wasn't properly doing the gem conversion on the base gem. Okay, fair enough. The chaos.skill-based damage changes are amazing. What? Am I crazy? I'll open up an old POB and I'll put in the new numbers, but they look like nothing to me. All right. Ancestral Cry no longer grants a buff, which gives you bonus armor and melee range. Instead, the user nearby allies grants ally res. All right. Jenna! 17 months, hell yeah. Thank you, Jenna. We are live on YouTube right now, Jenna. I know you love that chat over there, administrating it. Armor brand. So all of these. Oh, okay. So if this is worded, if these are worded, this is what Nick was saying earlier. What this may mean is that the scaling will go past level 20. And if that effectiveness gets higher, this is a buff to increase gem levels. I guess it's not explicitly confirmed in these patch notes, but if this scales past level 20, this is a buff to all, like basically all spells. It looks like they're like basically hitting like most spells with that. Anyway, so a lot of mana cost changes. Bane, we just saw this. It's about a 20% damage buff to all of the. Everyone keeps coming in chat. Hey, Bane guy, is Bane really good right now? I know it only got like 5 million DPS at 20 divines. Is this buff good enough? But I mean, this is like 20. It's not even 20% more damage, right? It's what 1075 minus 895. Sorry, it's 20.1% damage at level 20. 20.1% more damage. Right? For a build that's like struggling to do enough damage at like it just doesn't, right? It just doesn't do enough damage right now. Giving it 20% more, yeah, it's like still mid, right? It's just still mid. I'm glad that people are excited. Like, I'm glad that you guys are excited about it, but it needs like 50% more for me to be like, all right, this shit is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be so good. 20% more is like, maybe it's playable. Maybe it's playable if you really, really, really want to play it, but you're gonna have to throw a lot of money at it to feel like awesome, right? And I don't like builds that you have to throw 50, 100, 200 divines to feel really good, right? My video 1 month later, I was wrong about Bane. I might be. You can clip it. If I'm wrong about Bane, I will try it out. I'll try it out. If I'm wrong and 20% more damage is enough to make it a great build, you can throw it in my face. How about that? 5 gifted subs. If I'm absolutely wrong and it's a godlike build. Okay. So all this, So people have been saying Battle Mages cry, rip in peace. Let's see. The buff now grants 0.5% critical strike chance per power, goes up to 25. So you get 2.5% base crit. Oh, and it doesn't work for melee? No longer... And allows attacks to benefit from spell damage. I don't see anything about melee here. Make it 10 gifted subs? All right, I'll do 10 gifted subs. 20 gifted subs if at a very reasonable investment. T17s feel great in Bane. How about that? We're talking moderate investment. Like regular, normal gear. All right, Berserk. We saw the Berserk stuff. It just gives rage effect. Yeah, I'll say, yeah, if Bane can now do T17s at like, good moderate investment, then fine. 20 gifted subs. But I don't think so. I don't think 20% damage is enough. So yeah, Blade Flurry, we saw this. So they basically doubled the effectiveness. So we can go down all of these melee skills, but they move the spell damage affecting attacks off of Battle Mage to the gems themselves. So you don't need Battle Mage for strength stacking. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, we saw Dorned got 10 to 20 divines as moderate. I mean, I'll even say like sub 50 divines. I'll even go to like 30, 40-ish probably. For like, yeah. But I doubt it's going to feel, I doubt it. Anyway. So they basically doubled the effectiveness of damage for most melee skills. They removed the flat damage from a lot of them, and they increased the mana cost for most of them as well. So I don't have to read every single one of these. Feel free to call me out if there's any specific melee skills that have like something crazy on them. The one that I am personally some of the most excited about is Bladestorm. Bladestorm is one of my favorite melee skills in the game, and Bladestorm is now going from 150 to 291. If Bladestorm is good now, I will play Bladestorm. I think Bladestorm is one of the coolest looking skills in the game, particularly with the increased AoE scaling that they have. I think that looks really compelling. Blast Drain, mana cost for all attacks across the board. Yeah, Blight, 20% more damage, we know. Bone Nova by Ul Natal's, 50% increased base. Bone Shotter no longer has +2 meters to strike range. Bone Shatter is now 330 from 250. All right. Ice Crash got a special buff. Do all skills scale with gem levels? They said that they want gem levels to scale harder. Yes. So in general, I think gem levels, even for attacks, are going to be more valuable, which is very interesting. Currently, gem levels, yeah, you do want to get like a level 21 Bone Shatter, but you don't try to get a level 30 Bone Shatter, right? Like that does almost nothing. But now, yeah, gem levels might actually be pretty compelling for attacks. Burning Arrow. Interesting. Okay. Call to Arms has been renamed to Auto Exertion. It now reserves 15% mana per war cry. Can now support multiple war cries. And they no longer share cooldowns. They cool down faster. And now has war cries don't grant buffs to you. Yo, Rose. Thanks for the 2 years, man. A 0% adorned. Yeah. Was trade changed? Yeah, trade is big changed. Yeah, so you only use it for the exert line now. You only use it for the exert line. So they don't want you to use Call to Arms, Enduring Cry. That's like the Enduring Cry and Infernal Cry. Those are the two that were used on Call to Arms a lot this league. And I think they really did. They don't want you to automatically be triggering skills with a gem called Auto. Here's the Auto gem, but we don't want you to use it. How much did you miss? Well, we're going through the patch notes. This is interesting. Yeah, kind of 3-to-1 adorns. I mean, is a 100% adorned worth it? Kind of 100% adorned is still, yeah, but you don't, I don't know. Yeah, that's definitely a pretty big nerf. Can you bind left click again? No, they're not going to go back to that. Yeah, banners are very different now. Caustic Arrow of Poison. Is that enough? I don't know. I think they were afraid to buff Caustic Arrow Poison there too much. Chain Hook doubles the amount of rage that it gets. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at the Chain Hook going up to 393 and it gets 2 rage every single hit. Bane buffs? No, I don't think. I have a bet. I have a bet with people that Bane's not good enough. Yeah, I know everyone loves Chain Hook. Yeah, and with the more damage multiplier on rage. Charge Dash sucks. No one ever wants to use Charge Dash. Cleave. Holy, the memes are real, guys. The 2 rage, yeah, the 2 rage is probably not a big deal. 511% on Cleave. Wow, that's a big number. Yeah, Hunter, it is your day. The memes are here. Wow. Cobra Lash. Yeah, interesting that they're doing non-melee ones as well. Cobra Lash getting a pretty nice buff. Cobra Lash is a fun to use skill. That's pretty compelling, actually. Yeah, so all these spells, these will be really interesting. 417 on Consecrated Path. I mean, if Consecrated Path is good enough damage-wise, I don't know how many of you guys have not played Consecrated Path, but like, it's a skill that if you want to blast out of your mind. Yeah, the endurance one too is specifically really cool too. And the endurance one goes, yeah, got just as much of a buff. Yeah, consecrated path is it's basically it's a one-shot flicker strike basically with no cooldown or anything, and you can just spam it. You've never seen consecrated path? It's one of the go-to skills that a lot of people use to level with Hollow Palm. And so it's a teleport attack. And so it's really, really fun to use. And you get consecrated ground, which is nice. Yeah. And now if it has enough damage to blast T16s like easily, it's if you want to go fast, could be really compelling. All right, spells. Creeping Frost. Got a little bit of a buff. Okay. Cyclone, double effectiveness. Mana cost, yeah, luckily not changed that much. Cyclone of Tunnel, exactly the same. Yep. Defiance Banner. What's new Defiance Banner do? New Defiance Banner is 8% movement speed, 8% chance to suppress. -5 damage taken. I did notice they have a lot of flat damage. I know when I was looking at the Atlas passive, there's a lot of minus flat damage taken, which is generally a pretty bad stat. Like -12 damage taken. I mean, okay. Valor from melee combat. Yeah. Hollow Palm Warden. I mean, yeah. I was already thinking something with Hollow Palm. Yeah, let's start cooking on that one, man. Start thinking. I'd love to make Hollow Palm feel good. And I'm definitely making I'm making a Warden build, if not 10 this league. Consecrated Path, I would really like to play around with. Yep, Defiance Banner no longer feels mandatory on a lot of builds. Or like, not mandatory, but right now you toss it in if you have the extra mana and socket. Doriani's Touch? Whoa! Flat damage taken, it's after reduction, right? That's taken. It's a specific flat on taken. Doriani's Touch going to 1,000% effectiveness? Oh, baby, that's a big number. That's a very big number. We saw Determination change. That's fine because you get so much more on your armor. We saw Desecrate and Unearth get capped at monster level 80, which is a gigantic nerf to that as well. Double Strike no longer has physical damage against bleeding enemies. Now has 400. What? What's the current added flat damage on Double Strike? It's a moderate amount, but not that much. Going from 140 to 409? Skip Determination? No, I talked about it. Yo, Z, thanks, man. Because the added physical, it averages a 2x damage. That is a good amount of physical. It's a pretty darn good amount. So yeah, it might be fine. But Double Strike of Impaling didn't have the flat damage, right? Yeah, Double Strike of Impaling doesn't have the flat damage, and it has the same effectiveness change. So I don't know how good Impaling is, but does now Kaiser have a Double Strike build? No, you're confusing it with Dual Strike. Yeah, Double Strike of Impaling, I don't know. Yeah, Dual Strike of Ambidexterity is pretty good right now. Dread Banner now does what? 4% chance to block that you can scale, what? So you can get that to like 12% block chance. It's only attack damage. Also recover life, 34 life. I mean, 12% block's not bad. But recovering 34 life on block is... Expedition's unchanged as far as we know. Dual Strike of Ambidexterity. Yeah, they did not scale Dual Strike. as crazy. Earthquake, yeah, just got like 50% more. Yes, banners are intended specifically for melee builds. Yes. Yeah. Flicker Strike. I know. We'll get to it. Flicker Strike is, it's the one skill that you just can't play as a streamer. There's like a dedicated. I'm gonna guess 400. I'm gonna guess 400. There are 400 people that play Flicker Strike every league. I'm way off. I'm way off. Sorry. There's dedicated 2,000 people that they only play Flicker Strike and nothing else. That's it. There's 2,000 people. And so if you have captured, there's the Mage Fist, right? If you have captured the Flicker Strike audience, boom. You are a Flicker Strike creator. But you're not going you only care about Flicker Strike, right? You do not play Path of Exile. You only play Path of Flicker Strike, and that's all you care about. You don't care about anything else in the game. But the thing is, that is, I guess that's 2% of all players, which is insane. I mean, I know it's the PoE Ninja subset, right? But 2% of players are Flicker Strike. You are missing, if you stream Flicker Strike, you are cutting out 98% of players, because 98% of people don't want to watch Flicker Strike. They don't want to hear about it. They don't care about it. It makes them nauseous. And yeah, so you're either a Flicker Strike creator or not. Hello, comrades. That is what it is. All right, Ellie hit. All right, let's look at Ellie hit. So the flat damage of Ellie hit. So remember, regular elemental hit is melee only, which is insane. And they added like 50%, maybe. Well, let me do the math. They added 55.8% more flat damage to Ellie hit. It's a lot of flat damage. But it's a melee only skill now. Very interesting. Yeah, so it's a melee skill now that you're going to just scale hard on the gem levels. Might be really good. All right, Enduring Cry no longer grants a brief burst of life regen or a buff which grants resistances and physical damage reduction. Instead, you get a buff that grants life regen, 2% per 5 power. And the duration is 2.5, going up to 3.4 seconds. Maximum of 25 power. So you can get 10% of life for 3.4 seconds. So you can get 34% of your life on Enduring Cry. Additionally, nearby allied players are now granted. Okay, so you still get endurance charges. Okay, so that's fine. You still get endurance. The new endurance charge buff is really good. I think that's fine. I know quality is still more damage. I know. I'm aware. I mean, oh yeah, all of the melee buffs have to be taken in the context that totems are gone. You get more flat damage on your weapons. You get more, for quality. And then all of the gem changes, right? You have to take all of the stuff is in that context. And then you also get the banners if you use them. None of this is in a vacuum. Ensnared enemies no longer always go. Oh, wow. Wow, what an ensnaring arrow nerf. Okay. Yeah, Essence Drain, I know. They got 20% more damage. It ain't enough in my opinion. I'm not saying the final verdict is Chaos Dot is still unplayable, but I still don't think it's enough. That's all I'm saying. It's 20.1% more damage. I don't think it's enough. EK got a little bump, which is interesting. Yeah, a little bit of a buff on EK there. Explosive Conch. now got, was that 25% more flat damage on Explosive Concoction? People gonna play it yet? I don't know. Except for Vel. I know Vel is a big Explosive Conc player, but Exsanguinate scaling. Cold Exsanguinate's really fun right now. Exsanguinate traps. If you didn't play it, it's actually a really, really fun build. And if this scales even better with gem levels, this might be really good. Oh, is that an EK nerf? Oh, sorry, did I read that wrong? How? No, these are buffs, man. These are buffs. If it works the way that I think it's going to nerf, no, these are all buffs. If this works the way that I think it's going to work, is the effectiveness will go up as you level it more. I could be wrong about that, but my guess and my hope is that more gem levels are better. Yeah, sure, slightly weaker at low level, but the number at 20 is always the same as the old number. So yeah, a little bit of flat damage when you're going through the campaign, sure. But it feels like the top end is buffed. That is my assumption. We don't see what level 21 gems look like. It could just cap out at level 20. Could be totally wrong about that. But I'm hoping that that's actually a buff. Because I think this is cool. Because what they're doing with melee, right, is melee is also scaling with the gem level now. Whereas previously it didn't. So now, if that does hold true for going past level 20, now gem levels are also valuable to melee, which is pretty interesting. All right, so all the same. Flesh and Stone, we saw this. Now it got changed a little bit, so it's nearby enemies take 10% more damage in Blood Stance, and you take 10% in Sand Stance, the closer they are to you. So it actually scales on distance. Flicker Strike went up to 408%. Flicker Strike players are very, very happy. All right, I read it, guys. Are you happy? Are you happy? I read the Flicker Strike gem. We can stop talking about Flicker Strike for 5 minutes. Well, yeah, we saw Frenzy's really weird. Yeah. Oh, Flicker Strike of Power now has a mana cost of 5 at gem level 1, scaling up to 8 at gem level 20. Previously 10 at all gem levels. Now 177% effectiveness of base and added damage at gem level 1. Previously 142%. This is scaling up to 408% of damage at gem level 20. Previously, only 210%. Like a little bitch. All right. Flicker Strike player, you done? You Flicker Strike players done? All right, let's move on. All right, Frostblades. 490. All right. Catabasis is so awkward. Yeah, Catabasis didn't get changed. All right. But regular Frostblade's going to 490. That's pretty good. I mean, I think it's whatever, because the Frostblades actually has really good flat damage on it. And yeah, solid flat damage. So removing the flat damage, it's kind of same thing as we said before. Like, they're just removing flat damage and saying, you know, it just scales the way it scales. Oh, it's 409? Oh, they updated it. It's actually 409. I was going to say this number is very large. Okay, so that was a typo. Yes, so flat on the weapon. So crafting weapons is even more important. Yeah, so the problem with the Frostblink is you actually don't get... We don't add damage, right? We add a little bit here and there, but generally we don't get added damage on Frostblink. So it doesn't matter. It's whatever. However, oh no, Fire Trap's not in here. We already looked. If Fire Trap got buffed, it didn't. But if it did, this effectiveness of added damage is actually insane, because Fire Trap of Blasting has 550 on the top end of added flat damage as well as 1316 against burning enemies for almost 1900 flat fire damage times 2.6. Oh, still godlike skill. This is one of the most godlike gems in the whole game. Didn't get nerfed. Godlike gem. Okay. Frostbomb buffed. Yeah, sure. Frozen Legion. Not a huge buff on Frozen Legion. Galvanic Arrow, a little bit. Yeah, just the scaling buffs. Nothing crazy here. What do I think of Flicker? You can go back about 30 seconds if you want to get a Flicker boner. All right, Grace. Yeah, these are all whatever. What that? Wait. It's Glacial Hammer Shattering probably has a lot of flat damage, huh? Did I miss the Hatred nerf? Shattering has... Oh, no, it's not that much. Yeah, it's the same. This is a large number. 622% on the Shattering? On both, yeah, both Glacial Hammers. This is a very, very large number. Oh, I haven't gotten a Hatred yet. Grace is... Yeah, we saw that. It's all the same regular stuff. Pretty nice on Ground Slam. Almost double. 688 on Ground Slam of Earth Shaking. Yeah, look at these numbers. Hatred nerf. No longer causes you and nearby allies to deal more cold damage. Now you just get Hatred no longer double dips. Hatred no longer double dips. It's only for Fizz's cold. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a kick in the old plums. Wow. Yeah, the double dipping is gone. Rip. For the two people that played Glacial Hammer, Glacial Hammer has always had some. Actually, it was used a moderate amount 1 or 2 leagues ago because it just hits so damn hard. Yeah, we saw the Taste of Hate nerf. Actually, I've been chugging this tea. Give me 60 seconds. Let me BRB. All right, mateys. Let's sail the high seas of patch notes once again. All in pursuit of plundering much more booty. As if we even know what plundering booty's like. We just, in our dreams. All right. We're too busy reading patch notes. We got better things to do with our lives. Let's see. All right, Herald of Ash no longer. What the? Hold it. What the? Excuse me? Excuse me. Now grants 15% fizzes extra fire up to 20. All right, rip Herald of Ash. Anger is still there? Yeah. Yeah, Melee League. Okay. More spell scaling. Yeah, this is rip Witch leveling. I mean, Witch and Templar leveling. Herald of Ash is so damn nice. I guess you just run Herald of Ice and Thunder. You just go for some flat damage, I guess. That is weird. Melee League. You wanted it, you get it. Is this Anno PoE? Yes, Jackson. That is a concern that a lot of people in chat said. We are a little worried about, is the league mechanic too complex? So, I mean, after last league, we're all a little trepidatious about that, to say the least. All right, that's wild. That's absolutely wild. Infernal Blow no longer has flat added damage. Now has effectiveness of flat. Infernal Cry got nerfed. Well, we'll see this in a second. But Infernal Blow, I mean, Hollow Palm Infernal Blow, man. Oh shit, I missed Ice Crash. Ice Crash is up to 611. Your subreddit thread's getting downvotes. Changed my mind. It's all nerfs. First time chat. This is not a buff. I don't know if I want to get one guide by that right now. That might be a bit of a one guy bait right now. You guys feel free to engage with that. All right. Infernal Cry no longer covers enemies in Ash. Man, I love Infernal Cry right now. What are they doing to it? Now has a mana cost. Lower duration. Oh, it grants fizzes extra fire per power for 3 seconds. Really? I mean, yeah, we remove Infernal Cry from... and it's only for melee. I guess the Bane build, or sorry, Frostblink build is we add the stupid ring. What's the name of the ring? Polaric Devastation. Yeah, we remove Infernal Cry, we get Polaric Devastation. Not a huge loss because we're already using the Maven boots as well. The weird thing is... yeah, the weird thing is with Skitterbots. Really like Skitterbots there, but I mean, that's okay. It's okay. I think it's a 50-50. Yeah, I mean, I think we drop Profane Proxy at that point. Because do you need Polaric in the left hand? Hold on. Because you need Polaric in the left hand as well, right? For Covered in Ash. Yeah. And the thing is, we don't want to give up. I guess we could give up the shock. I don't hate giving up the shock for the Skitterbots, and then we keep the chill. That's an option. And then always having a full effect covered in ash probably makes up for the damage, and then the increased duration of ailments would be kind of nice. But I mean, I was always on the fence of recommending Polaric Devastation anyway, and now that's 100% going in the build. Okay, it's fine. Okay, Intimidating Cry. What do you do now? Now it gives you up to 15% movement speed, or sorry, 30% max power. So 6 times 3, 18% movement speed. Up to only 3.4 seconds. But you can get increased Warcry buff duration. Besides mapping, does the Curse and Skitter help that much? I mean, it helps a ton because of the way that the helmet works. Having the Curse up 100% of the time and not having to press it is actually really nice. Oh yeah, Infernal Cry still works for fist spells. That's a good point. So you can still use Infernal Cry for... Does it... let me see. Herald of Ash too. Herald of Ash is not melee either. So this could also still work for, EK Ignite or whatever, if it uses that. All right, Kinetic Bolt. Oh, they said they were fixing the attack speed. So 15% more attack speed on Kinetic Blast and Kinetic Bolt. Kind of nice. Oh, no, Kinetic Bolt doesn't get any attack speed. Only Blast. Okay, weird. Oh, inherent to Kinetic Blast now is the 2% is increases to spell damage apply to it, or attack damage applies to Kinetic Blast. That's inherent to the gem now. Okay. That's pretty cool. Lacerate. Okay. Lacerate. Yeah, and it's bigger than the tree. Yeah, the tree is like 150, right? Yeah, so yeah, that was the big difference, right, with Kinetic Bolt is it had that inherent, and now they put that on Kinetic Blast as well. Green. Sorry, I don't have my headphones on right now. Do I think strength stackers are gutted? I can't comment on that, Green. I have never played a strength stacker, so I don't know if the Battle Mage's Cry nerf is... I don't know. I can't comment on that. The last rate of Hemo is insane, going from 120 to 346. I mean, so all of the ones that you see, the very, very big numbers, that is them making up for the lack of the flat damage. So I think the percentage scaling is generally very similar. Yeah, they're just, it's balanced. They're just balanced. They remove the flat damage and the numbers are bigger. That's all. Wands, the wands do have more inherent attack speed. That's a good point. Yeah, I think wands might just feel really, really good to play. So it's a buff, not really. I mean, it's double the damage. I think it's just gonna feel better, right? That's the thing. They doubled the damage. They removed the totems, and they give you easier to use banners. In terms of the quality of life and what it feels like, it should just all feel much better. Leap Slam now does 314% effectiveness of added damage. That's an over triple. Or no, it was 150 before, but that's over double. Yo, Leap Slam time, guys. Yeah, slam. Okay, Molten Shell. Molten Shell now gives more armor. Interesting. Oh, because of the requirement change. Oh, unchanged at level 20. Okay. But you need 41 strength to use Molten Shell at level 1, so low-level Molten Shell is gone. Interesting, all of the removal to melee strike range. I'm curious how that works out. I noticed that they removed that from like all of the strike gems. Poisonous Concoction. What is that? That's 16% more damage? Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Puncture. Leap Slam on a Bronze Spider? I think it would be really fun. Double Corrupt the Bronze. Because the scaling on levels now, right? Might actually be pretty fun. Bronze probably has a hilarious amount of evasion now. Interesting. Puncture not scaling as much. Consecrated. Yeah, I'm very excited about Consecrated Path. Rage Vortex of Berserking got also like, that's like 17% damage. Or sorry, that's like 14% more damage. So not as insane, but Rage Vortex was already really good. Yeah, I think that's fine. I was thinking this using Raise Spectre of Transience. That's the temporary specters that are better. Using that on the marionette specters, but you can't. They remove that. I was thinking that. Dang, they thought of it first. Let's see how's Reeve doing. Hello? Yeah, Reeve got more than double damage. Okay. I think if you have never played Reeve, it is annoying. It is annoying to maintain your Reeve stacks. But if you're just blasting a map, Reeve is one of the most satisfying to play skills. It feels so good. It gets huge. Yeah, Claw Reeve sounds really good. We might be looking at that one. We got to put that on the list. Rolling Magma, effectiveness same. Claw Reeve on a Warden. Or do it Bleed Reeve Gladiator. Scourger of Menace got like 26% more damage. Okay. How are self-cast cold hit spells? So spells in general, we'll talk about like the summary at the end here. Spells in general, I think are going to be really good if they scale how I think they're scaling. They haven't showed a level 21 gem yet. Where's Shield Throw? Like Shield Charge, I don't care. Actually, could we bring back Pelstron's Ignite Shield Charge Elementalist? It's a lot of damage. Is Bane's damage enough to make it viable as a starter now? I don't think so. I don't think so. It needed a lot more than 20% damage, in my opinion. Like, it got nerfed by, like, it almost got its damage cut in half from when I played it, I don't know, a year and a half ago. My Bane build could get, you know, at moderate investment, it could get about 10 million DPS, which at the time, you know, like a year and a half ago, was totally good for a league starter, right? Yeah, I need a pin comment for Bane, right? A year and a half ago, 10 million DPS on a, you know, as a scaled up league starter was fine, right? But that damage basically got cut in half to like 5 million on investment. And going from 5 million to 20% more damage, right? 5 million to 6 million, that's still not bringing it back to what it used to be. Right? And the game is harder now. So, yeah, Ignite Shield Charge with the Retaliation skill. Yeah, I think Ignite Shield Charge might actually be really compelling right now. Oh, yeah, Hollow Palm doesn't get the new enchants. Oh, that's a good point, F. Hollow Palm just might... Hollow Palm has so many downsides, and they keep moving more and more... It makes sense, but they're moving more and more to the weapons and the crafting. Hollow Palm just is so far behind. Yeah, I was thinking about SST too. Do they... We haven't gotten down to it yet. Shield Crush, yeah, more flat damage. Shield Crush, more flat damage. Smite. Yeah. So all expected. 80% more damage. No. Very little percent more on Special Helix, really. They do not want people to play Special Helix. All right, where's SST? That's right. It's right here. 25% more flat. Actually, SST they did not go crazy with. That's a very, very conservative buff. Incredibly conservative buff. Oh, you're right. You're actually right about the quality. Yeah. Sorry, I take that back. Yep, I forgot about that. So that probably makes up for it. Oh, the new tier. If there's a new tier of the shield too, yeah. 100%. Okay, Storm Rain, Storm Blast Mine. All of these guys. Let me know. Like these are, we're seeing very similar. Like we're seeing some very big numbers here. But it's also really going to be dependent on, it loses the flat, so you're going to get more on the weapon and but if you have other sources of flat from other places, then it will outscale what it used to be. So I think these are generally as big of buffs as they look like, but you do have to change the way that you're gearing a little bit. Bane loses 20. Exclamation point, Bane shows the old one. Bane gained 20% damage back. Right, but if you think about it, right, if you're doing 100 damage and you lose 20% and you go to 80 damage, but then you get 20% back, you actually only go up to 96 damage, right? Because it's 20% on top of 80 is not the same as 20% from 100. So even if it's exactly 20%, it's still not where it used to be. Bane is not okay. It could be playable, but I just don't think it's like good with the changes. Yeah, these are all whatever. These are all whatever. Let me know if there's anything crazy here that I'm missing. Vulnerability, let's see. Oh, Vortex. Yeah, it's all the same. Vulnerability. Was punishment in here? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think they touch curses at all. No. Quality now provides attack hits 10% chance to aggravate. Yeah, that's cool. War Banner. Vortex got nuked? How? Oh, it did. Oh my god. I mean, you don't add flat damage to it really anyway, but that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, you usually get the damage from gem levels regardless. But holy cow. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing Vortex... Oh! No one plays Ignite Vortex right now anyway. That's been a dead build for a while. They nerfed it because of Archmage. Yeah, did they do the same thing with Ice Nova? Because they should have, if they wanted to nerf both of these. No, they didn't touch Ice Nova. So this is a thing that people were just discovering in the past couple of weeks. Vortex of Projection is godlike. I played it last league on my Assassin. Vortex of Projection, you don't even have to generate all of the Frostbolts. It will regardless do, like, it feels like it's kind of bugged. It will regardless generate more vortexes than you think it will, and you will do giga damage with it. Still very good if you're not scaling flat damage, so it's still going to be really good for like power charge gem level stacking, but it is now, they basically preemptively nerfed it for Archmage because I think Archmage players started to recognize that Vortex of Projection was just better than Ice Nova. I saw a couple Reddit threads in the past couple weeks like, hey, anyone who's playing Ice Nova, you should try Vortex of Projection. You might not generate enough frost bolts, but holy cow, I'm just one-shotting bosses. And yeah, this skill, yeah, what a nerf. Wow. Still fine if you're gem level stacking. Like this does not change level damage stacking, but it does nerf people that are doing like frenzy charge, flat damage stacking, stuff like that. All right, War Banner. How do they change War Banner? 8% increased accuracy, 4% more physical damage. Okay. Warlord's Mark. No longer stun for rage. Now cursed enemies grant 10 when stunned. Okay, so that's a buff, yeah? Because you can chain stun people. And it is not limited to 1 second. That is a buff. Could be wrong, but that's looks like a buff. Wild Strike, 231 to 403. Okay. Wild Strike of Extremes, they put it up to 240 to 320. That's interesting because this is a hard one to make work. All right, Vol Skill Balance. How far are we? Oh God, guys, we're 60% of the way. We did it. We're 60% of the way through. I think there's like comments and stuff at the bottom, so I think we're mostly done. I don't think this is just Vol Skills. I don't think there's anything. No one said anything about them. All right. Vol Blade Flurry is 690%. Yeah, I mean, it's just double damage. Everything is like roughly double damage, right? Is Detonate dead? Yeah, it looks pretty dead. I could be wrong, but it looks pretty damn dead from where I'm standing. We can all rejoice. The scourge of Detonate Dead dominating the game for the past 5 years is gone. Chance to Bleed can now support skills that create minions. No longer causes supported attacks. Oh. Now it's a 10% more damage with Bleed. Now it works for minions, huh? Summon Reaper, yeah. Yeah, Gauntlet this league. We'll see what that... Gauntlet would be very interesting. Bleed sucks on minions. Yeah, but now you can link it with Chance to Bleed. Put it on your Reaper. I don't know. Yeah, Bleed SRS. I don't think that would be good, but maybe on Reaper. Decay. Everyone loves Decay. It's like 15% more damage. Or no, it's like 25% more damage. Earthbreaker. Granted by Dawnstrider. No longer provides... 19% more damage, gem level 20. Okay. And Fist of War only works for hits. Oh, wait, hold on. Instead, the boosted slam now also applies to ailments at the same value. That seems the same. Seems the same. Impending Doom. Doom Blast goes up to... Okay, that's regular scaling. Doom Blast. More duration. Increased duration has been renamed to more duration. Whoa. 39% more? Okay. Fist of War now works for both hits and ailments. Didn't it before? No longer deals more damage with ailments. I don't understand the difference. ED Contagion on the board, no. No, there's not enough. Yeah, really slow slams for longer bleeds. Yep. Yeah, that's just a wording change for Fist of War, as far as I can tell. Infused Channeling no longer has the duration tag. Now it's Int Dex. It's a hybrid support gem with much lower level requirements, which is nice. No longer... Oh, ailments was a lower number. Okay, they should have... In the patch notes, that's the thing I would have preferred to have be written to be more clear, but... Man, I really wish they formatted this like League of Legends patch notes, so you saw like green and red. They do it for the skill gems later. That'd be really nice. Anyway. No longer has infusion... Like, it's so hard to read these after a while. So it lost the 10% more damage. It now has Wild Channeling, take 8% less damage from hits. Period. And supported skills now deal 20% more damage, up to 29% more. And the quality now provides 2% additionals for 10% less damage taken from hits, period. Wow, that is nice. That's really nice. Yeah. Previously, infused channeling was really weird. I believe the last time I used it was with Dancing Dervish. And you could channel the Cyclone in a Dancing Dervish, and it felt like a bug, but when the Dervish came out, you would keep infused channeling as long as the Dervish was out. And it was a permanent buff, which was pretty cool, actually. But I think that's the last time I've used infused channeling. Inspiration now causes supported skills to have less mana cost. Is the number the same? Is the number the same? That's interesting. Yeah, I want to see the numbers. I really want to see the numbers on that one. Prismatic Burst still sucks. We saw that. We talked about Rage. Shockwave, Trauma. Increased zoom might help reading. Zoom wouldn't help me at all. It's just a lot of words on the screen that are all the same color. Urgent Orders no longer adds 2 seconds to the cooldown, but now it has a 200% cost and reservation multiplier. Oof. Okay. All right. Ascended. Okay, Berserker changes. Crave the Slaughter now, instead of plus 10 rage, now scales your rage. This is how you now get attack speed. And it's only increased. And gain an additional rage. So you gain the rage on the leader node. Okay. Tinctures look like a huge trap. I think there's going to be some skill to putting together a build with a tincture. But if we have tinctures that are as strong as... They didn't show all the tinctures, right? But if they have like all damage can poison tinctures, that's beyond build enabling, right? Scourge Arrow of Menace and Affliction League was an absolute terror. And with Warden, you can use it with a bow builds, right? Well, you can scale tinctures, right? They don't have to fall off. You can scale them. And there might be, there could be tincture buffs on unique, stuff like that. Yep, really good points. Small Berserker, a Tafoha has been removed. What the? Hold on. Is the Bane buff meaningful? No. As far as I can tell. Yeah, this is the bonus strike. This has been removed. Although it still exists on old Forbidden Jewels. It's funny. Arangui has been replaced with the Scion Sun's Roar, which provides Warcries that have infinite power, 30% Warcry buff effect. What was Arangui? That was the totem one. Interesting. Rip Flamewood totems, by the way. Right? That was huge for Flamewood totems. So just Warcry buffs, huh? On Chieftain? Tukohama now requires Scion. Okay, so they move and then they move Tukohama behind it. Okay, so this gets deleted. Scion goes right here, and then everything else is untouched. Okay, so they just remove it. They're actually just straight up removing one of the nodes. Oh, because the totems are gone. Yeah. But Flamewood totems still exist, right? Flamewood totems is a build, and this is very, very, very necessary for that build, I believe, right? Because you want to use Aura Hangui with because you wanted to not use whatever type of totem, right? You wanted to use the other totem. But yeah, that build's dead. Okay. That was a cool build. That was a really cool build. Juggernaut. Unrelenting no longer provides Chaos Res or reduced ally damage taken. Now provides 1% additional per endurance charge. Yeah, because it's already 4%, right? So it goes to 5%. Losing the Chaos Res per endurance charge kind of rough though. That's a little rough. Yeah, I guess I'm going to get some... I definitely had the Ancestral Warchief Totem skins, so... Yeah, losing the Chaos Res kind of sucks for Juggernaut. Actually, getting your res up is going to be tougher now, because you previously got res from the Endurance charge, but I think they removed that, right? It's just reduced damage taken. So you used to just say, hey, I'm going to cap with Endurance charges. You can't anymore. Interesting. Unbreakable no longer provides armor applies to elemental damage. It now has 15% of armor. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's funny. Okay, that might be interesting. We would have to do the math in POB. I'm curious what Divine Flesh looks like now. With what is it? The new helmet? Is it helmet that gives you the +4 max chaos res? You crush, but you have +4 max chaos res. You can do Divine Flesh, and then you get this new Unbreakable. And then you do Fourth Vow. That could be interesting. Yeah, Fourth Vow Jug might be pretty sick right now. Yeah, Jug can get both max res. Yeah, no, but I'm saying like the max res wheels, you're not getting as much. Like when you had 10 endurance charges, that was 40 all res. And that's gone, right? Losing 40 all res is a lot. Is Berserker better or worse? Oh, I don't know. Not Fourth Vow? Well, you do Fourth Vow with Divine Flesh, right? Isn't that what you would do, and that's really good right now? Wouldn't you stack them? Maybe I'm wrong. Or you could use doppelgangers, I guess. Hold on, let's double check things here. Fourth Vow. Oh man, the wikis is not even loading. Their website is slammed. There any other big winners besides melee? Spells might scale better. My concern is armor also applies to chaos damage taken from hits. Would the wording of this stack? %50 of armor also applies. Yeah, going from 100 to 150. That I assume that would go from 100 to 115. But I guess maybe you wouldn't want to stack them, right? I think that is a good point. Doppelgangers on top of that is probably insane. Yeah. You're right. Doppelgangers on top of that might be pretty sick. Although you lose armor, like you wouldn't want a body armor that's not armor if you really are relying on that. I think. Yeah, you'd have to do the math. You'd have to do the math. Incandescent? Well, I think you're going to be taking... this is the weird thing, right? Is you're going to be taking so much less elemental damage. Like, if you're at 90 max res... I'm just spitballing here. I don't have the calculator in front of me, but if you have 90 max res, very good armor, and 10 endurance charges. 10 endurance charges is making you take 40% less elemental damage on top of the 90 max res. So you're actually only taking 6% of elemental damage total, which is awesome. 6% total of elemental damage. You wouldn't want to shift that, I don't think. You likely would not want to shift that elemental damage to chaos damage. Because even if you have 90 max chaos res and the 15% armor on top of that, I feel like you would rather the 4% less damage taken, the 40% less damage taken from that 10%, than how much your armor is going to be giving you, depending on the size of the hit, right? Yeah, you'd really have to do the math. You'd really have to do the math. Like it depends on the size of the hit, right? If the hit is smaller, your armor will be more effective. But if the hit is and then Incandescent Heart's going to be better. But if the hit is larger, then you would rather just 40% less damage taken. You'd rather that damage be against the elemental from the endurance charges rather than the Incandescent Heart just shifting 20% of that to chaos, right? Stacking them together might be better. Like the math might be better, but even better on top of that, if we're talking about just raw physical damage, then the doppelgangers. The problem is doppelgangers are bad base, right? If you care about armor, I don't think you don't want to do doppelgangers. Incandescent Heart actually does have a good armor base. I mean, it's still going to make you tankier, right? But what is mathematically the best here? I don't know. You'd have to run it in POB. Aspect of the crab on top of that? We crabbing out? You'd only want to shift it if you could apply with Transcendence. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think Transcendence, I don't know. That's a whole bag of worms. I'm not here to do all the math right now. We can do that this weekend. We'll open up POB later. I do eventually have to eat dinner. I don't even know what I'm gonna have for dinner tonight. All right, Gladiator has been rebalanced. Yeah. War of Attrition. When should the POB update be? Let me see. Let me open up the... I can give you guys a little sneak peek. I'm not going to show you guys, but let me see what they're talking about in the channel. Oh man, I think they're all reading patch notes right now. Oh, let me see. Kalguur. Control. Yeah, they're worried about how many they have to worry about Ruthless. That's the problem. POB has to have a Ruthless mode. And so they have to like hand write all those things, which is really annoying. Let's see. Yeah, they're on it. They're already on top of this. Now, the double anoints might be kind of annoying. Yep, putting 2 anoints in for like everything. They already have that for they already have that for Strangle Gasp. Yep. Anyway. Let's see the new passive skills on Gladiator. Yeah, we saw them already here. I mean, we could just look at this here. All right, so this is the new Gladiator. So 50% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value. Dual wielding inherently gives you 20%. So this is just 10% block. So if you're dual wielding, you'll just go to 30%. Oh, inherent bonuses from dual wielding are doubled. Does this give you 50% block? Oh no, that's for shield. That's for shield. Okay, so you go to 40% block with dual wielding. That's kind of cool. 40% block for just that node? Okay. And you get lucky on the second block. Lucky is very, very, very good for block, by the way. I don't think we've talked about that yet. Double. I mean, lucky isn't double. Lucky rolls twice. So because you cannot get 100% block. I mean, we can look at the math, right? If you want to see what exactly it does at 75%. If you hit max block, let's get to 75% suppression. 63%. Let's get a little bit more. Where's my suppression nodes at? 68, 73. So if I have 73% suppression and I go to lucky, right, because it's rolling twice, I mathematically have 93%, right? So if you have 75% block and you roll lucky block, you have like nearly 95% chance to block mathematically. Like block then becomes insane. Max block with lucky is, I don't think you can discount how good that actually is. New versatile combatant with 68% block and luck is 87% chance to block. Yeah. So I think this is a very, very strong node, actually. I think it's a very strong node. So it's only if you've blocked recently. So you need, the problem with this is, unlike lucky spell suppression, you need to have blocked first. And so this is bad for lower values of block, whereas at like middle values of spell suppression, lucky is still very good. It's not as good, but 50% spell suppression lucky is still very nice. Whereas 50% block lucky is good, but not nearly as good as 70-75% block with lucky. So I think this is cool. Being able to dual wield and then having 40% lucky block. I think that's nice. And that's just inherent, right? You can get other sources of block on top of that. I don't know anything. I can't comment on this retaliation stuff. It seems really interesting, but without using it, I don't know. Like the 50% chance to remain usable, so I have to like pay attention whether it went off cooldown. Like, I don't know. This is freaking weird. Maybe it's good. I don't know. It seems weird. A scaling War of Attrition damage that will take a little over a minute and a half to get to max damage. Cool. The longer a fight's been going, you end up dealing double damage. I think this is just not bad. The main question here, right? Yeah, for like something like Uber Elder, right, or Cirrus. The question is, what does it mean to be in my presence? Does that just mean if I'm in the arena? Or, yeah, is there a range? If they phase, does it stay active? What does presence mean here, right? In your presence, have a fixed distance of 8 meters, which is 80 units. It's the whole screen. It is the whole screen. Right? 80 units is right here. It is the whole screen. No, it's not in the arena. That's not the arena. It's a fixed. I knew it had a range. My question is, does it reset if a boss phases? Right? So that's that could be, that could feel kind of bad if it resets when the boss phases. Particularly if you're fighting Uber Exarch, right? Yeah, Uber Exarch teleports way the frick off the screen, right? Maven basically disappears as well. So And then what is, I guess, the other question about the wording here is, where the heck is it? I guess it doesn't fall off. Yeah. They've ever been. You're right. It says ever. Okay. Because it says ever, I think we're good. Never mind. All of my concerns are ameliorated. I am totally copacetic. And we're good. Yeah, ever is fine. We're solid. Okay, I'm not worried at all about that. That's cool then. Yeah, just for any fight that goes on for a while, it's not good for a build that wants to one-shot a boss, but if a boss fight's going to go on for at least 30 to 60 seconds, this is a very good node. What if you die and come back? I think it's probably still active. Because it says ever. Yeah, I think it's just permanent. All right, the Weapon Master one is really interesting. So with Vera Nostra, you get 25% more accuracy, 20% AoE, 20% crit chance, 20% instant leech, which is insane, and 30% more damage against low life. So that I know it doesn't exactly average out to this, but that's like kind of 15% more damage multiplier. Too much wormfic recently? What? It's like the worm webcomic or web novel. Vera Nostra and a savior. Oh, I guess, yeah, dual wielding, you can activate both, right? Oh. Double Vera Nostra? You don't have to, though. This doesn't double stack. Yeah, I read Worm years and years ago. Yeah. Very epic. Yeah, it's not going to stack. Like, wearing two swords doesn't give you 2 times 25%. But yeah, dual strike of ambidexterity might really like this. Cast on crit glad? Yeah, I can see that. You keep that. Write this stuff down. Yeah, Sailcat, write this stuff down. I think you're cooking. That's a lot of really good stuff that I would like. Not to mention, like, the double damage, right? So as long as you're willing to take a little bit of time with the fight, double damage on the boss fights, that's just amazing. The defense is really good there. And retaliation, like, if there's a really good retaliation node with that, I think that's actually potentially really good. And then, especially if you're doing a cast on crit spell, a cast on crit physical spell, so you scale your physical damage, as long as you have a source of bleed. Oh, more crit not local to weapon? No, that's not local to weapon. It's just more critical strike chance while wielding a dagger. That is not local, that's global. Thoughts on the Rage and Berserk changes? Yeah, it's just commensurate with all of the other changes. They didn't want it to be like the only way to scale. And then bleeding is aggravated. Yeah, so I mean, if you wanted to do a cast on crit build, right, you would take War of Attrition, Weapon Master, Gratuitous Violence, and Determined Survivor, I guess. And you could drop Gratuitous Violence and then go into more than skill, just for pure defense if you wanted to. What about Bleed SST? Might be very solid now. Might be very, very solid. SST wasn't buffed much. Well, the thing is, you'd have to do the math. But all things that get quality were pretty big buffed, right? Got to halfway on the notes. Now we're further than that. All right. Warden. Increased elemental damage with melee weapons. I think they said this goes to 100%. Can probably scale a little bit better. Increased critical strike chance. Yeah, we don't know all the explicit mods that go on here. You get increased effect. but with the mana burn rate. God, maintaining that mana burn is going to be interesting. Chance to poison, increase damage with poison. Is this just replacing? We might not have the all damage can poison. Just flesh and flame everything. I know there's a keystone for life burn. I think that's going to be really compelling. Gems are on the Glad page. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what these are going to feel like. I really think I would want to try these in game before I think about putting them in a build or something. They seem really interesting. I'll just say that. Are they good enough? They could be insane. I don't know. Yeah, these tinctures don't look cracked to me. I guess the big question is... Yeah, so like with Enduring Suffusion, I think you could probably get a 100% uptime of your tincture. Right? It's a 6-second cooldown, and the linger can last 6 seconds. So you're going to have to be diligent. It's going to be annoying. There's probably ways to make it easier to turn your tinctures on and off. But yeah, it's going to be annoying to press it every 6 seconds. But with the linger, you can almost definitely have 100% uptime. I have to use my power. Vel, I'm with you. I was just talking about Hollow Palm a few minutes ago. I think I'm a huge Hollow Palm enjoyer, and yeah, with tinctures, and not just tinctures, but also the new enchants. Yeah, we have to get them to listen. The new enchants, right? That's the other thing, is those things are insane, and we don't have access to those. Hey, Chomos, how's it going, man? Yeah, I mean, this is we haven't even talked about the whole we haven't even talked about the whole currency trade market and everything. The consequences of the currency trade market are commensurately cuckoo. We'll just say that. That's all I got. All right, what else does Warden got? Facebreaker good now? No. A Facebreaker is even less compelling than ever. Yeah, I'm a Hollow Palm enjoyer. Vel's a big Facebreaker enjoyer. And yeah, if anything, you even less want to go unarmed. Yeah, the currency trade market's good for free to play. That's a really good point. All right, so yeah, tinctures, double I don't know how much you're going to care about double tinctures, but yep. So this is really weird. Using 3, if you're a tincture enjoyer, using all of your, like, almost all of your Ascendancy just for tinctures is crazy. I know. I kind of miss Raider already. Did they change the wording? Oh, they don't have the wording here. A sacred duty, ancestral promise. Deliver the fury of the wilds and tear evil asunder. I know. I kind of miss Raider a little bit right now. Barkskin, Archmage, as far as we can tell, did not get nerfed at all. Yeah, the old fantasy of Raider is gone entirely, which kind of feels bad. Scorch, double scorches, so you can get 60% minus res now if you have a big enough hit, if you have a big enough fire hit, is pretty interesting. Minus 60 res is not small. Not as well as, you know, if you have to hit them 50 times, but 50 shocks of 100% increased damage taken is a lot too. So minus 60 res and 100% shock if they hit 50 times. But I think Oath of Winter to me is the most interesting node that she has. The Barkskin stuff, maybe I don't know. But to me, Oath of Winter is really, really interesting with the guaranteed 2-second freezes and the making sure that the next freeze is going to be better with the Hoarfrost. Like, I think this is probably her strongest node right now. Yeah, I actually watched the Snoobe video this morning, his freeze setup. And I think on Warden, this might actually be really... Honestly, this is what you would do, is you would still play on a Deadeye, because Deadeye is insane right now. God, this website lags so much. But the new Deadeye, because they gave her frenzy charges, because why the hell not? Deadeye got clapped with nerfs. What? In what? In what? What? I mean, they gave her frenzy charges for free. Accuracy becomes free as well. Did she get Giga Nerf? Oh, I didn't get down to Deadeye yet. %10 increased effect per Gale Force instead of 15%. You lose 30% on Far Shot. Yo, melee Deadeyes log in. Yeah, I mean, a little bit of the Gale Force, I'm not too worried about that. That's just the increased effect on the base. I don't think this is huge. Especially since you can and often do get increased action speed on the boots anyway. Or you could even go for upgraded Tailwind boots. Yeah, just for the Tailwind effect. Yeah, I mean, this is a... You can make up for this with gear, even, and get back to where you were. They want people to take Windward. Far Shot no longer provides Far Shot. This is the most Path of Exile thing in the entire world. The Far Shot Ascendancy no longer provides Far Shot. It now provides 30% more damage. It's currently 60% more. Yeah, exactly. But now you can put Far Shot on your bow. You can just enchant Far Shot on your bow. So, there you go. Yeah, I know. They should have changed the name. Instead of Vengeance Cascade on the bow? Yeah, I mean, free returning proj, I guess, is probably better. Yeah, so how is Deadeye nerfed? If you can put returning proj for free on your bow and double your damage without having used a Nimbus. Deadeye got clapped with nerfs. What did you say? What was your wording? Removed from the game? Deleted? But you get an enchant on your bow that doubles your damage? And you get frenzy charges now? With free accuracy, so you don't have to worry about accuracy at all. Deadeye got clapped. She got a slap on the... Like, you gotta stop with the exaggerations, man. She got a tiny little slap on the wrist, and then they gave her gigantic buff on the bow. And frenzy charges. I mean, come on. Yeah, we just looked at Warden. Doesn't Vengeance Cascade go on the ring? No, you can craft returning projectiles. Hey, here, we got this screenshot from Jung Ron right here. You can craft projectiles returned to you on the bow. Right there. That is literally double damage. Right there. That line. the boom, double damage. Like, anything else is like, who cares? And if you want Far Shot back, it's right there too. Yeah, I mean, projectile return on wants too for free. That's fun. Pathfinder got clapped hard. Oh, because Fizz taken as removed. I mean, I wouldn't say Pathfinder, right? The loss of Fizz taken as. They gave it back on the helmet. They removed it from the Timeless Jewel. They still have Lightning Coil. and they removed it from Taste of Hate. So specifically what Mark said is that he doesn't want you to get 100% fizz taken as anymore. However, Pathfinder arguably had, Dawnbreaker as well. Yep, you can still get on Dawnbreaker probably. Tromos. Yeah. I actually wasn't originally wearing the Farmville shirt. I put it on when they showed everything. Yeah, you can Dawnbreaker plus Lightning Coil, that's already 70%. I assume, let's say on the helmet's at least 10%. So that's 80% fizz taken as. That's pretty darn good. You know, it's not 100%, but that's still pretty darn good. And guess what? There's more access to max res. So you can go for max res. That's the thing, is this is another side of the equation. You have less fizz taken as, but of the fizz that you take as, you can increase your maximum res. They have it on Jules now, and Pathfinder has access to max res that she often skips and she can take now, right? If you go down a little bit, that then gives you less of the damage that was shifted taken anyway, right? And Progenesis is still there, right? Yo, Aztec, thanks, man. Thanks for the year, dude. Yeah, I in general, like, what I'm worried about is not Pathfinder's physical damage mitigation. I'm worried about specifically which builds that couldn't go Lightning Coil or Cloak of Flame, but they went for the Gravicius craft and or the Corel craft and Taste of Hate to get any physical damage mitigation. Those builds are going to be in a very awkward place. Yeah, Tides of Time. I don't think Tides of Time was going to get touched. I never thought it was going to get touched. Is the Farmville town progress shared among your characters? That's a very good question. Yeah, a lot of people thought Tides of Time was going to get touched, but I think it's a strong uber unique. It's fine. It's fine. They can make it a little bit rarer, but the belt is a definition of okay. Go keep dropping the takes, man. Keep dropping the crazy takes. Okay. No, the belt is fucking godlike. The belt is godlike, is arguably better than Mageblood for a number of builds. Tides of Time is absolutely incredible if you're a right side build. It's not just Pathfinder either. You can use it on many different Rangers and even like Trickster. Definitely less with Taste of Hate. Yeah. Losing Taste of Hate definitely hurts a little bit, but even more the demand for Progenesis is up. Progenesis just got, the stonks for that just went way up. Time to farm Uber Maven, guys. All right, what else we got? Hold on, let's look at these. These are actually probably not small changes. Oh yeah, we looked at Warden. What are these? Berserker, this seems awful. Berserker one seems awful. Chieftain, totems taunt enemies for 2 seconds when summoned. Now 20% Warcry buff effect. Deadeye gives you frenzy charge while moving instead of the proj. Interesting. Gladiator now gives you aggravate. 50% chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's base value. Gain 50% base chance. I can't English this. Gain 50% base chance to block from the shield instead of the shield's value. So if the base chance is 8, you get 12. Am I reading that correctly? You just get 50% increased. That wording is so awkward. No, I don't think you get 50% chance to block no matter what. Is it? You just straight up get 50% block chance, period? Oh. Okay. That's really, really good. That's really good. Yeah. Okay, that's a good line to get. You get the double dual wielding, And you get the 1% more. Wow. And you the 1% more up to 50%. Yeah, not from the item, but you get more stuff from the tree. That's a very good upgrade to the Ascendant node for Gladiator. What's the Raider one get? It now has 8% Ellie Pen and Tincture. What a piece of shit. What a piece of trash. 8% pen? In what world do I care about 8% pen? Get out of here with that. Maybe +1 tincture is good. I don't know. But yeah, you lose 10% movement speed and endurance charge and phasing and onslaught. You lose all of this for 8% pen and you only get melee. Yeah. Only get melee tincture. This seems like a huge nerf. Huge nerf. All right. Passive tree changes. You still get the spell suppression? Hold on. If you still get spell suppression, it's... Okay, so the 20% chance to suppress is still there, untouched. I mean, still a downgrade, in my opinion, but... We're too short-sighted on Warden? No, I mean, I think there's potential. Maybe Warden on Scion. I don't know anything about this, but I think Warden in general has a lot of potential. Particularly the, whatever of Winter. Oath of Winter. Oath of Summer, Winter, and Spring. Where's the Oath of Fall? Come on, man. Lesson of the Seasons. Fall is such a good season. It's the best. And also, the Avatar of the Wild is interesting. Requires 100 Unbound Fury. And you become unbound for 10 seconds. Which has no effects beyond those listed here. When you inflict an elemental ailment with a hit on enemy, no more than once every 0.2 seconds. So you can get 5 per second. So it takes 20 seconds to stack it up. And then you have a 100% chance to free shock and ignite. Which probably doesn't matter. That line probably doesn't matter. But you press a button. Do you press a button? Or is it active? You probably press a button. No. And to use and causes you... I don't know. I don't know if it's active or you press a button. For each type of ailments. Oh, each type of ailment. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, so if you can do... you can do 6 different ailments, right? So 6 times 3, you can do 18 per second, right? Or 6 times 5, 30. You can do 30 per second. Am I wrong? 5 times 3, 15. Times 2, 30. Yeah. Very hard to do all of them, so you can do 5. But that doesn't... How are you getting 6? You can't do all 6, but there's the trick. There's a trick to do more of them. I guess, does it count if you're doing, like, Brittle Ground? Is that me? Can I do it with Brittle Ground? Is there a way for me to ignite them with Oath of Summer active? Because this is specifically... I don't know. Yeah, it has to be a hit. What is Hoarfrost? Is Hoarfrost probably not a new ailment? Is it just that I inflict? Is it inflicted if I have Brittle Ground? So like, is it 4? Probably doesn't count as me inflicting it on. Oh, you get Chill and Freeze. Yeah, but you're not going to inflict 5 freezes per second. Oh man, maybe you do. Yeah, shock, chill, freeze, and scorch maybe. Yeah, because you can choose just one of these, right? You can choose scorch, shock and chill, and freeze. Okay, so let's say 4. We know we can definitely do 4. 4 times 5, 20 per second. So it only takes 5 seconds to get an uptime of it doesn't have a cooldown. So if it automatically triggers, we're talking 10-second up down, 5-second down down. So 66% of the time we're doing 80% more damage. That's pretty good. How are you getting that many hits? I'm just that good. Yeah. How are you not getting that many hits? Grant skill to use. Yeah, I mean, if you're not attacking 5 times a second, what are you even doing? What are you even doing with your life? You can see it in action in the trailer. Do they have to press the button in the trailer? Is it a skill that they press? It is a button. Where are you getting the zoomies, though? Anywhere? Anywhere the heck I want? Everywhere in the game? All right, anyway. Anyway, there are now more notables than oil combinations to anoint them all, so they removed beef. Yep, next line. Beef is removed. The Volpack Keystone no longer provides any of its current stats and now provides life leech from melee as instant and cannot recover life other from leech. But if you're leeching all the time, that's a... What is currently on Volpact? Yeah, you would want Overleech. Yeah, so currently it's just you have no life regen, but it doesn't disable other sources of life recovery. I mean, this is old Volpact, right? This is literally just old Volpact. But yeah, you would want... Ideally, you do want Overleech, because there's so many times that bosses phase and whatever, and then there's just dots all over the place. And then you hate everything. If all life is leech is instant, do you get Overleech? That's a good question. It's a good question. Maybe not. Maybe not. I haven't used old Volpact. I would assume no. You're right. I would assume no. I haven't. Old Volpact predates me. I think it existed. Let's take a look. Like I've seen videos of it, but the old version I think predates me ever playing the game. No, it doesn't predate me, but it's a little bit after. So this is the patch after I started, I think. Which league was this? This is Abyss. Oh, no, this is later. So it was Abyss that they reworked it. I just never played it. Yeah, they reworked it in Abyss League. But this is very close to me starting. I started in Parandus. And then Abyss is right here. So like I skipped Essence, and I mostly skipped Essence and Harvey, and I did skip Abyss. So yeah. Anyway. The wiki seems to suggest that you still do get Overleech. Really? I mean, let's just the Path of... Oh, that's the new Volpact, though. Path of Exile. Overleech. Instant Leech. I don't know if I found a bug. Non-instant Life Leech is not applied. It is instead transformed to damage reduction. So it is correct that you will dip health walking over burning ground. The way instant Leech works is that, say you have 20% instant, not only 80% of your Life Leech will be transformed to damage reduction. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the new Vol Pact. Yeah, my assumption is if it's instant, then it wouldn't work because it gets instantly applied. I don't know. Is Hoarfrost a new ailment? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just a debuff. Do I think Cyclone is viable? Is double damage on Cyclone enough without any huge AoE buff? The 20% more AoE, is it 20% on the new Gladiator? Might be pretty nice. Is it 20% or 25? 20%. You'd have to be using a Mace or Scepter, though, which is kind of bad. Veranostra Cyclone. Dual wielding Paradoxica Veranostra Cyclone. There you go. What do I think about Perfect Agony Peacock? I haven't seen. Did Perfect Agony change? Yeah, we didn't get to it. We're very close. We just read this one. Impaler now provides 5 additional impales instead of 4. Okay. Versatile combatant. Swap position with iron reflexes. Interesting. So if you're an armor stacker, you have to go further to get iron reflexes now. That makes it kind of in an uncomfortable position, actually, for armor stackers. I think. PoE Planner's updated? I know. I got it right here. Problem is it runs like shit. It's really laggy and annoying to use. I know. I have it open. All right, let's see. Yeah, we looked at Warlord's Call. It's really awkward. Really, really awkward. Perfect Agony no longer causes modifiers to Critical Strike Multiplier to also apply to dots. Instead, it now causes dot multi to be equal to crit multi. And so it just doubles. And you still get the crit. Okay. I mean, they doubled the value of Perfect Agony. That might be enough to make it... Oh, this is Path of Pathing. Oh, PoE Planner is updated? Okay, PoE Planner is probably just a better website. Yeah, Path of Pathing runs like trash. Okay, thank you. Yeah, good call. Yeah, this is way better. Yeah, so Perfect Agony now. Dot multi is equal to crit multi. Critical strikes do not deal extra damage. That's fine. And non-critical strikes can't inflict ailments. Other sources, oh yeah, dot multi, regular dot multi doesn't apply at all anymore. So you're just going crit multi. Right, but yeah, the big thing is like how much dot multi are you usually getting? And then you always have this, right? $240 crit multi on your Marlenes. And then if if you are playing on Assassin and you can crit. That's pretty sick. Viper Strike of the Mamba. Yeah, potential. Maybe potential. Yo, hi Joe. Thanks, man. Tendi's Ignite? Perfect Agony Tendi's Ignite. Yeah. Write it down. Put it on the list. Write it down. I mean, that one Tendies, the guaranteed crit Tendies. Is it eccentricity? Yeah. And they have a 500% more damage multiplier. How are right side characters getting fizz mitigation? Progenesis. Well, the thing, you still get lightning coil, right? They added it to the helmet. They added the Eldritch Implicits to the helmet. So I'm assuming that's going to be like 10%. So you can do lightning coil and the helmet. That's 60%. And, you know, probably Dawnbreaker stonks going up a little bit there too. So then we're looking at 80% fizz mitigation, and then Progenesis then becomes mandatory. How am I feeling about next league? I think it's pretty compelling. Helmets already had fizz taken as. They said that they like kept it though. That's the big thing. They already had it, but they removed the Corel crafts, but they said they let me see. Taken as. There's a line here. New Eldritch Implicits on body armors that grant physical damage taken as. They removed these 2 crafts, and then they said I think there's also new ones on helmet too. Thought there was one that said helmet somewhere. Maybe I read the body armor one. I thought it was helmet. Many modifiers that grant fizz taken as can no longer roll. This includes incursion, helmet. Okay, I was wrong about the helmet. Sorry. But it is on. They moved it to the body armor. Is what they did. All right, so I take that back. Yeah, I guess you lose the helmet one. But yeah, it feels like Progenesis 100%. I mean, that I said it early on. I think that is a thing that I'm a little concerned about. Is they didn't give right side characters, top and right side characters, access to physical damage mitigation. Who knows? Maybe gigantic energy shield pools, and I don't know. It doesn't look like they gave us anything. I don't know. Yeah, it's Barkskin time. All right. Doppelgangers? Yeah. I mean, Doppelgangers is basically exactly the same as Lightning Coil in a lot of ways, but it's not, it's even better than Lightning Coil. Because you get 40% without the downsides, and there's no life on it, so you can take the life mastery, and it's got energy shield, and it's got the life regen, which is nice. Yeah, Doppelganger Stonk's definitely going up. Yeah, because, right, if you have 75 lightning res, 50% fizz taken as lightning is the same as 40% less taken. And this less taken will stack with, you know, other sources. Am I going to play melee? I'm going to try everything at some point. Crap, ES and evasion. Yeah, true. It's a bad base. Save Scarp is with nothing on it. It's a bad base for sure. What are we league starting? I don't know. I was originally league starting group play. And yeah, let's see. My group said, let me catch up what they said. I am optimistic and skeptical. Oh, that was before they read the patch notes. All right. I see pain. See the word pain. And then, yeah, Weasel put in the Div Scarab nerf. With all the Div Scarab nerfs, no quantity. I think that was the nail in the coffin. I think, unfortunately, group play is probably dead. With the all the Scarab nerfs, I think group play is much less compelling. I think that was the last thing that we could maybe do is realistically is done. Okay. Yeah, it just doesn't feel very compelling. Particularly my role was as the culler. I was going to be the guy that ran all the item quant and cull. And yeah, I wasn't. Hey, Paisley, thanks for the prime, man. Yeah, I was going to be the color, and that role is very, very dead now. It's basically a waste. Like, if we wanted to play together, it'd be kind of like fun. It'd be, kind of cool to do, just to do something. But it would be, I think, unfortunately, like the amount of extras, it's cool, like working with a team and coordinating. Like, I actually really liked running the campaign with them. It was actually really fun to run the campaign and everyone just like getting the checkpoints. Like you could get through the campaign in like 2.5 hours with an efficient group, which is really cool. Like, I actually wonder if maybe we want to still do that. If just like run through the campaign together and, I'll pitch it to them because we can still do that and like get through the campaign in less than 3 hours together. But everyone can just play the build that they want to play, but we just share the checkpoints. I think that could be pretty fun. But in terms of group play after the campaign, I think that's dead in the water. Yeah. You asked me a while ago what the best character for Heist does, and I said Raider. Yeah. Yeah. Winds of Fate, Marilyn Fallacy with the Glacial Hammer. Yeah. I think it'd be kind of fun. Yeah. I mean, if you guys are down, I mean, I think with just 3 or even 4 people, we could take the stress off of people. But with 3 or 4 people, we could get through the campaign in less than 3 hours. Yeah, Sailkite, write that down. Put it on the list. Peepo notes. That Glacial Hammer sounds really good. Michelson, that's a great idea, man. That sounds really fun. Anyway, yeah, I think group play in general is unfortunately pretty dead. Which I think is, overall, if we want to talk about it, it's probably healthy for the game. Healthy-ish for the game, right? Yo, greetings back to... I love the greetings from Germany. It's always greetings from Germany. Hello, Hydus. Is Poison Cock FR buffed? Poison Cock FR. Do people play Poison Cock FR? That seems crazy. Isn't Bane buffed? Barely. I could force myself to play it, but I think that would be dumb. I would rather just league start something experimental and fun than trying to like force Bane to work. Because the thing is, Bane is just going to feel exactly like it did. The problem is, here's why I don't want to play Bane. Unless they do something absolutely cracked. This is why I don't want to play Bane pretty much ever again. All right, hold on. Because of this. All right, here we go. That used to be Bane. That was Bane at its peak. It was so powerful that it could explode 4 screens at once. And it froze the entire game, and it was incredible. And whatever, like, how long ago was this? This was a year ago. This is over a year ago at this point. And it is, no matter, like, it would take a lot for them to bring it back from, to peak. And the thing is, like, a lot of the stuff that it's using is, doesn't exist anymore. Like Herald of Ash, right? They nerfed the crap out of Herald of Ash. It doesn't do what it used to do. I could manually Infernal Cry still. No, but Infernal Cry got changed too. Yeah, it just, you don't get the peak of what it was, sadly. So, yeah, it was incredible. It was really, really good. Vera Nostra Flicker Strike. The Flicker Strike fans, they cannot be stopped. Am I going to update the Maxwell guide for Frostblink? Yeah, 100%. Yep, the Frostblink guide will get updated. I am thinking about, we've got to finish these patch notes. I'm also thinking about what we do with, Holy Relic didn't get nerfed at all. Holy Relic is unnerfed. So it's totally fine. So that's what I'm making the League Start guide for. Okay, tainted scraps and whetstones are rarer. Non-gem items that generate a random quality can now generate up to 30%. Oh, cool. So our things can just drop with 30% now. Like armor and stuff. Bestiary to corrupt to 30%, now corrupts a map to 30%. NPCs will no longer have items that can be purchased with quality currency items and no longer sell Glassbore's baubles. Rewards from lead content that granted 30% quality now grant 20%. Just because it's percent's better. Hone Cleaver now is a 50%, sure. Apex Cleaver now does a little bit more damage. Now it ignores physical damage reduction. Okay. Corrupted and mirrored items can be unveiled. Really? Okay, that's interesting. Cool. With Divine Blessing gone, is Cast 1 channeling Cat Ren build poofed? No. The build worked. I mean, you lose the Malevolent. The build was uber dot capped. Uber dot capped. Which means something, I forget, it is like 170 million DPS. Like, you just drop Malevolence. And yeah, you lose that damage, but it's fine. I skipped a lot of notes, did I? Oh shit, I did, thank you. Yeah, we scrolled that. God, why is these patch notes so long? I can't. Sorry, I'm gonna die if I read these all. I will literally die. If you guys have one that you want me to read, let me know. A lot of these are, okay, ignore physical damage reduction instead of overwhelm. There's just so many little small passives. Jesus. I read Adorned. Yeah. We got Adorned totally checked off here. Adorned nerf. Where is it? Right here. Adorned nerfed. Indirect Harbinger Fracture or buff, since you would likely never drop. Oh, true. For quality Fracture base. Yeah, fair enough. Did they nerf Adorned? Oh, they took Adorned out back and they shot it. Bane is not alive, no. Yeah, Adorned can roll at 0% now. No, Bane's not viable. No, Bane is not buffed enough. Bane's still dead. Bane dead. All right, I'm not going to read all of these. These are all like little melee changes. Yeah, here we go. Adorned now only goes to 100%. 100%, I wouldn't say Adorned OP. I would say Adorned good. Like, in the right build, Adorned good. But you also want a max roll, right? Ice Shot League Start Guide. I know Arrow's doing one, so look out for Arrow on that. Yeah, Adorned is only for, is like, if you want to do the effort. Dancing Dervish now has cannot be used while manifested, meaning you can now weapon swap after manifesting. That's why people were asking about Dancing Dervish. Oh. Yeah, I don't think people understand how good Dancing Dervish is. Like, it's not, but you get Rampage and Onslaught. Not to, it's a hidden stat, but you also get Onslaught. I don't know if this goes away with the change, but or is that just because you're unarmed? Hold on. No. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a hidden stat on Dancing Dervish. So, yeah. And not to mention, like, in a melee build, this is what I'm thinking. Is in a melee, or sorry, in a minion build, this might kind of be annoying to some minion players, because in certain minion builds, you might want to manifest the dervishes and then weapon swap back to your minion wand and shield. And then you get additional minions, and then you also get the benefit of Rampage and Onslaught for funsies. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that a lot. Dominions, I would assume they snapshot, but I don't think you get levels on the dervishes. Maybe. I mean, you get level 15. What do we see level changes on these? Maybe in PoEDB. Yo, Jabsco, thanks, man. Cheers, dude. Hope you're excited for the league, man. Are we gonna see me play slams? You might. I might play a slam build, guys. I don't think I've ever played. I've played Ice Crash. Hey, I've played Ice Crash before. Defiance of Destiny down to 20%. Existing versions of this item can be made worse with a Divine Orb. Do we have a League Start tier list? Not at the moment, no. I mean, there's a lot of information that we have to integrate here. Yeah, Dancing Dervish summon Holy Relic. Exactly. I mean, and the thing is, you summon the dervishes with Cyclone. Like, I'm 100% thinking of putting Dancing Dervish into the Holy Relic build. 100%. Yeah, this league is I think they cooked on this one. I think there's some really, really fun stuff. I think the most important thing that I guess I would warn people is don't get too attached to old things. Hey, I miss Bane too, 100%. If Bane looked good, I would give it a shot. Yeah, Hexblast Mines is still god tier. It didn't get touched. Still absolute god tier. You know, many of your favorite builds from the past might not be that good right now after these patch notes. Look forward to new builds. Look forward to new builds that are exciting and great to play. Yeah, rip in peace. Yeah, Raider. If you played a build that was Raider, Cock DD looks very, very dead. Yes, very dead. DD in general looks like they pretty much took it out back and chopped it up. Duration buff? 40% increased duration? Oh, just doing with ward? Yeah, the ward stuff's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, if ward is there, yeah, I mean, I think that's the big thing is, yeah, just look for new things to change. Except for Flicker Strike players. I don't want you Flicker Strike players trying anything else. You guys, you know, you got your kink. You know, it's just, it's totally fine. You know, you stay over there. You do your Flicker Strike. You flick each other around. That's fine. I just don't want to see it. Okay. You guys stay over there. I'll be over here on the non-flicker side of the fence. And we're all good. Bane got a small bump in damage. Yeah. It's not what it needed. Yeah, exactly. I'm 100% thinking about ward too. Like with new bases giving you a lot more ward and with only a 2-second duration or a 2-second cooldown on the recovery, that's compelling. What do you think about Inquisitor Tristacker now? I didn't think about it before, and I don't think about it now. That's a Captain Lance thing, man. That's full Captain Lance. The Flicker Fetish Fiesta. No, I want your Flicker Fetish Fiesta out of arm's reach. I don't want to touch it. I know you guys are trying real hard to touch me. I'm staying away. Cyclone cast on crit, consecrated path. Consecrated path's an attack. What's Orb of Regret now? I think it's still there. You still use it. It's just you can use the gold now instead if you have a lot of gold. Why is everyone shitting on Flicker? They're not. It's just that Flicker Strike players are a special breed. You're either a Flicker Strike player or you're not. They kind of, they live in the meme. They live the meme, okay? It's okay. They can be over there. Do their thing. Calm's Heart now has 1,000 flat life. It's a lot of life. That is a lot of life. Elemental hit Raider could go hard. In my dreams. You got a special one for me on the comms? Oh, yeah? I skipped 3 uniques. Any idea how to get 100% Fist element? No. I mean, they specifically said they don't want you to get 100% Fist element anymore. They removed many sources of it. The whole point is you don't get 100%. Like, they don't want it to feel like a mandatory defensive layer that everyone just goes for 100% because it's the best. Charge dash is so bad. Yeah, Raider. What's a Raider? I don't know why you guys keep saying Raider in chat. What is that? Everyone knows the Ascendancies, Pathfinder, Deadeye, Warden. I mean, what are you guys talking about? All right, Defiance of Destiny got giga nerfed, like almost cut in half, which is wild. This means that Defiance of Destiny is even more for people with larger life pools, which is pretty interesting. Elixir of Unbroken Circle now is 80% Flash Duration, which is pretty good. Eternal Damnation now has cannot gain endurance or power charges. Oh, yeah, Vel's the Raider. Yeah. Yeah, Ralakesh the Rescue. Yeah. Eternal Damnation now mandatory runs with Ralakesh. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, walks with Ralakesh, because you ain't running with those boots on. Trust me, you ain't running with them boots. 0% movement speed. Get them off my... Get those dirty... Ew, gross. Would you find those things in the alleyway? Just behind a dumpster? I ain't putting those Ralakesh on. Ew. Leave slamming with the badge. Hand of the Fervent. 50% ignore. There's a lot of this ignore physical damage reduction. Okay. Calm's Heart. Yeah, we saw that. Lethal Pride, they removed physical taken as. Lycosidae now has 300% cold damage to retaliate. That's a lot of flat. That's a lot of flat damage. Oh no, that's the same. That's used to have it on counterattacks. Duh. Martyr of Innocence no longer gives you vengeance. Most people didn't use that anyway on there. Night Grip got nerfed. Probably just because. What is the new? It's interesting that they nerfed that. Oros Resolve is now 85% less ward during effect. Perfidy no longer has, you can have 2 different banners. No longer has fucking anything. What does it have? Now has, they've removed every single line from Perfidy. It now has, having a banner placed does not prevent you from gaining Valor. Yeah, I have PoE planners right here. Right here. Replica Innsbury Edge no longer has 10 Fizz taken as. Rigwald's Command now has each rage grants +2 dot multi for bleeding. Okay. Surrender does not grant level 30 Reckoning. Will now grant Crushing Fist. Whatever the heck that is. Oh, it's the new gem. Okay. It's the new counter gem. All right, thanks. Yeah, I don't know the names of them all yet. That makes sense. Taste of Hate now has 30% of fire and lightning taken as cold. I mean, you can do funny tricks. You can do funny tricks with other damage shifting. You know, you do, if you're using an Aegis or you're using shield. I mean, some cute stuff with a Dawn. Yeah, you just for Aegis, right? It was always from hits. Taste of Hate was always with hits. Back to Lethe Shade. The Reckless Defense and Replica Reckless now provide 6% chance to block attack damage, previously 2 to 4. Yeah, we saw. Okay, we read item quality. Corrupted and mirror items. Okay, this is where we were. Physical damage. Prefix modifiers can go up to 189 on body armor from 129. The values by Essence of Greed have been adjusted accordingly. The suffix modifiers on weapons that give increased burning damage or increased damage with a poison chance and poison on hit can no longer roll? Why is no one talking about this? No one has mentioned this. Particularly, damage, the poison on hit is, you mentioned it? Okay, all right. Sorry, I missed your message. Yeah. Particularly the chance to poison. But yeah, the burning damage is a pretty big roll. I think it's, cool. Where are we going? Craft of Exile. Is it 40% for burning damage? That's brutal, actually. I mean, so for Frostblink, that makes me want to recommend even more just going straight for Darkseer as soon as you can. Yeah, burning damage is 40% damage. Why? Why? Okay. Perfect Fossil has been renamed to Opulent. More drop modifiers and no tagless. Yeah, I mean, 40% decreased damage, particularly if you're dual wielding, that's 80% reduced damage on Ignite builds. And my Cat's Hole channeling build used poison on hit on the weapon too. Or at least like the increased damage with poison, right? We use that. Huh. The incursion what the heck? The incursion modifier for non-chaos as extra chaos is now trigger? What the hell? It's a 4-second trigger. Interesting. Regular jewels can now roll max res. Many modifiers that did Fizz taken as are gone. It's nice for non-dot. Yeah, but I play dot. What about me? Buff my builds. If I Kane of Coolmac. No, I don't think it does. I think the Veiled mod still exists. I mean, maybe it's gone further down, but Essence of Horror now grants 10% reduced extra damage from crits per endurance charge. Instead of Fizz taken as, yeah. I mean, yeah. You need to see me make a Molten Strike build this league. I think if anything, Molten Strike would be very low on the list of skills that I would want to play around with. Molten Strike's already been very good for a long time. Top 5 league starters when? I don't know. There's a lot of information to get in here, man. Honestly, here's what I would say. What did you hear? What did you miss? Yeah, 30,000. I think we're almost done. I would recommend, the crazy thing I would recommend is take a build that you liked in the past that maybe off meta, maybe something funky. This is going to be the one thing you will not hear. Taking the weekend off. Yeah. All right. I hear you. I would, any build that you think is interesting, I would just say play something, just unless you're an absolute beginner to the build, then go to maxroll.gg/Path of Exile, pick a build there. But if you've played this game for a while, just make some shit up, man. Yeah, I think cook your own build. Go to POB. Go dumpster diving. It just fucking what looks fun, man. Just do it. Stop. Don't follow random build guides. Don't go to YouTube, type in top 5 build guides, copy paste whatever that. You know what? Let's break the yokes. Break the yoke of playing other people's builds. Just YOLO. Have fun. Yeah. Just do some crazy shit, man. Charge Dash Warden. Okay, don't do that. Okay, I take it all back. Oh God. Oh, what did I do? Whoa. Okay, I take it all back. What do you guys glad bleed retaliation? Okay, all right. Sorry, I thought I did. Okay. All right, I thought you guys were different. All right, no, but really, I think I think if anything, I think it would be really cool. I think it would be really, really cool to I told you to play your own build and I made a bad build, so sub makes bad builds. He told me to make my own and it sucked. I think if you've played this game for a while, yes, you're not going to be playing like insane. Like CockDD was broken insane this league, right? You're not going to be playing a build that's broken like that. But you have, I think it would be really, really fun to just not follow a build guide. Like rediscover the first time that you played the game and you just had a lot of fun. I'm saying this as someone who makes builds and shares them, right? But I think it would be really cool to just see more and more people playing around, making up their own stuff. It might not work and that's okay. But I bet you'll probably have more fun and make more fond memories doing crazy weird stuff, especially this game. Like we have the trade market now and it's going to be so weird. Get out of the, in Quant's you don't have to worry about like watching FubGun ruin the market for you. I mean, Mark said it, not me. Mark said, there were like less, just like 10 people that were ruining the whole economy. You don't have to worry about that this league. It's going to be a very, very different pace. And I think it would be really fun for more people to just YOLO make some shit up and play your cooked ass weird builds, your cooked ass weird ideas. And, say, hey, I did a Warden double tincture charge dash bleed build. Fuck it. Just do it, man. I think you would, even if it's really, really bad and you stall out in yellow maps, you'll have a cool memory that you can talk about. And I think that would be pretty sick. All right. Let's see what else we got here. New set of modifiers for purity auras that can roll in Watcher's Eyes. Okay. What are they? I don't know. The implicit modifiers from Helmet have now been moved to body armor for Fizz Taken As. The Gravicius and Krell mods for Fizz Taken As are gone. Glove implicit can now make you aggravate bleeding targets, which means they count as moving, so they take that extra damage. Iron Flask now lasts not as long. In Ruthless, it's 2.5 seconds. Get fucked. The values for block attack damage have been increased. In some cases, spell suppression has also been increased. Welcome, right side enjoyers. Overwhelm, physical damage reduction. These are all the same thing. They've been doing this. There's a lot of it. Let's see. The base value for wands is base attack speed is way up on wands. 1.2 to 1.4, 1.3 to 1.45. All up. Yeah, the fastest is 1.6 base attacks per second. Ooh, put that wand in my pants. Base crit chance is up to 8% from 7. 8.5 from 7. 9% on these bases. Oh my god, 9% base crit on a tornado wand? Okay. What the? Okay, never mind. Prophecy wand, 10%. Crits are free, baby. Claws are now 7.5, 8% on the top claws. Same with daggers, up to 8% base crit on those. 8.5 on the... Are these new base types? Tricula. I think I've seen Gutting Knife, but I don't know about Tricula. Yeah, a lot of 8.5. Yeah, so all, okay, this is all, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm not going to read all these. Okay, everything's better. Everything's better. Tricula is not new. Okay, I don't know enough about daggers. I only know my rune daggers. Serpentine staff now is 22%. Okay, so all the implicits, everything went up a little bit. Cool. Div cards, rebirth and renewal are re-enabled and now gives you a horned scarab. More is never enough. Uniques. Long watch now gives you the fourth vow. What? Which one was that? Oh, it always did. Just re-enabled. Okay, the boss drop uniques, they brought them back. Okay, I see. Or did they update? Hold on, am I dumb? God, they're so fast. They're so fast. Yeah, it didn't before. What did it give you? I thought that was awkward. What did this used to give you? This guy's just on top of things. Previous. Disabled. Yeah, you son of a bitch. Previous. Can I read the whole thing? God, I'm not good at this. View source. The Vigil. Okay, it was the Vigil. Okay, yep. Thank you. Ice Nova Frostbolt is still viable? Yeah, it didn't get touched, as far as we know. All's Uprising from Friendship. Sambodi's Wisdom and Soul Quench are gone. Boss exclusive div cards can no longer get Delve, Eldritch. Okay. And Ruthless. Monster Balance. Essences now grant toughness instead of life to the monster. Less damage taken. 100% toughness is 50% less. 267. Okay. Just like RMR scaling. But reduced toughness makes them take more damage. So is there a way we can scale monster toughness? Oh, the fandom wiki has me covered? Yeah, what's up, Pigeon? We're almost done. It's 6.5 hours so far. Though that, like, what was it, an hour? Was it over an hour? Hour and a half for the Q&A? That really made this a long day. Can we get toughness? That's a good point. Let's see PoE Planner. Toughness. Maybe there's toughness. I don't see any toughness here. Maybe in the do we have the Atlas yet? Player toughness is called Fortify. No. It's different. Because it's not from hits. It's generic. But yeah, same idea, I guess. Cast out viable. No, it barely got touched. Tormented Spirit. Yeah, we saw that. Pinnacle bosses can now have up to 50% reduced action speed. Which, yeah, freezes way better on bosses now. Sick. Wow, 50%? No, Bane is not coming back, man. It's dead. It's still dead, man. I've said it like 100 times. I know people are excited about it, but no, it barely got touched. They got a little pat on the bum and said, you can go still play in the, go play with dirt. Where all the cool kids are playing with, Transformers. The battering Vol side area, I don't know what that does. Overwhelm. Improve the meteor telegraphing for the meteor when you use a flask. The meteor also has a 2-second cooldown. Oh, thank God. Yeah, this used to spam. Like a Tides of Time build, it used to just absolutely spam. Expedition Remnant. Yeah, Overwhelm. Yada. I know. Simulacrum that granted monsters Overwhelm and Impale. Oh, but pure Impale. Okay, just Overwhelm's gone. I get it. Unrelenting Timeless Vol no longer causes an Overwhelm. 10% increased damage times. They've been revived. Oh. That's kind of nasty, though. That's nasty in a different way. So if you have used an Unrelenting Vol emblem and you've done like 10 rounds, you take double damage. Yeah. That's still pretty nasty in a different way. Did Summon Holy Relic of Conviction get any changes? No. And potential buffs with them bringing Spectres back. Revenant monsters now use a shared explosion telegraphing used by... Oh, thank God! Yeah, currently, Revenants, if you didn't know, I mean, if you run T17s, you saw it, you can take the tankiest build literally in the world. I'm sure there's some exceptions, but even some of the tankiest builds in the entire game, you could put them in a T17 build, map with more life monsters and Stygian Revenants, and there was no telegraph for their detonate dead. And you would just be going, you couldn't even see a telegraph, and you're just dead. Didn't matter what your build was. What Spectres are back? They showed the statue and I think the meat sack. I don't know if it's all of them, but yeah, the Affliction Spectres are back. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, Mark said that he recognizes that Betrayal's very bad right now. Like, he spent a good amount of the announcement talking about in the Q&A how they want to fix Betrayal next patch. But they recognized it. Yeah, if Dark Marionette's back, we're definitely playing a Marionette build. 100%. Yeah. Oh, they showed the Marionette? Oh, I missed that. Oh, sick. Yeah, Body Swap Marionette's a sick build. Okay, they tweaked the prices on some of these. Oh, and they made them worse. It's only 3 strong boxes. Harby's only 2. Breach is buffed. Breach is buffed. Essence is I mean, for the time, right? It's the same number of essences per Chaos Orb, but, fewer maps that you have to run. So Essence technically buffed. Yep, we saw. All right, everybody. Everybody in chat, name your favorite bandit. What are you taking on your league start, guys? Get your votes in. What's your favorite bandit? I know what mine is. What bandit? Do you want to help Alira for 15% all res? Do you want to help Creighton for 8% movement speed? Do you want to help Oak for 40% maximum life? Or do you just want to kill them all and just get that one passive point regardless? Oak is so troll now? Even the life... Oh, did they nerf the life mastery down to 30? Really? Katava Thirst DD with Unearth? No, they nerfed Unearth pretty hard. Unearth and Desecrate. I believe Unearth also can't make a corpse higher than level 20. Oak is now good. You moved over there, Nick. So many sources of percent chance for his to ignore PDR. Yeah, it's like everywhere. Everywhere changed. Control F for plus 30. Yeah, there it is. The life mastery got... Wow. Wow. Help Aramir? Unearth scales. Yeah, Unearth got a pretty big nerf. I mean, Unearth is just not as good as Desecrate was, right? Yeah, I wish I don't have the Vim bindings in my Chrome, unfortunately. But yeah, Unearth got pretty big nerf here. And you preferred for Detonate Dead Desecrate anyway, because you could get much, much bigger corpses. Kill all the flicker doesn't need. So my personal preference, 15 all res for 1 passive point is insane. This is 45 resistances for 1 passive point, and it frees up, an entire ring suffix or, like 2 suffixes on your gear, right? Because you're gonna average like 25%, 23, 25% res as a suffix, right? I think Creighton in the campaign is a fine choice. I think 8% movement speed later on a build feels like nothing. Once you have a a good Quicksilver that's fully rolled up and, 35% movement speed boots, 8% more on top of that, you cannot tell the difference. I was arguing with Sir Gog actually on Discord. It's fine. We have our own personal choices. He's very smart. Like I respect his opinions a lot, but I disagree quite a bit with him on this. He is all about Creighton. I think, sure, there's probably some applications, but I think Creighton is a generally pretty troll pick. I think 40 life has applications, but I don't love it. I think 15 all res is really, really good. Really good. I think I'm going to be just helping Alira most of the time right now. And yeah, there's 100% times that I might unspec this and just take the next passive point for lots of builds. But I think 15 points, 15 all res for 1 point is insane right now. Yeah, and endurance charges don't get Ellie res anymore either. Yeah. I think this is a easily the strongest. To me, this is easily the strongest option for most builds. No, it's only elemental res. But that's great, right? I mean, no, it'd be better if it was chaos as well. But that relieves so much resistance pressure off your gear, because then you can just use essences of Scorn to craft your gear. And I believe it's Scorn. Envy? Is it Envy or Scorn? It's one of those two. Is it Envy? Is it Essence of Envy? Essence of Envy. It is Envy. Okay, yeah, Envy. You can use Essences of Envy. You don't care about as much as about getting other reses on your gear. So you just get some Essences of Envy crafted on your gear until you get some life or whatever. Craft a res, craft life, and then you're done. You don't even go for like double res or anything. It relieves so much gear pressure that I think this is an insane choice. Huge choice. Anyway. Yep, now we have to do golden hand job. So, and hand jobs for everybody all around. So that's a buff. Crushing Fist is now offered to Marauder. Steel Skin is now offered to Marauder for breaking some eggs. Okay. Shield Charge is now offered to Marauder, Duelist, Templar, and Scion for breaking some eggs. Really? Templar gets shield... Havoc. Havoc log in. Yeah, poor witch. Templar gets shield charge after breaking some eggs. Holy. Oh, it can be purchased by all classes. Oh. This is it. Why didn't anybody tell me about this? This is the biggest patch note change in the whole thing. Oh my God, I don't care about anything else. 30,000 words? I don't care. I only care about 20,996 words. Nessa by all classes. Yeah, these 4 words is the only ones that matter. You can buy shield charge after breaking some eggs. My whole life has changed. Yeah, campaign records about to be broken. Oh my God, insane. Well, they have to do... If they want to do a full Act 10 run, now they have to do Golden Hand Job. But yeah, this is so big. Yeah, Witch getting shield charge and not having to wait for Leap Slam by running Library, that saves, I don't know, like 5 minutes. It's so much. Glacial Shield Swipe? Oh, that's Retaliation ones. Divine Retribution, Swordstorm, Eviscerate, Vengeful Cry. Molten Shell is now offered to Marauder. Hyena? Okay, interesting. Rupture, Overexertion. Okay, fine. There's nothing about... Yeah, no, regrets are still there. I think regrets are they're just still there. Like, you can still use them. There's no... I think... There's so... Like, think of the amount of work that it would take to remove regrets. Because there's a ton of vendor recipes that use it. You buy, there's a regret to scour orb, transactions, right? There's all of that. So pulling a regret fully out of the economy would be very tough. I think it's fine. Yep, these are the quality life things. Really, really nice. I think this is gonna feel so different. Picking up items with the pickup range. I think this is gonna be life changing. I think this is gonna be life changing. I think we can't overstate how good that's gonna feel. Also, not missing waypoints. I'm actually really excited about not missing waypoints. Vendor recipes, no, higher than 20% quality. I think it has to be drop only, right? Yeah, pickup range is a clear speed multiplier, 100%. Yeah. I don't think people know it's going to feel good, but I don't think they realize how good it feels. If you haven't played specifically Torchlight has the easiest looting in any ARPG. It's literally, you press a button. You just press A. Bug includes Steve. Oh, yeah. You can just press your loot button in Torchlight as you're walking around, or you just click anywhere on the screen and it'll vacuum up everything of that type. And, this is baby steps towards that, but it is night and day, just blasting through, killing a pack of monsters. Click once, pick up everything, and then just keep going. And this will feel really, really good. Did I forget what he said about being able to send all currency in one click from the inventory? No, I didn't forget. Fix a bug where vendor recipes could unfracture fractured items. Yeah, that was a fun one. Implicit magnifiers is double tripled on Eyes of Great Wolf and String of Servitude were not working correctly. What crop are you going to grow? Are you a wheat guy? I'll trade you 2 wool for 3 wheat. Fix the bug where Hand of Freesia applied auras to players using generosity support. They fixed that. That was a very strong bug this league. That makes these way less interesting that they're making them core. Fix the bug where body swap supported by spell totem was not targeting your minions. Oh, body swap totem marionettes. Body swap spell totem marionette specters. That's the build of the league. Log in right now. That's what we're playing. That's the build. Write it down. That's going on the list. Thanks, Mr. Deadman. Thanks for the prime. Fixed a bug where Flame Blast of Celerity would never update its location for targeting an enemy. For totems, okay. Fixed a bug where using Frostblink could stop casting when near a wall. Oh my god, that was a bug? I thought the game was just janky as... Yeah, if you're doing Frostblink totems. They would just walk near... I thought like they just didn't know how to work. Oh, that's funny. So Frostblink totems are now cracked, huh? New build. All right, Frostblink totems. Frostblink totems. New build. Frostblink totems of Wintry Blast. Next build. They work against walls now. I remember I tested it and we were playing around with it a couple leagues ago, and it didn't work in like dungeon and stuff. Okay, Vol skeletons. Apex Cleaver had no attribute requirements. Impale effect. Call of Steel. Fix the bugs where Devil Darkness damage is not being dealt at some very deep depths. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, they mentioned Steve right there. That's great. He called it out. Fix the bug where Judgmental Spirits could summon an excessive amount of skeletons when raised as a specter. That was okay. These were really fun in Affliction League. Totems by Cultist Witch Spectre. Okay. SSF. Oh! Okay, they fixed that bug. This was a lot of people. Yep. A lot of people had this issue in Affliction League. They fixed it. This was bad. Because you would try to summon the right Spectre and it would summon the wrong one and you'd lose your corpse. Fix the bug where operative Strawn boxes. Oh, we're finding all the typos right now. Strawn boxes could still be found in Elva's Memory of Cascading Fortunes. Fix the bug where rewards for completing Valdos. Could be affected by item conversion. Oh. Yeah, that's bad. Ancestral Call, triggered, Beyond Scarab, Lesser Shrines. We're difficult to interact with. Oh, they are hard to click on. Okay, cool. Always allocated to the map maker. Oh, funny. Could award a Nebulous with less than 3 synthesis. Black Flag, Ashen, Woods Map Boss. Just looking for something interesting here. There's a lot. Oh, fixed a bug where players have increased action speed for each time they use a skill recently. Modifier did not respect other sources that set action speed. This was a, yep. Okay, so that's officially a bug. So T17s, Juggernaut and Trickster. Yeah, the black flag thing, that was really awkward. Yeah. Yo, Artanox. Hyped to try melee for a week and drop back to Witch. For defenses, man. For defenses, we'll see. Yeah, so now Juggernaut and Trickster. I think Juggernaut's looking potentially very good this league. Juggernaut's feeling spicy. But we were looking at... yeah, we didn't want doppelgangers. I don't know what we wanted on Juggernaut, actually. AFK Arena, yeah. Shield Crush got buffed, yeah. Berserker with the rage stuff. How about this? How about Juggernaut, Forbidden Flame, and Flesh Berserker with the rage stuff? Right? Why not? I've got a entirely different opinion about Jug Change from One Mana Left. I mean, he plays Juggernaut very, very differently, right, than other people, right? He plays very unique builds. Maybe his awkward Juggernaut, his like Giga Tanky setup for Juggernaut are different, right? But I think for regular players, Juggernaut's looking pretty compelling. Fix the bug where Piety was not firing projectiles with ball lightning. Okay. We saw a bunch of these. Fixed 4 crashes? 3 instant crashes and a client crash? That's crazy. You're going to go through the teasers and copy a build? Nice. All right. Yeah, I like the pictures. That was from the teasers, the announcement. Oh, restart for the changes. Yeah, good point. Oh my god, I look tired, man. Yeah, it is 10 p.m. and I haven't eaten dinner yet. I gotta make a video on this. The stock 101 from Mark on Monday too. Yeah, we'll go through that. Teach everyone how to use the stock market. We'll all learn something together. With Speaker for the Dead, players can now touch 40 monsters instead of 20. Cleave of Rage. Oh, they were missing the scaling on Cleave. Okay. Cleave up to 500%. The new Transfigured Puncture of Shanking. I haven't thought. No, I don't know. Like most of these are just raw damage changes, right? Oh, okay. I was gonna say Frostblade's Catabasis needed a buff. It didn't get it. Okay, they added the buff to it. That's good. And Curation, what do they do? What's the difference? They really should color these so I can see the different wordings. Where's the difference words? Oh, 3. It's a 5 and a 3 here. Okay, so it's even worse. Oh, you thought this was a nerf? Oh no, this is a nerf. We'll get you a nerf. Don't you worry. Buy low, sell high. Any ideas for next league? Yeah, this is my... All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, Catabasis, they didn't buff. It's only the flat... The dot doesn't change because it's basically like, Vortex, right? So, it gets a little bit of hit damage, which is cute, but yeah, you don't care about that on Catabasis. You're right. All right, here's Veranastra in it. I know people want to do Veranastra, and there's probably some cute stuff with it, with dual wielding maybe, but I think generally you could maybe offhand Veranastra. I don't know. Yeah, so how do we summarize this? Patch kind of crazy, yo. Catan capitalism. I'm not even going to try to spell it correct. Capitalism league. Buy workers, then send them off to die for profit. Melee, insane rework. Many skills possibly viable. Go ham. Maybe not as viable as you'd like, but possible cool scaling with effectiveness, especially effectiveness scaling on level now, past 20, also for spells. Big if true. Big if true. That's the big question. I don't know if the effectiveness scaling past level will happen, but if it is, it's big. Defenses. Yeah, oh, MF totally wrecked. Totally wrecked. Rip group play for realsies. My league start totally got a wrench thrown into it. What else? Flicker even stronger. I mean, yeah, melee insane. Defense, moderate rework. Fizz taken as much harder to cap. Literally, Fizz taken as basically impossible to cap now. Still exists on Coil, Cloak, etc. So possibly those uniques even more mandatory for right side builds. We will see. Yeah, I think Lightning Coil is probably even more mandatory. So not just Lightning Coil, I think Doppelganger's Guise actually looks really... Doppelganger's Guise might be even better than Lightning Coil. So that's what I would be looking at, actually. So the problem is Divine Blessing removed is a huge nerf for EB builds. Curious to see what compensation will be scraping out of the bucket for that one. Losing an entire aura is pretty wild. All right. The boot that still gives it's still there, but a lot of builds want other things on their boots, right? Those boots suck. Right? You don't want to wear March of the Legions. These boots suck, man. Yeah, you get a very strong aura and you get res, but you get no spell suppression. You get no Eldritch implicits. There's no evasion, so you can't even go for the evasion mastery for spell suppression. Right? It's gonna the pressure for your spell suppression becomes even worse. Like, you do not want to wear these boots on a witch, right? On a witch or a ranger, right? Spell based. So yeah, maybe you get stuck with it, right? They're excellent for Hexblast Minor. Are they excellent, or are they just like an annoying thing that you have to do? Yeah, if they were an evasion base, they were evasion energy shield base, just so you could use the evasion mastery, that would help. So I'm just very worried about defenses for Witch right now. Like, I'm very concerned about Witch defenses at the moment. Block, maybe stonks up. Don't know. Like, I hate doing block-based Witch, but I'm a suppression evasion Witch enjoyer, but maybe it's a block angle. Glad and Raider reworked. Interesting stuff, but nothing jumps out as Giga holy cow. Definitely looks fun though. Yeah, I think Gladiator and Raider, nothing's just like, oh my god, that's gonna break the whole game. But definitely some fun stuff there. Adorned, yeah. Oh yeah. Corpse skills. DD is dead. Thank God. DD is dead finally. I can't believe we were here to witness it. I know, Adorned is whatever. Adorned doesn't affect that many people. As much as we always harp on Adorned and say that it should be nerfed, I'm looking at the... I'm basically compiling the high-level points that I want to make a video about tonight, right? Because I'm not going to upload this 3-hour video. Interesting mobile, like real-time mobile game passive income mechanic. Oh, yeah. Currency trading, market. Definitely not in auction house. Wink, wink. Oh, League Mechanics back? Yeah. Affliction and Sentinel back in a small way. Recombinators in League Mechanic. Oh, yeah, we actually, that's in the League Mechanic, right? Looks possibly very complex. Might be tedious, but definitely tentatively excited for it. Has Geed gambling and recombinating. Heck yeah. Yeah, they said the max Banter roll was 15% for RMR. Blight and ritual changes. Yeah, they're not as big. They add Fizz as on the Watcher's Eye, Nick. No, I think they said they removed them, right? I said they removed the Fizz taken as, I thought. Crazy crafting? What's the crazy crafting? Rune crafting stuff. Yeah, they removed most Fizz taken as. Added a new set of modifiers for purity auras that can roll on Watcher's Eyes to replace the physical taken as. Yeah, exactly. That means removed. That means removed. Right, because purity Watcher's Eyes already have Fizz taken as on them. So my interpretation of that sentence is that they removed Fizz taken as from the Watcher's Eyes. Yeah. No, I can see how you interpret it that way. What do you mean DD is dead? I mean, the stuff in the patch notes killed the hell out of it. I'm not gonna rewrite the entire patch notes. We're looking for high level stuff here. High level stuff. Catan, like what do I put in a 10 to 15 minute video? Because what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna link. I'll have like the pinned comment linking this whole overview if someone wants to watch it for 2 hours. But I just want to go over like the high level stuff. Poison is still mostly untouched. Yeah, Poison didn't look like it got to. Yeah, Roa Racing. Gold respecs. Yeah, that's all. It's not too huge, I think. I think it's fun, but so we got the new league. Melee got big touched. MF got giga ripped. Defense got reworked pretty big. Divine Blessing. To me, Divine Blessing is a very big thing because it affects the builds that I play usually. And then which defenses in general, which right side defenses in the moment, maybe block, I don't know. Gladiator Raider rework, DD dead, currency trading market, Affliction and Sentinel back. Any other big high level stuff? I mean, we can look here. Rage, banners, whatever. Retaliation, tinctures, sure. I guess I can put that with the Raider. Tinctures. Oh yeah, the corpses are cool. Guardian blessing instead of divine. Oh, put the Guardian's blessing on the specters. Yeah, yeah, I do like the affliction specters back. Maybe if they're as strong as in the league, probably some shenanigans. I can't even type right now. Shenanigans for many builds. Guardian's blessing even. Oh yeah, Doriani's. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. Affliction, Sentinel, Affliction, Kalandra, and Sentinel are back. Yeah. Doriani's prototype. It's negative 200 res, I think, is the cap. Prototype stonks up. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, Kalandra's itemized. Yep. Pretty sick. Yeah, weapon enchants is big. I think that's a big one. Insane. I think might do insane new enchants from unique items. Actually, this is specifically up here. Insane. I can't. My brain's cooked. Insane enchants from unique items that you can craft. How's the Kalandra gamble work? It's very random. So it rolls like, I think it chooses whether it's going to like invert each modifier, and then it chooses the amount that it's going to invert it. So you can go from like positive 30 lightning res to like negative 60 lightning res. And so you can do interesting things like that. Nameless Seer. Yeah, Nameless Seer stuff. I think that's, to me, that's relatively minor. Yeah, Simplex amulets. Oh my god. Yeah, go ham on the Simplex. Yeah, I'll write down gold here. Gold. I'll just put gold right there. Yeah, Kalandra inversion gets crazy. Like, one thing that some people were doing, like Jung Roan, did stuff like negative 99% proj speed. And you got projectiles that just sat there. The monsters would just run through and die. The Seer div card moving. Yeah, to me, that's relatively minor. Like, that's not like... So what people were saying about it is that it just... You just swap all of the div cards between two different maps. So you just take a map that has div cards that you like. You can't like one by one craft them. You can just choose an entire set of div cards and swap them with all of the set of div cards on another one, right? Yeah, I thought you could craft all of them, but it's like, no, you take all of the cards from this one map. So it's just like, you know, you take Crimson Prison, right? And you put it on Strand, and then you just do that. Yeah, the conversion invert. Yeah, there's some really... Like, the Kalandra crafting, we gotta not sleep on that. Champion look kind of dead? No, Champion's fine. Champion's totally fine, right? Yes, one of the nodes got nerfed pretty bad, but then you get Fortify earlier, right? Like, you lose Unstoppable Hero. Sad, right? That's, you know, this was a really nice node. But you get the addition of another node because you no longer have to take Unstoppable Hero. Fortitude goes up here. So you get a node back. So now I think Impale Champion looks really compelling. So you get the 1,000 armor back, right? If you previously weren't going Impale, right? I mean, you probably would have, right? But you get in another node where like, hey, maybe I go into Worthy Foe instead. Or I go into, you know, it's more easy to go into Inspirational and Conqueror. You know, you don't really want the taunt stuff usually, but yeah, it's less damage. It's not bad. Weaker Fortify? Is it? I thought it was still 20 Fortify. Maybe I missed that. Oh, it's 15. Oh, it is 15 instead of 20. That is a little sad. A little sad for him. I'm not... You know what? Here's the size of my violin. Here's my tiny little violin. I'm playing my violin for the champion. Oh no, did the champion get the little tiny bone? This is no nerf. Oh, it's getting people so sad. So sad, can't play my champion. Oh, poor baby. I'm not gonna cry for a tiny nerf on champion. What's so strong about Champion? He's just overall a very strong Ascendancy. Free adrenaline and gigantic life recovery whenever you hit low life is insane. First to strike, last to fall is just giga ridiculous, right? Oh, Gladiator felt underwhelming. Okay. Yeah. I mean, Champion is just insane. Gladiator felt underwhelming. Gladiator, we're going to have to work out what's really good. So yeah, I mean, my line's right here. Gladiator and Raider reworked. Interesting stuff, but nothing jumps out as giga holy cow. Looks fun, though. Right? Ziz's EA got deleted? Because Totem changes, maybe? By losing... Is it because you lose Panopticon? Is that why? Because, like, the champion changes wouldn't affect it. But I can see if you lose this wheel, that definitely hurts EA champ, right? Fire Trap of Blasting, was there something to it or just experimenting? Fire Trap of Blasting is just better than Fire Trap. Period. It's just better in like almost every way. So regular Fire Trap is better at lower levels for comfort, but once you start scaling the levels on Fire Trap, when you get to like level 24, 25, 26, Fire Trap of Blasting takes off. Like it, because of the flat added damage, the extra damage effectiveness, Fire Trap of Blasting accelerates as you put more in investment into the build, and it just becomes better. All right. Is there anything else? Is there anything else we need to call out here? Currency trading market. What league starters am I thinking? I'm not thinking. You logged out after you heard Trap. I hear Trap. I'm logging in. We're locking in. Marionette build. This is what I'm saying. Your craft nerf on weapon. Yep, that sucks. I mean, I'm not writing everything down here. But yeah, losing burning damage for sure. That's 40% increased damage. It's not like game changing, but the taming plus warden, 1,000% increased damage. What? Oh, you're right. Oh, if that actually counts them independently, there's no way. There's no way. There is no way. There's no way. Yeah. It's just gonna count. It's only gonna count one. Yeah. If it actually independently counts each one, if it just has an array and it says, give me the size of the array of elemental ailments, that'd be really funny. Charge dash login. All right. Yeah, so what I would say for your league starter, guys. Yeah, Gladiator Lucky Block. For your league start, guys, what I would say is I really want to encourage you guys to take your time and think about what you actually want to play yourself. Like, genuinely. It's I think it would be really cool if more of you guys just pick a build based on what you want to play yourself and just make something up and just go crazy. This is the perfect opportunity. If you're an absolute beginner, you might still want to follow a build guide because, you know, this is such a complex game. But if you've played 3, 4, 5+ leagues and you have an idea of what you like and you're curious about it, I think it would be really, really cool if you guys, you know, take that leap and risk a really bad league start. I know I'm telling you something, but like this league is going to be so up in the air. There's so many things that I see you guys are excited about that are unique, and I would never make a build guide for it, right? Like probably no content creator is going to recommend you play that build. right? It's just going to be something weird. But it might be okay. It might be playable. And, you know, even if you just take it to yellow maps or something, you might have a good time. Just making memories and doing some fun stuff for yourself. So, yeah, I think do whatever you think. Yeah, play something jank as hell. Make it fun. You know, hang out here and we'll laugh about your funny builds. Reflect on a Fulcrum. Yeah, I mean, Fulcrum's always there. Seems to you that Champion was nerfed and Deadeye was buffed again. You don't understand. I mean, Champion's still good. Yeah, Recombinators are back. Crazy stuff is back and looking really good. And I think there's so much up in the air right now. I think not following a guide and just going ham. You know, if you're new to the game, go to max roll, pick something there, take something safe. Other than that, just yeah, have a good one, man. So it is 10:30 at night. I gotta eat something, and then I'm gonna just like compile a quick video on this, link people to watch it. Here, I'll throw you guys over. You know, it's late at night. You guys are feeling a little saucy. Yeah, invest into wool. I'm a full wool stonks, down with wheat. I'm gonna send you guys over to Cute Dog, show him a lot of love. It looks like he's just getting started, so if you missed any of the original announcement, you can watch him coom over all that. And yeah, have a great rest of your day, guys. I'm gonna go make this video, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. And I'll try to start thinking some league starters. All right, bye-bye. I'm so tired.